Check, check. How do I unmute? Oh. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming, and hopefully you've survived the rain, but it's good to have it because we're going to have clean air now. So I'm going to just start the first panel we're about to start, which is the knowledge session. For the knowledge session, we would ask people to have their mobile phones because it's going to have a live polling system where you're going to have to scan a QR code. So we ask everybody to have their phones out for this session. This is going to be a live Q&A, so you can be able to continuously ask questions throughout. So I'm then going to invite our mentors on stage. So I'm going to do it for a first round just to make sure. So I'm going to invite Kat James onto the stage. Please, round of applause for Kat, please. And then I'd like to invite Vipal on the stage, please. Enno, can you come up on stage? Pramati, can you come up on stage? Mikhail? Pravan? So this is a different session from any of the others. This is about sharing knowledge. We've got 6 amazing people on stage, and I'm going to give them a chance to do their introductions and introduce themselves. You should have a shared, between each of you, you should have a thing you can share. But this is a chance for you to engage with them and ask these very experienced people in the drone space questions. This is all about really focusing on building and growing drone businesses. Your own experience is really useful, and also asking them for their own experience, and then how you want to see and how you expect the drone industry around you to grow. I'm going to get started, and I'm going to start at this end. I'm going to give everybody a chance just to give themselves a couple of minutes intro. Should we go?
Namaste and good morning all. I'm Pramati Munankarmi from Nepal Innovation Lab, and I'm working as an Innovation Lab coordinator here. Nepal Innovation Lab is a unit under the World Vision International Nepal, and the history of Nepal Innovation Lab is that it was established after the 2015 earthquake for response in the ground level with technological innovation as well as humanitarian innovation. During that time, the Nepal Innovation Lab has innovated different sort of solutions like digital CVA system to 3D printing for the response, everything sort of that. And the scenario now is a bit different for Nepal Innovation Lab. We are more focused on social innovation with technological development as well. And for the drone, we are currently studying the perspective of drone in our development sector. And we have started a small baby step of using drone for our project area assessing and impactful videos and media collection in that area. Similarly, recently we have also started social media and storytelling training for our RC children, where they are trained to use drones and other different technology as well for collecting the media content they want to share in wider audience. That's all.
Thank you very much. Miguel, do you want to go next?
Hi everyone, good morning. I'm Mikael Costapinto from Globy Drones in Sweden. So we are, to say in a simple way, we are a matchmaking service, sort of, and a network of drone pilots globally. So what we do is that we have a marketplace platform. That is where if a client wants drone data from somewhere in the world, they place an order on our website, and then we match and connect we match that order and connect them to a local drone operator. So we have about 11,000 drone operators in 150 countries right now. We've had this marketplace for 5 years, and I entered into the business 5 years ago, just when we launched the marketplace. So I don't have a drone background before that. I worked as a project manager, and these 5 years have been extremely long. They felt like 20 years for a drone startup in Sweden, because of the constant changing flow we've had for these 5 years. There's been new drones coming out to the market, new hardware, new AI software, new type of use cases. No day has been the same. And actually we started 10 years ago as a drone delivery service, delivering medical supplies. And we tried that for about 5 years, and we survived on innovation grants, funding. But after 5 years of doing it, it became too hard. So drone deliveries today are very difficult regulation-wise, but 10 years ago, it was almost impossible. So we wanted to try something new, and we got another innovation grant called the Sayed Sustainability Prize from the United Arab Emirates. And that's what got the funding to employ me and a few of my colleagues. And yeah, it's been an up and down journey. We've tried all different tactics. I don't know if I should go into that now, or
maybe we can do it later.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello everyone, namaste. It's me, Praveen Lamsal. I'm representing Ideation Nepal. We are a drone-based service provider company since 2021. And talking about myself, I have been engaging in this drone services since 2015. And we have been trying drones in different services like surveying and mapping. And I'm from geomatics background. I'm a geomatics engineer. So that we are more focused in survey and mapping in Nepal, and exploring different other domains like environment monitoring and disasters and delivery, agriculture, and many more. Thank you.
Eno, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Eno Umo. I am a drone pilot turned consultant. I wear two hats in the industry. One is my own private consultancy now, where we help other drone businesses with marketing and strategy, branding, content, digital marketing in general. One of the biggest issues that we've seen in the industry today is there's a lot of attention, of course, that's put on the technical side of flying and maintaining, your drones. But when it comes to actually running the business, having a proper marketing strategy, we've seen that that's often overlooked when it comes to growing your business. My other hat in the industry is I'm the chairman of an organization called the African Drone Forum. We are the largest network of drone professionals on the continent. We've done some major events in the past with the support of the World Bank. So we're very appreciative for the ADF legacy, and the reason that we come to events like this, participate, is to, of course, network, to collaborate, to understand how to complement each other's strengths. Just a quick one on my evolution, in the industry. The number one thing that I see a lot of drone companies, number one mistake I see a lot of drone companies make is they don't actually niche down specifically enough. And of course, in the beginning in your drone business, you're trying out different methods, different deliverables, different applications. But the sooner that you can niche down and have a unique value proposition that separates you from all others that can deliver that service, is the sooner that you can actually grow and scale your business. The other thing I would say is having systems. having frameworks, having SOPs that really cover every single aspect of your business. So we'll go into more details about the specific strategies and tactics, but happy to be here and share more about my experience.
Thanks very much. Yep.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Vipul. I'm the co-founder and CEO for Aereo. We are India's largest commercial drone company. Our journey started with building drone hardware for surveying and mapping, but eventually we figured out that everyone is looking for actionable insights. So we ended up building a lot of data processing and analytics solution. We currently have a team of about 350 folks operating out of different places in India. We operate a fleet of about 150 drones. And to our credentials, we hold mapping of about 100,000 square kilometers of area, 900 mines and 65,000 villages. We have mapped around 60 cities in India for their smart city projects. Currently operating out of four more nations, UAE, Brazil, Australia, apart from India. Hold about 10 patents on different technologies, and also raised funding through various investors during our journey. So we have raised about $22 million altogether in our journey. So Aereo started as a college project. We were enthusiasts in our bachelor's program and building drones and whatnot for hobby applications since maybe our first year or first semester. And then we figured out that there's a lot of impactful problems and solutions which drones can deliver beyond being used for defense, because I'm talking about 2012-13 when drones were being used only for defense applications, that too by a couple of geographies. So, and then from there we started building it out of passion, and then over a couple of years we figured out that passion is not going to work. We need to have some business sense to it, so we started building a business model around, and then figured out a profitable way of running the business. So just to give you an idea, we have been growing at about 50% year on year since last 5 years, profitably. So we're not a loss-making venture capital backed business. I also wear another hat. I also happen to be the founding member as well as the current chair for the Drone Federation of India. So as an entrepreneur, we learned very early in our journey that you cannot crib about the regulatory ecosystem. You have to work with your regulators and help them make the regulatory system. So back in 2018, we created Drone Federation, which today represents more than 400 drone companies in India, and worked very closely with the government for framing the regulations and also opening up some new avenues of business and employment across rural and urban geographies in India. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Kat.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kat James, and I'm the founder of 400 Feet, a drone and data consultancy based in Nairobi, Kenya. And I work with NGOs, multilateral organizations, and startups that want to leverage drone technology on social impact projects. And, you know, kind of the opposite of his business. Mine is intentionally a company of one. And something that I've really prioritized in my business is wanting to work on interesting projects with great people. And I think at this conference, I've been able to work with, I think, at least 6 different organizations that are here, which is really cool. And so the types of work that I do range from working with the World Bank and the Ministry of Health in Malawi to develop a data strategy to manage the drone operators operating in their health system. I've worked to integrate drone technology onto the Hello Tractor platform to help make drone technology more accessible to farmers in East Africa. Worked on some regulatory tools in Cote d'Ivoire. And then I've also worked with a number of drone software companies to help create strategic marketing campaigns. So a wide diversity, but it's been really interesting and fun to get to connect with so many different stakeholders and organizations that are here.
Thanks, Kat. So as you can see, we've got a wide range of knowledge and experience on stage. So this is the chance where you get to engage. So can we switch to the Menti system, guys? So if you can see that QR code, no, can we, ooh. Okay, oh, that's where it's going to start. Can everybody see that QR code? Does that QR code work for everybody? Are our heads in the way too much? Is it working? Okay. All right. So if you can scan the QR code, we're going to ask you a couple of questions. So this is very interactive. So this is all about you guys as well. So the first question we have is, which part of the world are you in? So we'd like to know where part of the world. Now also, this is being live streamed as well around the world. So if you are online, can you tell us where you are as well, and let us know where you are and what you're doing and where you're connecting from. So we have that live stream as well. Hopefully people will slowly start coming in. We're going to give people a chance. This is just a chance to make sure the technology works. We'll give everybody a bit of a time to do that. It's coming interesting now, where people are from around the world. See, that's good. Okay. Right, so I'm going to go to the next one, but it shows that Nepal has the biggest impact, which we'd hope here, but it shows that we have got around the world. So the next question really is where I'm going to ask for some more information from you guys, is what aspect of the drone entrepreneurship are you interested in? So what interests you most? So are you interested in the business models? You're interested in the funding strategies? Are you interested in regulation? What's the most interesting for everybody here? So we're going to give everybody a chance, and then I'm going to ask you guys to start responding to it from that point of view. So we're getting a good range. Regulatory seems to be a big part, and the business model seems to be a big part. So who would like to talk about the regulatory side, how that affects the business models that you guys are using?
Okay. So based on our experience,
yeah.
One of the important things which even my colleague Smith was talking about yesterday is that participation with the regulator is the most important thing, because we cannot expect a regulator to be knowing about a latest technology as much as we as entrepreneurs would know, right? And then to map their expectations of security, safety, everything else, and then enable them with a solution rather than thinking that they'll come up with a solution. That's the most important part, and it's evolving everywhere. There is a lot to learn from different parts of the world, like US, India, Australia. A couple of these geographies have sorted it out quite well. So it's very important to also create a collaborative network between the entrepreneurs and between the regulators, and a group which is mix of both. I think that is somewhere we figured out that if we don't jump in at the right time, the lack of regulation kills the business, because investors don't invest. The ease of doing business is not there. The users can't wait so much for getting a solution if the regulatory delays are not letting you deploy drones immediately, because they are the first responders. So owning the regulations or the evolution of regulation is the most important part, I would say I have learned. And then maybe as a small group, you can create your own association and federation, which I see all the countries present here are there. It's to be also active, because many times we create these bodies, but we are not very active with it. So you need to have a good amount of momentum added to your activities so that there is fast progress happening on the regulatory side. Otherwise, you just write a paper, give it to the regulator, and you wait for them to react. No, you have to demand action. You have to almost like be with them on an annoying level, so that they have to do it if they don't want to get annoyed further with your presence in their office, right? To that level, we were like desperate with them to get the regulations out. And another important thing is that at the end of the day, these are government systems with their own inefficiency. So what we learned is that you have to set a 10-year vision for your country as entrepreneurs, and then take that vision to someone who's really, really visionary in the leadership of the country. Just one champion you have to find who can drive this down on the regulators, make sure that there is progress happening. This is a hack which we figured out, and then go and present it to them. In our case, in India, we were stuck for a very long period of time. Progress was very, very slow. So what Federation did is that Federation somehow got 10 minutes of audience in front of our Prime Minister, which is the current Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and gave one 10-minute 4-slide presentation that what opportunities can we lock for the growth of the economy in India and the people if we use drones in the right manner, and how the current regulatory ecosystem is not going to let it happen, and what should be the regulatory ecosystem to enable it. That's it. And he just gave one statement: this needs to be done, work with these boys, and regulators and make sure that we have a draft ready in 60 days. And in 60 days, everyone clocked 18 hours a day, and we had the new rules rolled out.
I think that's where I think that's really important, isn't it? But it does take that fact that you need to engage with the regulator as the private sector.
Yeah, and just to point that, I think what's really important to highlight is that partnership and recognizing that so many of the regulators, they're coming from an aviation background, and they just don't understand the use cases. They don't understand the model, and so it's not their fault. Like it's our job to help educate them and because there's a lot of laws that they seem like they make sense in practice. When you read that, you're like, oh, like sure, that seems logical, but in reality, as a business owner, it totally hinders your operations and makes it really challenging. So I think making sure that you have that partnership, and then also like something that we've experienced in Kenya a lot is there have been things where the rule is like, okay, you need to register your drone, which sure, it seems totally reasonable, but the process to register the drone takes like 3 months and is super broken, and the interface doesn't work, and there's 12 steps. And so I think it's also going beyond and supporting the regulator with like, okay, how do we smooth out this process to make it better? And with that, recognizing that, you know, the regulators, they're so busy. They have so much on their plate, and you can't just go to them with problems. You have to go to them with solutions. And so focusing like, okay, this is what's causing us challenges. Here are a couple of different options of how we might be able to improve it.
I think that makes real sense. Does anybody want to talk? Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, as we are dealing with all these things since long, yeah, all other challenges are linked with these regulatory things in our case as well. Yeah, and it was very complicated before, but now the regulators has also keep some alignment with the private and other stakeholders of this technology. We appreciate that, and we want more coordinations and collaboration on these things. Yeah, and this should be sorted out. I think as we feel, this can be sorted out by such forums where all the stakeholders like regulators and government bodies and private sectors and every sectors will come together and have the discussions and let them know the real pain of the technology. I think investment is also not coming because of these regulatory issues, because it should be secure, right? It is very tedious. Now also we are facing lots of problems. I think for one project, for one survey project, we have to wait 1 month long to get the permission, right? It's very tedious, and lots of paperwork needs to be done. So this should be, I think, realized by the government bodies and regulators and all.
Thank you. Anybody want to talk about business models and the regulatory side? Yeah.
Sorry. No, I just want to echo a little bit about what everybody said here about regulations. So the process can seem very tedious, and it is in many cases, but you have to follow it. So, because I've done projects in 85 countries, and I've experienced all kinds of regulations. But if you want to become a good drone operator or an excellent drone company, you have to follow those regulations. So you have to become an expert at them. Say, for example, 2 weeks ago, there was a flood in Spain, and we wanted to do a flood mapping of a certain area. And I talked to several operators. And one of them said, fine, I'll go map. And the other one said, no, in Spain you have to ask permission from every single house owner before you fly over that area. So that's going to be a very time-consuming process, and it's not going to work in a flooded area. We're not going to have time to do it. So by that, I just want to say that it's important to follow the rules, and it's going to get you a job in the long run, because people are going to respect you for it.
I have a question. in terms of partnerships, how the Innovation Lab, how the Innovation Lab brings those partnerships and sort of looks at different areas.
So as an Innovation Lab, we work as an enabling environment as a core motto. So we may first define the problem, and we then connect with the different stakeholders who already have done something in technology. And we will have a collaboration to use that technology in the problem solving that is the pressing problem right now. So we work on partnership with private sector to local bodies and everything sort of that.
Thank you. Right, so we're going to go on to the things. So we're going to look at different business models. We're going to look at funding strategies. We're going to look at the market. And then we're going to have a bit of a Q&A. If there's any questions that any of you have while we're speaking, please just raise your hand, and one of the microphones will come round. So please, if you have any comments as well on what we're talking about, you're part of this conversation as well. So the first one we want to ask you all to go on, back onto the thing, is what word do you feel about the future of the drone industry? What are you really experiencing from that point of view? What do you need? And if we need to, I'm just going to give you back the QR code again, so you can scan the QR code if you haven't. But we are on. So hopeful. The first word, hopeful. Come on. That gives me a little bit of hope. See, this is when we did a very similar one in the UK recently. And the drone industry in the UK is quite sad at the moment. And it was all like regulatory, painful experience, no money. That was all the conversation that was coming up in something similar like this. So, optimistic. What do you, maybe Enno to start, what do you feel about the future of the drone industry around the world from your own experience?
So I think for me, I'm almost 10 years in the industry this coming June, and I still feel like the industry is still in its infancy. When it comes to the adoption of the technology, when it comes to the solutions that are really showing that they are, proving to solve, some of these issues, it really is a great time to get into the industry. One of the conversations that we actually had was, a lot of the business models that were presented before and pushed, they have had a chance to actually prove themselves, right? So you really have to have a solid business model. One thing I was actually going to mention when it comes in regards to a business model is one thing we call the rule of one, right? And it's solving one problem within one niche for one avatar. The issue that happens a lot is we're trying to work with so many different avatars in so many different niches, right? So when I say avatar, that is the ideal customer, the ideal client that you're looking to work with. So really understand what are their pain points that they're going through. What have they tried before with other technology to solve that? When you approach it from a consultant's lens, right, like you're a doctor trying to provide solutions, right, to their specific problem. So really understand who your client is, interview them, spend time with them, and that will really help justify your business model. So once you get those things in place, it will be natural to feel optimistic for sure.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, this is the chance to be inspired by the words we're going. I think one of the things that's interesting is there's everything from optimistic to terror on this thing, so.
I'm optimistic. No, because Enno mentioned the avatars, and I just want to say, so when we started our new business model 5 years ago, our avatar were humanitarian organizations and researchers. That was what we had. So like a biologist, humanitarian, 2 avatars. And we tried that for about 2 years and didn't really succeed. Yeah. So then we expanded the avatar, but then we went the opposite way, and Enno also mentioned that. Then we took out every single avatar possible in the world. We had thousands. So we wanted to reach out to everybody. We had no niche. Our niche was, we'll do everything, basically, except, war and oil and gas. There were our no-go zones. And And then we tried that. It's also difficult. You have to niche it down a little bit, I think. And so we eventually found a better solution, which was choose a couple of avatars, become specialists at those, and then you will get more clients in those fields.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
Does anybody from the floor have anything they feel about from the drone industry? Does anybody want to talk about their own experience? Do anybody want to put a hand up? If not, we're going to keep going, but I just wanted to give you a chance to speak from the floor. You're all shy. Come on, guys. I will give you a chance later. Okay, so the next one we want to do is talking about drone business models. And the question I have for everybody on the thing is, what are the challenges you have faced or anticipate facing in launching or currently doing your existing drone business model? What do you see as what's the biggest thing you're going to face, the biggest challenges that you're facing? Maybe we can go to the floor. Maybe, yeah.
I think the biggest challenge
Yeah.
we have faced is the data privacy.
Yeah.
Since we use drones in public places, and like he has mentioned that in Spain every household needs to have permission, but that's not the case here. But as a person, I don't want I don't want to be filmed every now and then, but I think the challenge would be the data privacy.
Yeah. One of the interesting things here is about testing facilities and capacity being able to be provided. How does everybody here supported that in terms of, do you feel that there's actually enough support in country to be able to do the business models you're looking at doing? No?
Yeah, I think it depends on what type of business model you're going after, and I think like something that we've touched on, sometimes we refer to drone business as if it's a monolith, but in fact there are many different types of businesses. So you could go, if you want to be a hardware or a software company and you're looking for large venture investment, or you could be a drone service provider, or you could be a consultancy. And I think it's really important to understand what are the different pros and cons and implications of those different business models and be really thoughtful and strategic when you're going, because there are certain ones where regulatory impacts are going to be more of a challenge, and especially if you're trying to focus on particular markets, you'll have to kind of design your business model plan around the regulatory environment in that particular ecosystem. So I think it really just depends on understanding, what are you optimizing for, what markets are you trying to work in, and then kind of negotiating that.
I have a question from an India or Nepal point of view in terms of finding human resources. Is that an issue that you guys are finding a limitation, or is it more clients? What do you see the biggest restriction from an India and Nepal point of view?
Yeah, actually this is one of the challenge and opportunity as well. The challenge that we are facing is we train the people, and when they are trained, they go for the other opportunity in other countries, right? So that we are facing those things, and also the horizon is not so clear because of this. We feel because of the regulatory issues, right? If regulations and everything were clean, then everyone would be more interested in this technology, to be a pilot and to take the trainings and to have the business over this. Yeah, we see. And because of that, we are also getting the clients, and we are also getting we are focusing on training and capacity building as well. Yeah. And we are getting that opportunity as well.
Yeah, so as far as the talent is concerned, I would like to say that you can break down an organization into 3 layers maybe. Starting from the top, the strategic layer, then going to the next one, which is tactical, and then the final one, which is operational. So relatively, finding talent for the operational layer is very straightforward. You can get the guys with the right kind of enthusiasm and IQ, and then train them to conduct those operations, skill them up. That's like you should have your own talent development program internally so that you can train them to execute those tasks. The smartest of those folks can also take the role of tactical process management and project management. However, even at this scale, we feel that identifying and hiring strategic guys in the team is difficult because there is a certain upsurge in the drone companies, especially because of the increasing demand for intelligent drones in defense and the remote sensing applications. The strategic people are still very limited out there. And then another important layer is the niche technology expertise, which is very difficult to find. So the only way we have figured out to solve that, instead of looking for talent locally, start scouting.
We have found and experienced that there are certain geographies where the opportunities are less than the quality of talent which is available. So it's important to identify these geographies and tap into the talent pool of that geography.
Solve that problem, but it's not an easy problem. Strategic and technical expertise is always very scarce to find. So another way of doing it is that hire really young and intelligent people and give them very tough problem statements to solve for the first year of their recruitment, and then they grow and evolve in that role and then start taking care of your niche requirements. That's what I think worked for us over the last 10 years so far.
I'm going to go to the next question because I'm just going to keep us moving. So the next one we're asking everybody, in terms of funding, where are you finding funding? Where are you finding funding for your projects? Where are you finding funding around the world? Where are you getting it? I'm going to start with Michael in terms of you've gone through these, you've looked at these different options, and you've explored some of these, haven't you?
Yes, we have tried all of those, I would say. So we started with a bit of bootstrapping, and then we went until tried some, innovation funds, innovation grants. That kept us going for a little while.
Those are government grants, I
Yes,
sort of see, yeah.
Exactly. In Sweden, there are lots of government types of grants for innovation products, lots of drone applications. And then we went into investment. So that wasn't the plan originally, but then we realized we need investment, which in turn went into venture capitalism as well. So we have tried all of those 5. And even crowdfunding as well.
Anybody else want to talk about, Anna?
So I have a pretty unique experience with both 1 and 2, for sure, with the government grants. So what we did about 2 years after we started our for-profit is we were doing a lot of STEM programming in Baltimore, after-school programs, summer camps, and it got so busy that we had to actually start a nonprofit for that line of work and continue to do the for-profit work as well. So for a long time, we were getting a lot of government grants. A lot of the work that we've done across Africa has been funded by the U.S. Embassy. And it got to a point where we realized that the grants aren't a business model, right? Grants, the funding runs out. And if for some reason it's not their priority to fund that specific project again, they're just going to make that decision. I think we're all realizing that how quickly those things can change when it comes to government grants. So it's really important to have that business model. The bootstrapping is very interesting to me because it really proves that you actually have some sort of business case, right? You really have to be resourceful when it comes to how you're going out and getting business. So my biggest suggestion, if you are bootstrapping your business, is to really take a deep look at what are the systems that you're running in your business. We heard about, of course, your operational side, right? That's one core pillar of systems. How are you finding talent? How are you training your staff? How are you removing yourself from the day-to-day operation so you're working on the business and not in it? The other big systems are marketing and sales, right? And a lot of times we conflate the two and really not sure of how to run those. But marketing is how you're creating awareness for yourself, right? How you're posting on LinkedIn, how you're creating videos, how you're creating blog posts, updating your website. The sales is what you do, which is a third operational pillar. The third is sales, and that's how you actually interact with those leads, right? Once you create that awareness from marketing. The last operational element I would say is your administrative and your finances, right? So making sure that you are having systems for those, you're tracking your profit margins down to the smallest denomination. So these are, I would say, the four core systems that come into play. And if you are bootstrapping, that is totally fine. It doesn't take a lot of money to kind of get the idea going. And when you are pitching yourself for investors, they want to see that you have traction. And the only way that you can have traction is if you have systems in place.
I wanted to talk to you about, because you're supporting organizations, giving them some support and some funding and stuff like that. How are you selecting the types of organizations that come to you in terms of it? Because you only want to fund them to a certain stage and let them then go out into the world, aren't you?
Actually, we also sought for the grant.
Yeah.
And after the grant, the ideation, we will then find the partners to execute that project or program. So I think you were asking the wrong question,
but as the person who funds these, who provides those initial grants, is it something that you find there's lots of ideas that you can fund, or are you still trying to stimulate the ideas for people to come to you with?
Basically, the grants are more focused on the user experience as well as the innovation. They want the project to leave the impact, the grants to be utilized for impactful solutions. So I think did I answer the question?
It did. I think that's the question is, a government grant gets you initially maybe started, gets you initially to a point, but then you do need to, if you're going to scale, you need one of these other funding sources to be doing it, and either you're bootstrapping it, you're using your own money, or you're using clients, you're being able to sell, or you're going out and trying to get an investment.
I think except the crowdfunding, we have been through each of these stages. So from my personal learning, I think at every stage, if you're really solving a real problem, and that problem is huge, and you can see your solution to be the best version the world has seen or would see, that's one first checkbox which you have to tick. So often what happens is, and I've seen a good number of friends who are entrepreneurs, is that you start, first of all, trying to build a story for investors, but sometimes you get often lost in that story yourself, and you lose the reality, right? It's very important to be realistic about the business. Second pitfall which I have seen is that often tech entrepreneurs are geeks, and they don't spend enough time learning finance, and they figure it out quite late in their journey that they need to learn finance because they can't talk about finance in front of investors, and investors are people with money and with the intention to make returns. All they know is finance. They don't know your business. They don't know drones. They know only finance. So early in your journey, before you even learn how to code that drone, you need to learn how to run finance, because that's another important problem statement to solve. And third, you have to really check, are you really cut for this journey? Because funding, once you raise, it's a gruesome journey. You will have to bear through very high expectations of the investors. And unless you see that you can grow the business at least 5 times in next 3 years with that money, don't take money. Otherwise, you'll kill yourself way too early.
But also, they need to see an exit. They need to, if they're investing in you, they need to find a way of being able to understand that they are going to want to exit at some point. They want to have a return on their investment. And understanding what your business model is really key in that, isn't it?
Yes, and I think another problem statement is that often we entrepreneurs get limited to very small markets. For example, it's not necessary that you need to build a solution and then Nepal is only your market or Bangladesh is your only market, right? Have a global outlook. I think often this is one mindset problem statement which the South Asian entrepreneurs suffer from, is that they're always developing solutions only for their local market, and then the local dynamics decide that how well they can grow, how fast they can grow. I think it's time that we start looking at the global marketplace, and it's not necessary that if you're building a solution in Bangladesh or in India, it has to be sold in Bangladesh or in India or in Nepal. It can be a very good solution which is built in your country but selling in some other country where you're making higher return for your effort. And another thing is the ROI. I count two ROIs, or rather one is ROI and ROTI, because as an entrepreneur you don't make money for a very long period of time at your personal level, but what you invest is your time. So while we feel that, oh, investor money is going to come, I'm going to have a fancy office, fancy imaginations getting into reality, I think you have to be very truthful to the time you're investing into the business. Because if you're not making 10x of the money for the time you have invested, you're not doing justice to your work. So it's important to be honest, I think, throughout the whole journey, and then raise money only if you feel that if I invest another 3 years in this business with this much amount of money, am I going to make 10 times more value for the time I have invested or not?
And I think you need to be really clear from a business point of view is going out and getting money to solve a problem because you need to pay salaries. Is there a problem with your business model? And you need to be looking at that as well within your organization, because is there a reason why you're not making money? Mikhail, when you guys have been growing and you've gone out for funding and other opportunities, are you looking at now the next level? Are you going to be funding yourselves internally, or are you going out to investors for your next set of growth?
For the second growth, we are going after investors, yes. So that is a full-time job. It's not my job, but our CAO's. Yeah. And yeah, it's a very tough journey. It's so many investors to reach out to, so much due diligence to be done. But that is what we need to do to reach the next step, basically.
And I think for startups, they don't realize that, and you need an accountant, you need accountancy, you need to do that. The amount of businesses you come to, if you're supporting them or anything like that, and you're like, okay, we need to go after your accounts for the last 3 years. Oh gosh. Okay, are you even properly registered as an organization? It's those startups kind of thing.
Well, kind of getting to a point that Vipul said, I think it's really important to recognize that when you're running a drone business, so many of us come from technical backgrounds, and so we're so passionate about the technical aspects of it, but you really have to be able to kind of pivot and tailor your language based on who you're speaking to. So whether it's you're talking to investors and you need to be able to speak finance and you need to know your numbers, versus if you're talking to your customers, they don't care about the specs of your drone. They want to know, can you solve my problem? And they want to know, what are the outcomes that you can give me? And so I think that that's a pitfall that I sometimes see startups do, is they're so focused on like the cool tech and like the things that they can do that they don't focus on, at the end of the day, we need to solve our customers' problems, and they don't really care how you do it as long as you do it.
Yeah, I would say another thing that I see a lot of founders and startups go through is the founder kind of feels like they're the only one that can deliver the best job possible, and that is really the quickest way to lose traction, because only the strongest, most successful businesses, again, they have systems in place, but they delegate these certain tasks, right? So it's not you that has to go in, day in and day out and execute and implement. You should obviously know the system and know the basics of, how to make things run. But it's also important to delegate some of these issues. So when you are asked for your taxes or your finances for the last 3 years, you don't have to scramble, right? It's a simple email that can be sent or submitted, with that proposal. So think about the task, that you're doing on a day-to-day basis. And one thing that I personally do, I look at every task in my notebook and I say, do I need to be doing this, right? Can I find a team member that can take this off, and that allows me to now do more strategic work?
Pavan, I just wanted to give you a chance. In terms of from a Nepal point of view, and in terms of funding and growth for your business, where are you looking at supporting? How are you looking at growth? What's the kind of impact that the investor community here in Nepal is much smaller than, say, in India or in Europe kind of thing?
Yeah, as you mentioned that, we tech people are more emotional with our technology, right? No, but for the business, I think we should be more technical, and we should understand the finance better, right? We also mostly believe on bootstrapping model. We have not yet tried other options. We are completely depend on bootstrapping, but we are soon planning to go for the investors and all. Yeah, there are interested investors as well in the market, but there are some gaps with the technical and this finance and everything. Right? We should make all those things clear, and I hope it's not so hard to get investment in Nepal.
Okay, great. I'm going to go on to the next question. Next one, what opportunities do you guys see around where you are in the market? So what opportunities are you seeing in terms of the current drone market? While they're answering that, is there anybody who wants to, what is the opportunities that you guys are seeing that aren't being met at the moment, or you're seeing a gap in the market that maybe you're even thinking about exploring?
I think AI is the next big opportunity because people have moved from thinking how to fly drones, how to scale up their drone operations to more like how can they extract the highest value from the technology. So every use case, or I would say industry, is looking for very specific insights from drone-driven solutions for their own decision making. So AI is the final layer which is now in process to come in the market. Apart from drone autonomy, there's a lot to do on how to make sense out of the information which the drone is collecting for you, whether it is remote sensing data, whether it is pictures, videos, whether it is logistics to transport something. The final layer is going to be AI now, and I think there is very less work happening on that front. A good work is happening on AI for drones for defense use cases, but not yet for commercial and humanitarian use cases. There's a lot to build there. And second thing is the self-reliance of the nations because of what geopolitical situations are coming as, and drones are becoming a very effective force multiplier for conflict zones, especially for the forces. Every country wants to have their own capability. And it's a technology which can be actually localized to a great extent if the ecosystem works towards that. So there's a lot of opportunity which is hidden in that as well, which I feel are the two fronts which entrepreneurs can leverage into. Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I would say it's on one level, as far as the business model, it's the difference between a drone service provider or DSP and a consultant. Of course, traditionally, DSPs, drone service providers, they are doing the operations, they are in the field, they have the teams, they are...
The telecom towers and wind blade, wind turbines. And I'm actually really excited about the future right now because I thought that the drone market would have grown quite a lot by now. So I'm just expecting the boom to come maybe in the next year. And I'm really hopeful when I hear from people from the Drone Federation of India of how they are mapping millions of hectares from the government. And if we can see something like that from other countries, that's fantastic. And I think we are doing that in a lot of countries. And in Sweden, we're implementing drones on a government level more, but it's still in a very early stage. And I'm still talking to people from the government who are still asking questions about how do drones work. So it's not very mature, but they're getting there.
So this is a question, and we're going to sort of have to wrap up in a moment. The question is government still the driver for the demand for drone services in each of your sectors, or are you seeing the private sector coming in with their own money requesting drone services? And almost from the lab point of view, is where do you see kind of the future? So maybe answer that question, but also a wrap up kind of thing. So
I think currently the humanitarian organizations are using drones for surveillance and response purpose only. But if we can collaborate with government, we can pre-position and access the areas and preposition our projects so that we can be disaster ready. And similarly, we can also work on regulation point because without even trying, we can't find the where the problem is. So I think we should act, and we will find the solution.
Thank you so much. So yes, so where do you see the market driving, and just sort of a wrap up of where you see kind of the drone?
No, so the question was, is it the government or are there private companies
Yeah.
who are requesting the data? And I still think it's mostly private companies. So all the nationwide critical infrastructure like telecom, it is not government owned, it is private owned. And they are the ones that are driving the requests to actually create all the digital twins. So I think right now it is the private sector is driving the industry forward, but in the future I'm hoping the government will step in a little bit more.
Thank you.
In our case, government sector is giving the projects and most of the projects. So that government, we can see that government is also adopting this technology quite good.
And you see that growing?
Yeah, it's growing, yeah.
I guess just to wrap up, I'll give a very entrepreneurial answer, and I'll say that you have to be okay with delayed gratification. Often when we get into business, we're expecting results, in the first couple of months or in the first year, 2 years, but even if the government gives you full support, there's still time needed to grow a successful business. So a couple of quick notes that I would just say as you're thinking about how to market and grow your business. There's something called the LEADS system. The L is for locate, understand your audience. The E is for establish your brand, so have your website, have your branding, your ebook, your marketing materials professionally done. So when you're actually presenting to people, they look great. The A is for automate awareness, so create content, talk about your work on LinkedIn, interview people, really get your personal brand out there. The D is for develop relationships. So actually reach out to mentors. There's a session that we're going to be talking about this afternoon about how to find mentors in the industry. DM people on LinkedIn. Say, hey, can we have a 15-minute chat about what you're doing? Establish your network. Go to more events like this. And S is what we've been talking about all day here is scale with systems. The only successful businesses are going to have systems in place. So hopefully that helps.
Well, it depends a lot on what exactly are you really offering in the market. For example, if you're a company which is providing drones for defense, government is the only customer, but there are ample number of use cases out there which private industries are using. So depends what your business model is, where you are going, but it is the most important part is to understand the dynamics on the customer side, because sometimes when you are working with government, the processes to close a deal, to extract the payment could be really long and lengthy. Make sure that your financial modeling has been done to sustain through that. I think it's not important whether you work with government or private, it is important that whether your business models survive the dynamics of the market which you're serving or not. If it is not, you're going to just kill yourself way too early or have a very difficult time running your business. So I think that's more important than anything else.
Yeah, for me at this time, I think the most important thing that we need to nail down is regulations that create an enabling environment. At least in the African context, what we're seeing, the process is very complicated, it's incredibly expensive, there's lots of fees associated with things. So I think that in order for us to get to a place where we can have widespread adoption and we can have thriving drone businesses, we need to figure out how to work with the government to create those regulations, because ultimately drone technology is something that it benefits from economies of scale. So the more flights you're doing, the more operations, the more profitable it's going to be, and the more you're going to be able to drive down costs. So until we get to that point where we have the regulations that support that enabling environment, it's going to be tricky. So I think that's like a key thing to be focusing on.
Thanks. Is there any questions from the floor before we do final wrap up? Yeah. Can we have the microphones, please, at the front?
Hello. So my question is regarding the challenges when we were talking about the challenges. I just want to know, because all of you are coming from different backgrounds and from different regions, so how difficult was it for you to abide by the government rules and regulations?
Did everybody get that?
How difficult was it for you to abide by the government rules and regulations?
How do you stay within the regulations? How do you make sure that you stay legit? Anybody want to talk about that?
Yeah, this is really a good question, let's say. I don't think we have completely, we are working completely with the regulations, because at some point we have to violate the regulations, right? Let's say we especially do the surveys, and the ceiling is given, let's say 400 feet, but we have to fly it on 500, 600 feet. So that I don't think we are completely on the regulations.
Perfect. Yeah. Final comment, I think we're about to be kicked off stage.
I think I'll be very honest. Initially, it was really frustrating, extremely frustrating, because when you're a techie, you have a vision, you see a solution. No, we knew you will ask the question, right? We have to keep the cherry for the last. The cake has been finished, now the cherry comes. So it is frustrating. But I think it is important to keep the perseverance in place, because sometimes you lose your patience way too early before the solution is there. Like at the 99th step, you just need to take that 100th step. So, and also condition your business model according to the regulator. It will be really stupid to not change your business model if you know how your regulations are and how much time it is going to take for regulations to evolve, because that's not the smartest way to operate the business, right? You have to be smart enough to make sure that your business model is not totally dependent on regulations, or you choose your market different. I mean, who's stopping you to take your talent, knowledge to some other geography, build your business, and come back when the regulations are more conducive, right? Just be smart.
Guys, can we have a round of applause for all of the people our speakers on stage? Thank you all. Thank you so much. Look forward to the next session. Okay, I would like to call on stage the Undersecretary of Technology, Mrs. Oh, I apologize. I don't want to destroy this name. Tanuza. Pokhrel. I apologize. Could I invite on stage? I'm so sorry. And we've got the token appreciations. So, do you want to start? We can. We will be giving you something. A round of applause for everybody on the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thanks for the appreciation. So I'd like to call on stage the team that are going to do the robotics, data, and AI, the third plenary session, please.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all are having a lovely good morning. So to start the next session on robotics, AI, and drones, so we'll be having a discussion around the topic on the impact of robotics, data, and AI in drone technology, particularly in the South Asian context, and also around integration challenges, inclusivity, and the future of all these things in the same context. The discussion will also be in the terms of education, application, especially in terms of climate, disaster recovery, and challenges that we have seen on the way and how we are going to overcome those. So to set up all this discussion, I'd like to invite Mr. Uttam Pudasaini, co-founder of Naxa Private Limited, to set up the grounds for discussion and for a brief presentation on the topic.
Hi everyone, good morning and namaste. I am Uttam Pudasaini from Naxa Private Limited. Thank you Nosala for the invitation, and I'd like to thank World Bank for providing this opportunity to share on the topic, on the very interesting topic, how robotics, drone, data and AI contribute to the advancement of the drone. It was great to hear about different examples and applications from different countries in South Asia regarding how drones as a technology is driving different sort of innovative applications. So in my presentation today, I'll try to take you one step ahead. What is the current status in the South Asian context, particularly around this three very interesting and innovative new technology. So what we'll be doing is we'll try to explore how robotics, data, and AI combined together is converting drones from simple flying machines to intelligent agents of change. And I'm using the term intelligence because through the use of AI, drones nowadays are turning into intelligent devices. And as you can see on the slide, enabled by robotics, powered by data, and driven by AI, we are seeing new and new applications evolving, particularly in the drone industry. And if we try to explore this from a very big picture, what I often call as the drone trinity, then robotics, it's like the body of the drone, which makes the drone able to conduct different physical operations. Data is like the brain of the drone, because of which the drone is able to perform different activities. And then AI is sort of like intelligence. So let's now explore what robotics, data, and AI is doing for the advancement of the drone technology. But before doing that, let's try to have a quick look at how these three different elements are evolving in the South Asian context. So if you look in the early 1990s, drone applications were mostly limited in military applications. So back at that time, the robotics, data, and AI component were very in the early stage and mostly focused on military applications. There was no almost non-existent AI-related elements in the drone. But from the year 2005, drones began entering civilian and academic applications. So at that time, we saw drones being able to perform surveying and mapping missions, and they were being experimented for a lot of different research and innovation sort of applications, particularly in the academic domain. But the year 2015 to 20 is particularly interesting because during that time, there were a lot of applications of drones and a lot of applications and also a lot of use cases which were experimented in multiple sectors. And also, if you look at the advancement of AI, particularly in the South Asian regions, during this time, you see a lot of automation sort of applications happening, particularly with the use of the drones. And since the year 2021, there has been a boom in the application of AI, and we see, like, even outside in the stall, we see DJI dock stations and those sort of devices coming in to use in different application sector. So now let me start with the first element, which is robotics, the body of the drone. And as I said earlier, because of the robotics, drones are able to perform different physical operations, like doing the takeoff, hover, land, and also carry different payload. And if we look at the current context of robotics in the drone, then there are three things we need to understand. So because of the advancement in the robotics, drones nowadays have advanced stability and also flight capabilities. It's not very difficult operating a drone because due to the advancement in robotics, they can just do different sort of autonomous operations. There has been a lot of innovation around autonomy. But what I would say is that is particularly limited to the technological side of it. There are some challenges in implementation, particularly in the civilian sector. And the third thing we need to understand why drone as a technology is becoming popular is because it can carry multiple different types of payloads. So the payload can be a camera, it can be a sensor, or it can be like a medical item that is transported from one place to another. So these are basically like the three different advancements in the robotics that is happening. But with this new advancement happening, there are also a lot of challenges. And as I mentioned just now, even though technologically autonomy is there, but civilian applications has there is limited autonomy that is allowed in the civilian sector, considering the safety and operation of the drone. And I just mentioned that the ability to have dynamic payload is an advancement, but at the same time, it's a challenge because a drone can only have like one sort of a payload attached to it. There are very limited drones that can do dynamic payload because of which the application is being limited. And also when we talk about like fixing another sort of a robotic arm to a drone, even in that space, there is limitation in terms of interchangeability of the robotics arm. For example, if I have a drone that can carry some like payload, it becomes very challenging to attach another arm. So that sort of dynamism, if it exists, then it will bring in a lot of new sort of applications as well. Let's try to look at some of the new applications on how robotics are shaping the drone operations nowadays. I gave the example of the autonomous docking devices that are being used in different sectors. So what I see in the future happening is a lot of construction projects and a lot of projects that requires periodic monitoring. We are going to see a lot of these sort of drones being used without human interventions, being able to do a certain mission over a specific area that is selected. The second area where I see advancement in robotics is in collaborative swarms. So nowadays we see drone shows being a part of many events. Just imagine a situation, let's say there is a flooding in southern part of Nepal. So in that context, if we have a collaborative swarm of drones capturing images in the flooding area and the drones communicating to one another and supporting the search and rescue missions, then those are the sort of the applications we want to see evolving with the advancement in robotics, particularly in the humanitarian sector. The third one is around precision payload handling. And there is an interesting example from Nepal where we tried to deploy a drone for medical cargo operation, and because the health facility had such a limited space, we had to implement a precision landing sort of a device. So with all this sort of advancement happening, there is a lot of like cargo delivery and cargo transport sort of applications evolving in the future. Another area which have been a hype for quite a long time is drone-based mobility and public passenger sort of like transportation. I don't think it's going to be a reality in the immediate future in South Asia, but we are seeing a lot of promising startup in India and Bangladesh, and even in Bhutan, like my friend Anuj and the team, they are working on like these sort of drones that can carry passengers. So there are a lot of experimentation that we are seeing happening, but in terms of actual implementation, I think it's going to take some time. Now let's talk about the second component of the drone body, if we consider a drone as a living organism, then the second component is the data, which is like the brain of the drone. And a drone as a technology is becoming popular because it has the ability to carry different kind of payloads and sensors, which results into different kind of data sets, which is helping solve problems in different contexts. So when we talk about data for drones, there are already dozens of examples that we have been seeing since yesterday. So I'll just summarize the key 6 areas, particularly in the South Asian region, where the data is creating a value. For example, surveying and mapping is in number 1, urban planning, disaster risk reduction, environmental conservation. And I found some very interesting examples happening in Maldives, like drones being used for coastal monitoring and this sort of activity. So there is a lot happening with the application of data, particularly in the drone sector. And yesterday we heard from the municipal government in Nepal how they are using drones for house addressing. We heard some example from Namo Drone Didi program in India, how they are using it for pesticide and insecticide spraying. The third component of the drone body is the AI for drones that gives the drone the intelligence. And I'd like to focus more time here because it's all about like what's happening with the input of AI in order to help drones make smarter decisions. And here there are like, again, 4 or 5 different things that I have found very interesting. And the first one, coming from a geospatial background, is the ability of the drones to track and identify objects in real time. And we have seen the applications in transportation sector, the applications in disaster risk reduction and management. So with the implementation of AI and machine learning, we are seeing these sort of examples. And drones nowadays, they can like design their own path. And as the drone is flying, if it finds an obstacle, the drones nowadays have obstacle avoidance mechanism, which makes them capable of changing the flights in real time when they are in the mission. So these sort of like applications are make a drone a very smarter sort of a device. Another interesting example, again from Maldives, is a World Bank Finance Digital Maldives project that I found about. And because of the advancement in the drone, nowadays we are capable of merging data from multiple sources. So you can merge satellite data, drone data, and even data sets from, like for example, Edward yesterday mentioned about how they are combining street imageries with the drones and satellite to generate like city level sort of a 3D mapping. So there were similar sort of examples are evolving nowadays, like merging multiple sort of data sets and then coming up with insights in near real time. So though there are these sort of advantages, there are a lot of challenges, particularly in the South Asian context. So when I talk about challenge, I have to be cautious because in India, we are already seeing a lot of this advancement happening. So this might be a challenge for other parts, other countries in the region. But one of the major challenges that I personally have experienced is fragmented ecosystem. When we talk about like whether it's data or it's about the companies or it's about association, the ecosystem is very fragmented. So because of that, we do not have like a vibrant ecosystem that is promoting and also like advocating for increased applications on AI for drones. Another is the limited infrastructure. So recently, when we worked on Jajarkot earthquake, we are very thankful to Jio Nadir, who provided us with access for processing the drone imageries, but it took us almost 5 days to upload the data online. So even though the technology is there, sometimes due to limited infrastructures, we are not able to utilize the full potential of AI. And also in terms of capacity, again, excluding countries like India, where we have a lot of like human resource capacity evolving, there is limited capacity also that needs to be like where we need to work on. Another thing is, particularly in the humanitarian and disaster management sector, ownership of the data is a major concern. When we talk about AI, who owns the data when you are particularly operating in a, let's say in an earthquake affected community? Is it the community or the local government or you as a drone company? That's a challenge. There is an interesting example. This is not a drone image, but we are working on like global geo AI models and trying to do feature extraction for buildings in Nepal. But one of the major limitations in South Asian context is whenever we try to apply the global geo AI models, we don't have properly tagged, labeled data sets for training the AI models, particularly in the region. So we worked in Nepal and Bangladesh, and then whatever labeled data sets we had was not enough. So we, as a South Asian region, need to work more on creating labeled data sets for the South Asian context so that we can utilize the value technologies like AI is bringing. And again, as I mentioned earlier, talking about the future potential, I would like to see more and more sort of like applications of AI in drones, not just in doing the object identification, but also doing the classification in real time. So let's say there is an earthquake, and then we are able, through the application of AI, like how many buildings are damaged, what is the damage category. And also, I'll quickly give a context. Let's say there is a flooding again in far western part of Nepal. So with the onboard processing capability of AI, what we'll be able to achieve is like almost real-time sort of a data and insights to the ground, to the people who are operating in the ground. So there are a lot of like potentials. There is another example, but I'll skip it considering the time. So coming to the conclusion, I'd like to conclude with 3 points on what South Asia needs to do. And the first point I want to emphasize is we need more South-to-South collaboration. There is a lot we can learn from India, there is a lot we can learn from Maldives, from Sri Lanka, and other examples that we heard yesterday. So I think this forum could be a starting point to engage in the South-to-South collaboration, and we have the Flying Lab Network, where the main core of our existence is to enable this sort of collaboration. First, we all need to work on, as the speaker in the morning rightly mentioned, as the industry, we need to work together with the government to come up with enabling policies, making it easy for the business to operate, and at the same time, making it easier for the government to monitor the activities. Second, we need to democratize data and AI talent. It's about investing on like building more talents, and also I was talking with the Mukesh sir from Civil Aviation, and he was like, mentioning seeing all of these different examples. I think we need to have a South Asian sort of a training academy like African Drone Data Academy that works to generate more talent in the region. And the third one is about strengthening the local innovation ecosystem. And the ecosystem is a diverse thing. It's not just about investing money on generating more talents, but it's also about supporting the local startup so that together we can work on solving the problems of the region. Thank you, and if you have any questions, we can take on. Thank you.
So maybe we can take all the questions that we have at the end of the panel as well. For the meantime, I would request Uttam Dai to actually stay in the one of the seats as well. So thank you, Uttam Ji, for giving such a simplified and interesting sort of foundational knowledge around the topic. And to discuss, although his presentation was much more simplified, I know the topic itself is much more complex when it comes to such futuristic elements of it. So to further this discussion, I would like to invite the panelists that we have here for this panel, starting with Mr. Bikas Gurung, President of Robotics Association of Nepal. I would like to invite them to the panel. Mr. Edward Anderson, Senior Disaster Risk Management Specialist from World Bank. Professor Lafifa Jamal from University of Dhaka, who's also Department of Robotics and Mechatronics Engineering. Mr. Mrinal Pal, co-founder of Skylark Drones. Ms. Nisara Jayasinghis, Senior Surveyor at Suleco Private Limited, Sri Lanka. And last but not the least, Ms. Sadia Habib, Director of Robotics and STEM at Pakistan. Hello? Okay. Yeah, so furthering the discussions that have been led by our Uttam Dai as well in the topic, just wanted to ask if you have any comments onto the presentation that has always been shared, if any of you have any comments to add on to that. Yeah.
Hello. A wonderful presentation from definitely Uttam. Uttam has been in this drone sector for a while now. But from Robotics Association of Nepal's perspective, you know, drone is itself aerial robotics. So, you know, like definitely we might define it, the body only as a robotics, but drone itself is a flying robot that we say. So I think with the flying robots, there is so much of the possibility that might come, and I think it has definitely opened the avenues for the human beings to explore the unlimitedness, and I think that's where the direction would go in this panel. Thank you.
So without much further delay, I would like to start with the questions as well. And to start with something around, let's start with education. And to start the questionnaires, I would like to ask Professor Lafifa Jamal, in terms of academic perspective, how can universities and research institutions foster innovation in the integration of AI and robotics and drone technology?
Yeah, thank you very much. And especially I would like to thank the organizers to have this opportunity to present this as to be in this session, and especially like in this session and for last 2 days. So we have people from academia, from industry, from NGOs, from the governments, from CAs. So it's really a wonderful opportunity for us. And now I come to the question, like it's really, we have very pivotal opportunities, especially from the academia. So to integrate research and innovation in AI, robotics, and drones. And for this reason, actually, we need to take some steps from the academia. So one is the like we need to establish interdisciplinary research lab. So if I say about in the context of my countries, we do a lack of interdisciplinary concepts. So like when I am talking about my department, the robotics and mechatronics engineering, especially the lab opportunity is limited to the students of my department only. So even not with the other students from other departments of my university rather than other universities. So it's actually we need interdisciplinary collaborative research lab. So where the people like from the software engineering side, from AI side, and also from the mechanical engineering. So everyone actually can collaborate and do their research. And another thing is that I think that we need a strong industry-academia collaboration. So it's really important. So mostly we find that yes, the students are doing on some projects. Mostly they are limited to publishing some papers or to get their master's degree or something like that. But in most of the cases, we don't find that it is materialized or used in the industry. So industry-academia relationship is very much important, and also the relationship with the government. So we do have a lot of problems, local problems, that can be solved with drone technology. So if we work closely with the governments, so I think it will open a new window for us. And especially, so Uttam also mentioned that we have some policy level problems. So it's really difficult to work in some areas. Like if I say about my university, it's in the capital city and it's in the heart of the capital. So it's really difficult to work with this drone technology because sometimes we have some policy level problems. And also the problems with the limitation of payloads and other things. So I think for academia, for research purpose, we should have some policies that will actually promote us to do research in drone technologies. So this other thing, and also like, also in my last, yesterday's presentation, I mentioned about the underrepresented group, especially the women. So yeah, we do have a very good gender balance in this panel, and also like in the last 2 days, we are saying this, but actually the scenario is not like that. So we can promote students, especially female students, by giving scholarships, so that we actually have a gender balance in the research of AI, robotics, and drone technologies. And I believe that our advancement not only depends on only the technology skills of the people. I believe that the people who are socially conscious, they are actually can play a pivotal role. So when we're seeing that in the South Asian context, the collaborative work and also like teamwork, this is very much important. So networking opportunity, so it can be explored by the academics, like so that the students, so here I find that there are a lot of students from Nepal actually present here, so they are getting the opportunity to know about this. So actually, so we can, if we can arrange this type of programs in different countries, so that actually the people of the South Asian can have a very good understanding that what's going on in other countries and how they can collaborate with each other. I believe only one people or only one scientist or only one institute cannot do anything alone. So we do have, we do need a collaborative approach.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lafifa. So Uttam also briefly talked about South-South collaboration and everything in the same ground. And Lafifa also mentioned something around gender equality in the field. And Ms. Sadia, who has been a strong advocate of the same thing and also been involved in education, what initiatives and programs are involved in to ensure that there is inclusivity and diversity in the field?
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I would like to thank the World Bank and Nepal government for giving us the opportunity to collaborate and to meet people and to learn from their experiences. And I truly believe that collaboration do wonders. And this platform is, is an example. So when I started off in 2003 with the RoboFort Center for Engineering and Robotics, the idea was not to teach technology to students. The idea was to introduce them to the project-based learning. So it's a term that is called PBL, which is project-based learning, to teach them to use technology in the right way to deal with the real-world problems. So, and I truly believe in diversity and inclusion. I have been working with the DAI to design the STEM curriculum for teachers and schools in Mauritania. And I worked as the international curriculum designer for them. So I have been training different students, I have been inviting different schools, I have been collaborating with the top engineering universities, sending my students to interact with those students. You see, this is a way to giving them an opportunity and a platform where they can integrate different fields of technologies. Also, giving an opportunity to students to explore new platforms. Recently, one of the students, I mentored one of the students who was working on the autonomous drone to detect carbon emission, and we qualified for the Asia Pacific Award for that. So it's about giving him the opportunities, and once a student sees his work live, he actually stops being passive learner. He becomes a creator, he becomes an innovator, he becomes a problem solver. And that's what we actually want, and that's where STEM comes in. So we are actually making them aware of the real world problems, giving them the confidence, enabling them to deal with these problems and to shape the future. So I think diversity and inclusion is something we really need to work on. But yes, there is one thing, as Lafifa mentioned, that funding is required. So there are so many opportunities that sometimes we miss out because of the lack of funding from the government level. So maybe if the government can help us out funding these projects, or funding, or let them go and explore, and maybe South Asian Forum can help us out in that, and we can reach out to some entity. So if we really want to be part of a project, but we lack funding, so maybe we can reach out to this entity, we come to this platform and say, we have this opportunity, we really want to come up and execute this idea, but we don't have the funds, enough funds to support the idea. So maybe this platform can help us in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadia. So coming back to Professor Lafifa, we talked about making sure the education is also in the same standard as the industry. So what kind of skills do the next generation of engineers need to focus on to meet their newest industry standards? And also at the same time, what can we do to ensure that there's equitable access to the knowledge and the skills as well?
Okay, so as it is mentioned that nowadays actually everything is actually dominated by the AI technology. So I think the students need to be skilled with the AI technologies. So not only with the AI tools, but also in terms of different technologies like they can AI optimized algorithms. So actually how they can optimize the AI algorithms, like the obstacle avoidance, also on the swarm robotics, also in the vision. So when we are capturing different type of images through the drones, so we need to actually process those type of images. So we need to get some data from these images. So it's we also need to be equipped with different type of machine learning algorithms, which can be used in like computer vision. So they need to be equipped with this. So I think so not only in terms of software. So sometimes we build the body of the robots or the drones. So the drones are the flying robots. So it's obvious that everyone will not have the all type of knowledge. So it will be a teamwork. Some will be equipped with software-based knowledge. Some will be equipped with like electronics knowledge in the mechanical side. So I think so if we have a good team collaboration, so a team can go forward with the different type of technological knowledge. And also another important thing is like the data security. And data security must be ensured to work with this type of technologies. And also another thing we find missing is that the lack of sharing of data. So no, it's not only in between the cross borders, also like we find that in a same country, sometimes we don't share the data. And in that case, like that the two teams are working in different institutions and they are just capturing the same type of data. So if we have a centralized data server where we can ensure the data privacy and also we can ensure the data will be shared with the designated stakeholders. So actually everything is data driven. So we need to have these technologies so that we can share the data in between different countries, especially for the research purposes. So I think it should be ensured. And also we need a strong soft skill for the collaboration and networking. So whatever we do, networking is very much important. So I think it's really important. And other things that we can arrange different type of hackathons, data-driven hackathons for drones. So it could be in between cross-border technology.
Thank you. So we are here as a very large network from all around the world as well. So coming a little further from the education on the application side of things, I want to ask Sadia around the role of robotics and STEM, in your role of robotics and STEM in Pakistan. How do you see the integration of AI and robotics happening and how it is transforming different industries across Pakistan and also in South Asian region?
So as we have witnessed in Uttam's presentation, amazing presentation by the way, so we have seen how technology has evolved over the years and how things are changing and how we are adapting to this change. Similarly in Pakistan and across South Asia, we have seen how robotics and AI has been shifted from being futuristic to being deeply practical. Just like in agriculture industry, we have been witnessing different examples since yesterday. So we came across agricultural drones where farmers are being equipped, they are being trained to work with the AI-driven drones to monitor the crops, to monitor the water usage, and to spraying the pesticides, and that's the real impact of technology. Similarly, when it comes to logistics, we have seen that delivery drones, they are being covering distances that are hard to reach. So similarly in robotics, when he was talking about robotics for drones, that makes complete sense, because all of these factors integrate together and come up with the best possible solutions. But what excites me the most is that it's not just machines, it's not just technology, it's about people. And it's about our community, it's about training the community, it's about giving them the opportunity to get into new jobs. So this technology is also creating new jobs for our people, for our community. And they are being trained, they are being enabled to make the best use out of it. So they are being trained to use the technology in the right way and to shape up the future. And South Asia is not just adapting to the change, but we are leading it, I would say.
Yeah. Thank you, Sadia. So coming into the more Nepalese landscape, because a lot of our audience are also here from Nepal, I want to ask Engineer Vikas, in terms of how do you see the integration of AI and robotics transforming the Nepalese landscape? And I guess Uttam has already presented a little around the same topic as well.
I think, AI is getting really instrumental in terms of how the overall progression of robotics is happening. Nepal definitely is showing a lot of promise. As you can see, a lot of showcases in our exhibitions. So the direction where the world is going and the direction Nepal is trying to take, there's definitely a gap, but I think Nepal is definitely making its message to the world that we are also trying to build upon our own solutions. For example, Robotics Association of Nepal, with support from UNDP and DCRL, we were able to build this seed bombing drone. And this seed bombing drone that we tested in Baglung and Khotang, we got requested after its successful usage from Bolivia. They wanted to implement it in Bolivia so that the successful implementation that we did can also be replicated there. And definitely Uttam and other teams are also working from Nepal to the other part of the world with different drone solutions. I think that shapes the message that Nepal is definitely showcasing its way. For example, we are also organizing a lot of robotics competitions, definitely in which we have these drone racing competitions, Copter, pesticide spraying drones competitions, and we have been able to bring the representatives from South Asian countries to come and participate. So the ecosystem that is evolving here is also becoming appealing to the global world. And in terms of also the knowledge, I think Nepal is also showcasing a good progression. Definitely on AI, definitely on the robotics arms, and definitely in terms of new technologies like SLAM. These are being implemented in the drones that are being developed here in the country. For example, the VTOL technology that is being now with the Nepal Army. I think that's also a good sign that even the Nepal Army is also using these technologies for their purpose, even for the safety. Also, when we were approached, it was mostly for wildlife, wildlife to chase or to navigate them. So, besides, I think we have also seen progression in terms of how we can also leverage drones for the policy making. To also aware our government people, politicians, how a drone can be used in our own local scene. That's where like the municipalities are using it for the better purpose. We have been continuously awareing our government. The current Prime Minister, KP Sharma Oli, he was able to use our drone to inaugurate his provincial assembly. And then at that time, he was really amazed, because he was using the remote control and showcasing their UML flag. And we have been also able to use such kinds of drone for flower showering. And I think that shapes the whole direction, because it's important to aware these kinds of politicians on what are the applications. Definitely, different examples were already highlighted in terms of landslide mapping. We did some works with the NDRRMA in Baglung 4 years back in terms of what kind of damages were done. And definitely, seed bombing drone, as I already mentioned, we have already used a few examples from NEA as well. This showed a few of their work, right? So there is a really good promise, and these drones now also are being used for the entertainment purpose. For example, during NSL, one of the biggest super league that's also happening right at the moment. Last year, we were able to use the drones to drop the ball and give it to the referee. And this year as well, during the KPOLI Cup, so one of the team from the robotics ecosystem, they were also able to use this customized mechanism to again give the ball. So for this purpose, different prospects has opened, but definitely a long run to go in terms of air mobility that Uttam has already mentioned.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Vikas, for answers as well. So going into more particular applications, Mr. Mrinal Pai, your company, Skylark Drones, provides solutions around the asset management in industries like mining and power lines. So how has AI-equipped drones revolutionized the way that these industries run in terms of data analytics and operations efficiency as well? And if you could share any beautiful use cases around the area.
Sure. First of all, thanks for having me. I'm Rinal Pai. I represent Skylark Drones. We are a drone solutions company based out of India. I also represent DJI, us along with our partner Thakral Corporation. We are exclusive master distributors of DJI for South Asia, including India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, Maldives. I believe DJI in commercial drones is not just a category leader, but a category creator. When it comes to commercial drones, which is drones used for surveying, security surveillance, inspections, crop spraying, logistics, I think inherently the market need is a solution, right? Which is drones, the hardware, specialized industry-specific softwares, and in most cases also services. Training service, after-sales service, drones as a service delivered by service providers. Right? This inherently is the market need for all sorts of commercial drone applications. And when it comes to drones, the software, these are industry-specific and are inherently AI-enabled, AI incorporated. And we see this in plenty of applications across various geographies and definitely more so in South Asia. To cite certain case studies, examples, probably one in which we were directly involved was the National Solar Rooftop Assessment Project that recently concluded in India. This was to conduct a solar rooftop potential of residential commercial properties in 120 cities across India, which is millions of households. And to be delivered in a 3 months short timeline period, right? And this involved flying hundreds of drones. And this, right, involving with the traditional methods of flying a drone, processing a data, digitizing the rooftops, conducting the calculations and everything would require hundreds of people to digitize, to calculate and everything. But this was done, executed within the short timeline because of AI, right? Because you could now digitize the data set in a very short timeline. You could carry out calculations in no time. And this data is already live on the National Solar Rooftop portal in India. And within, say, solar, right, and Uttam mentioned about dock drones. What we are seeing with dock drones is it's totally a game changer for commercial drones, right? Customers who are using drones for, say, asset inspections, were doing it once in 6 months, once in a year, are now doing it every day, right? They're inspecting their solar panels every day, because now this AI-enabled software turn around this data in a matter of minutes or hours, right? And that kind of a transformative phase, a beginning of that transformative phase where the data is becoming more real-time, the hardware is a lot more powerful. What we're seeing with the dock drones or even the manually operated drones are high computational devices, right? With DJI, to cite example, the Matrix 4T, the latest drone, right? The remote controller is a powerful computer, right? And so is the docking station, the DJI Dock 3, for example, right? And we are just at the beginning of that transformative phase in commercial drones.
Thank you so much, Mrinal, for your answers. Ms. Nishara Jasinghe, you also are working as a senior surveyor, and your company Sulika has many applications in different areas as well. So what role does AI play in improving the accuracy and efficiency of the service that you're doing? And what specific applications do you see making real impact in the world?
Good morning, everyone. It's truly a privilege to be here and represent Sri Lanka in this exciting discussion. And if I come to my question, as a surveyor, when we integrating drones in surveying projects at the beginning also, it's a game changer. But believe me, real transformation began when the AI came to the play. And explain like how easy it is to data collection part with the AI and the robotics approach. And when it's come to the surveying, data collection part is not the most hardest part. Actually, the processing part and getting result is the most difficult part. When we processing the data, when we manually processing data, it will take days, even sometimes weeks, when we do it manually. But because we have to separate the vegetation and the ground manually, from all the sections. But when it's come to the AI-based point cloud classification tools, it's really easy actually. It can do within hours. Earlier it took days and weeks, but using the AI-based tools and the tools, it can done within hours. So it's really easy, and as well as it's not save our time, and also it gives the better results as well. And as well as for the digitizing purpose, we can use the feature extraction tools. We can automatically extract the buildings, roads, kind of features very easily using these AI-driven tools. So in my experience, I can say it's really easy, and it reduced the manual data processing more than 50%. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So coming into another application of the AI-powered drones, I want to ask Mr. Edward Anderson, with your experience in disaster risk management across Africa, Caribbean, East Asia, what role do you see AI-powered drones doing in the involvement of in the disaster preparedness and also responses in the regions, and especially in terms of real-time data analytics and decision-making in the disaster risk management?
Yeah, thank you for the question, and thanks for all the panelists and UTM. I'd like to make a general observation before I come specifically to disaster risk. And I think that observation is that successful digital transformation isn't just about new technology and data. We also have to identify the organizational reform that goes with that, the business processes changes, because I think the relationships in the production cycle change when you have new productive tools like what we've just heard with AI. So in the case of drones being a largely consumer tool and the commoditization of a lot of global AI models, you might call them Earth intelligence models that can help you segment features, identify traits, predict crops, infrastructure, buildings, etc. The comparative advantage to sort of experiment with that isn't really in the limited capacity government agencies with a sort of mandate to deliver on business as usual. It's going to be the startups, it's going to be research institutes. So the innovation is sort of outside of government. And the way for government to really take advantage of it is to change a little bit their relationship to these sectors, but also to understand that there's more and more emphasis placed, I think, on reference data locally. If these are global models and if these are consumer technologies available all over the world, the productivity lies in how do you localize the hardware and the AI solution, right? And how do you develop really customized reference data for your use case? Now, in private sector applications, that reference data might be a proprietary good. A business might develop a database of critical crops that they want to provide monitoring services for agriculture and commercial crops, and that's fine. But when it comes to something like disaster risk management, we're often talking about public assets, and we're talking about a public good capability to be able to monitor disaster risk and to be able to have rapid and efficient damage assessment after an event. So in that situation, I see drones and the accompanying AI models that use drone data putting a lot more emphasis on what is critical infrastructure, what are the physical traits and other kind of characteristics that we need to be very specialized at measuring, and turning these into national reference data sets. So, you know, the example I gave yesterday from the Caribbean was about hurricane vulnerability. And in many of these small islands, the national GIS unit will be one person. And the traditional approaches they've been requesting for the World Bank to have an external consultant provide a national base map, a national update to the building footprints, to then characterize those buildings for vulnerability. And this is sort of the solutions coming from abroad. It's coming when there's money. It's coming when they ask for it. It doesn't necessarily come just before the hurricane, so you have a very recent base map that then helps you with the damage assessment. So with the drone and the data program that we did, we really helped national GIS units build reference data that is specific to their housing stock, particularly the low-income housing stock, which looks different in a place like St. Lucia than it does in Florida, and how to then engage digital communities to build models around classifying that stock with new imagery. And I was asked yesterday, so I should mention this, you know, what are those models? Are they open source? Can they be reused? I'm sorry I didn't have the actual slides of the project, but if you go to GitHub and you Google Caribbean resilience AI and World Bank, you should find on GitHub a two-step classification tutorial. So there is a segment anything model, which is around the geometry of the roof types and trained with Caribbean data. And there's a tutorial and there's a code, and you can use that. And the material classification is a convolutional neural network model that is also available that you can follow. So it's two different machine learning processes. But I think the key point here is the reference data becomes a public good from the state or from the government GIS. The models are sort of commoditized, but that's where a lot of the innovation happens. And how do you train it? How do you apply it? How do you qualify it? And we're really trying to, as far as possible, make that an open source process, the documentation, the models, the underlying data sets where we can. So I think governments need to think about what is a public digital good and what should remain a private digital good, and double down their scarce resources on really helping those reference data sets then be a foundation for that ecosystem, and drone users will come up with really good applications and productivity boosts and so on. So the relationship changes, the digital strategy changes, and I think it's a very exciting future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edward, on your answers. So Robotics Association Nepal has also been working in many sectors around disaster management and also in development planning and climate resilience. So how can we support the development of more AI-driven drones solutions in Nepal and in South Asia?
I think the first step is to definitely understand the development of the technologies that are there. And I think the technologies that are there, like Gen AI, especially how like NVIDIA has come across Omniverse and Cosmos, I think, the need for the data that has reduced. And we may not need to train hard now. We may not need to make excuse that we don't have data. So we need to understand what kind of other technologies that are there, such as Cloud Brain, as Uttam presented, Swarm Intelligence. So I think the Cloud Brain concept, which already brings together the super intelligence, we need to identify different applications on how we can have a multi-drones that can work together already on the field. There are already also technologies that can directly go under the water and also fly, such as TGI fish that is developed in Singapore. Why I'm giving this reference is, I think from Robotics Association of Nepal's perspective is, first to transfer the knowledge back to the community. That's how we started. That's how we grew our community. That's how we started training the community. And that's where, when we give the right skill sets to the community, they will start exploring the different avenues. And I think the examples that are set right at the moment gives the direction. Definitely, from Robotics Association of Nepal, we have been constantly working with the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Ministry of Information, Communication and Technology. Now the Ministry of Education, Communication, Information Technology has come up with Digital Nepal Framework 2.0. And unfortunately, it doesn't mention about drones. And I was really surprised that they don't see drones as a Digital Nepal Framework's one of the key components, because one of the important solution or tools to digitize Nepal is drones. And that's where we are coming on board, because I am also the AI Policy Committee member, and today I'm also going for this meeting where we will discuss about these opportunities that are lacking in their national planning. Definitely in terms of the disaster response, back in 2016-17, we worked with this NDRRMA, and then we make them understand that, okay, the mapping is one of the important solutions that can help, make a quick response. During COVID-19, we started this drone rapid response team where we tried to connect together all these drone pilots. Now, definitely, different platforms has came up, but I think Robotics Association of Nepal has played a good role. For the moment, to make the intervention directly into the ground, the structural foundation that lies is a robotics club in the engineering colleges. And in the robotics club, we empower these human resources. And I think we need to go together with them with the latest of the technologies, definitely with the drones. We had them piloting training back in time, and we do trainings a lot. I think that's where the intervention can be there. And the first and foremost things which from Robotics Association of Nepal and the community that we are together here is to also be able to represent in the global stage. Definitely it's a South Asian forum, but to be also on the global stage and bring those technology directly into the ground, just like the fly cart that came into here in Nepal and now being implemented into the Mount Everest. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikas. You already mentioned earlier around government intervention and government's roles as well. And I would like to ask Mr. Edward Anderson, in terms of global challenges in integrating AI in disaster response, what are the key barriers and challenges of using drones for big data and analytics, and how can international agencies and government address the issues around data bias, regulations, etc.?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So, I mean, AI hallucinates, it's not perfect, right? So we put out a paper about 3 years ago looking at the ethical use of AI in disaster risk management. If you search World Bank AI and disaster risk management, you should find it. And it sort of identifies 8 different types of bias that the model can have, starting with the selection bias in your training data. So there's a lot of learning and knowledge sharing that I think we need to do to help users not glorify this technology, but understand its limitations, understand how to set up these models and these systems correctly. And there's many different kinds of bias that you can introduce inadvertently. But then there's also, in a sense, system dependency or explainability and trust. The model might be right, but you may not trust it because you don't know why it's right. So there's issues around that that I think the whole world is wrestling with. How do you qualify an AI model? You know, how do you assess its accuracy? And often we do it relative to humans, which works in areas where humans are very good, but we have in a lot of disaster situations a lot of human error too. When we use humans to classify damage states of buildings, they're not often in agreement with each other that much. So it's important also to understand, I think, your domain, what the state of sort of accuracy is in that domain by humans, to then understand how AI can support that, improve on it or not, and how you might go about validating. So I encourage you to look at that knowledge paper, I think it's called The Ethical Use of AI in Disaster Risk Management by the World Bank. It has a lot of technical explanation for the different steps of constructing a model. But the general point is that I think AI is augmenting kind of local knowledge and expert knowledge. And we shouldn't lose sight of that and just apply AI blindly, right? We need to implement it in conjunction with where we have high confidence that we know how to measure those outcomes. So I'll just leave it there for now.
Yeah. So we talked about data bias and regulations as well. So I want to ask Mr. Mrinal Pai, as the exclusive distributor of these AI drones, what has been the main regulatory challenges that you have faced in terms of integrating AI in drone technologies, and how are you navigating those hurdles?
Sure. When it comes to regulations, I think Edward summed up the issues around AI regulations well. What we see in South Asian market, I think the challenge is largely more around drone regulations than it's just AI regulations. I think technology, what was true 10 years ago, what's true even now, is that technology is definitely leading the regulations, right? Regulations is always catching up to the technology. It's true even now. But I think a couple of things are happening in all the markets in South Asia. One is that the government has now become more cognizant of the applications and the potential benefits of the technology, right? We have seen most countries in this market going from banning drones to being skeptical about drones to now really promoting, being one of the main adopter user of this technology themselves, and gradually but definitely opening up regulations, airspace to drones. And I think what's also been a realization for regulators has been that whatever regulations you come up with, right, including, say, airspace management, segregation, registration, it's easy to bypass any of this for anybody, right? Given that drones are just putting together of common technologies, right? It's easy to put together a drone, right? This used to be a hobby technology just a decade ago. And so the way to look at regulating airspace is also to look at installing counter-drone measures, anti-drone measures, and that's a necessity. And just having a drone regulation will not really solve the core issue for the regulator to manage airspace. And I think this realization is more and more coming. With that, I think directionally, even though I think operationally, all of us as market operators would love easier, simpler regulations. But I think directionally, we are headed in that direction.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mrinal. So we talked about challenges as well, and I want to ask Ms. Nisara Singh around what can be the adaptive measures that we can do to overcome all the challenges and hurdles that our fellow panelists have already mentioned as well.
In my experience, I think one of the most biggest challenge is the lack of clear regulations, and as well as along with the limited access to relevant high quality data, and as well as there is a shortage of technical expertise as well. And the other thing with the AI based approach, that we can't just apply the AI model for our data set, which is developed by another country, because our vegetation pattern, our landscape is totally different from the other countries. So that means we have to develop models which is suitable for our area and our country. So we should encourage, and we should share, we should support to open data sharing, and we should encourage the research to develop models which is suitable for our context, and as well as we should give more opportunities for the local professionals to grow and learn regarding this field. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for your beautiful answers as well. So opening up the floor for any questions that we have from the audience. Please raise your hand so that one of the volunteers, yes, that's a question.
Hello. I have a question. There is an organization in Nepal currently working on technical education and vocational sector, which is called CTVT. And they are planning to develop a course related to drone technology, or the drone surveying and robotics kind of field. And as far as I know, I don't think there is currently any formal education which provides course related to drone. So they are trying to develop a short-term course in Nepal. Like they have been providing different technical education related to civil engineering, surveying, and various other fields. But as far as now, there is no such formal education related to drone in Nepal. So they have contacted me about what kind of course or what kind of curriculum should be developed by CTVT. And I just want to know from you that what do you think will be the type of the course? Like, will it be aligned to the application of drone technology or the robotics side, or the duration? What might be the duration of the course, like from some hours to months, or even the diploma course of 3 years? What do you think will be the best like suggestion from your side? Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess this question can be answered by both Vikas and Uttam as well, in terms of the courses being developed in the country.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I'll try to answer it based on a recent experience I had. So we recently led the Nepal drone ecosystem study. And during that study, we looked into 4 different sectors: how academia in Nepal is using drones, how the private sector is using, how the government, and how the policy scenario is. And during that study, we found out that like multiple companies in Nepal are designing their own curriculum. A lot of it is based on what India has done in terms of like the drone curriculum. But on the government side, there has been no any certified kind of the curriculum that was developed. But recently, there is another project that started, and they are working together with the Civil Aviation Office and other government agencies to develop curriculum around drones in Nepal. And based on my knowledge, they are working on 3 different kind of curriculum. The first curriculum is related to drone flights. So, you know, like it's around drone piloting and how you handle the drone. The second curriculum is around drone data analytics. So it could be like a few weeks course that teaches people around how do you make use of data into different sectors. And then the third curriculum is related to how do you repair and maintain the drone? Because one of the major challenges in Nepal has been more than 1,700 drones have been imported in the country in last 5 years, but we do not have certified repair and training centers. So there are like 3 different kind of curriculums that I think is currently being designed together with 5 or 6 academic institutions in Nepal. And there is already an organization, Dronacharya and Ernst & Young, who are in the hall also. So maybe you can like talk to them afterward and learn more about the process. But particularly talking about CTVT, so we also had a couple of meetings with them from the Nepal Flying Lab. So one of the things that they are trying to do is instead of doing an academic curriculum on drone, they are more focused on like vocational training, like, you know, short courses that get certified by CTVT. So I think by the time Dronacharya and Ernst & Young team, together with the World Bank and Civil Aviation, completes this project, I think we are going to have these 3 different set of curriculums.
I think I would like to add to that. Definitely for the professional drones, as Uttam mentioned, recommendation is good. But I think for the DIY drones, for the innovation side, you know, we need to also have a course curriculum on the assembling of the drones, assembling the drone parts. That's where the innovation comes, what you want to design for the country. And definitely from the CTBT perspective, it's more aligned to the jobs. So professional drones for the videography, image processing, that's perfect. But I think it's also important if you could design 3-4 days of the course where you help these youths assemble the drones. And definitely for the piloting, you know, it definitely takes time. So for that, you might have a activity plan where they do 1 hour of piloting practice, and then that goes for maybe a month. So with all setups that are needed. But definitely, I think there has to be a consultation from the CTVT as well, because as Uttam mentioned, there are organizations who are trying to do the drone certification programs, and definitely the drones-related courses are also being introduced into the engineering colleges. So something to, you know, discuss more and then fix the planning.
Yeah, thank you so much, because I would also like to ask if Ms. Lafifa has anything to add as the academic expert in the panel.
Yeah, so the answer is already given. I would like to add that like 5 to 10 years back, it was like that only the students who are in the technology field, they actually worked with this type of technology. But nowadays, the scenario is all completely changed. So from whatever discipline you are, so you need to be equipped with this type of technologies. So I think so it's really important to be technology equipped for all disciplinary students to survive in these days.
Yeah, thank you so much. So wrapping up the plenary session that we have here today. So we started with a very beautiful presentation and analogy from Uttam around the drone being a living organism and body being the robotics, brain being the data, and intelligence being the AI. And we also got to talk about the academics around the drone technology and AI-powered drones, and also got into different applications, starting overall application in terms of, also in terms of disaster, in terms of climate, in terms of private and public applications of things. And we also got to know around the challenges of the drone technology and what public, government, and all the general audience here can do around the topic of mitigating those challenges and overcoming those. We have understood that this is a very upcoming and very new technology, but has a very diverse sort of applications in all different areas. And taking in the notes from all of this, I also want to ask if Uttam has anything to add to the entire plenary at this point.
Being very mindful about the time, I'll try to keep it within a minute. Most of the things have already been covered, but just like, you know, we started working in Nepal in the geospatial sector since 2014. And one of the biggest challenges, I think, not just in Nepal, but in the whole South Asia, is there is no problem with use cases and pilot projects. We have hundreds of them. Even in our company, we have like hundreds of use cases and projects, whether it's drone, AI, blockchain, or any other new technologies. I think the main challenge lies in how do we institutionalize these sort of new technologies, particularly in low-income countries. And Edward earlier mentioned the main secret sauce of how do you integrate technology is you integrate it with the business process of the government. So I think, like, you know, taking this opportunity that we all are here from the South Asia, I think we all need to work on something regional, which may not be a formal entity, but these regional associations then working together to create proper level data set for the South Asia region, because we have like similar kind of disasters. And with the proper leveling data sets, we can solve the problems with the issues that we talked about earlier, like, you know, whether it's damage assessment or building extraction or others. That's one point. And I think the second thing is there should be more co-learning among the countries. And instead of starting something again in Nepal, there might be a lot of things that has already happened in India or Sri Lanka. So instead of starting it from scratch again, I think we need to like have this more co-learning between the countries so that we can together unpack the potential the technology has.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uttam. So I guess this entire forum also is a call for collaboration between all the countries, all the delegates, all the people in the audience who are also from private, public, government, and different sectors. I think this can be a ground for different sort of collaborations and scaling up whatever has been happening in South Asian and global markets. Thank you, everyone, for the wonderful remarks and wonderful opinions on this topic. So in terms of wrapping up the entire session, thank you very much, and we call it a wrap as well. And to end the session and also provide a token of love to all the panelists that we have here today, along with speaker Uttam as well, I would like to invite Tanuja Pokhrel, Undersecretary of Ministry Culture, Tourism and Civil Aviation, for handling over the token of love. Thank you. So firstly, Mr. Uttam. And Ms. Nisara. Mr. Edward Anderson. Engineer Vikas Gurung. Professor Lafifa Jamal. Mr. Mrinal Pai. And Ms. Sadia Habib. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for being a great audience to this session. Oh, yeah, okay. Photo. We're taking a picture. So next, we're going on a short break, and we'll resume back at 12 for another plenary that we have lined up for today. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you in 20 minutes.
Hi, everyone. I think we're going to get started. My name is Kat James, and I'm excited to be moderating the panel on UTM systems and BVLOS operations, because these are critical components to unlocking the full potential of drone technology. Throughout the event so far, we've explored a wide range of impactful drone applications, from medical drone deliveries to precision agriculture to disaster response. But in order to do all of these applications effectively, we need to be able to fly beyond visual line of sight, or BVLOS. In many countries, one of the biggest barriers to enabling BVLOS operations is the absence of a functional UTM system, or unmanned traffic management system. The challenge, of course, is that building a fully robust UTM system is expensive and complex. Meanwhile, the need for BVLOS operations is here now. So in today's conversation, we're really going to focus on how do we strike that balance. Do we need to develop a full UTM system now to move forward with BVLOS? Or are there alternative paths that we can implement that still ensure safety, scalability, and impact? To get us started, we're going to have our keynote speaker, Konrad Gorski. Konrad is the manager and SME at PwC's Global Center for Excellence in Drone and Geospatial Technologies. He specializes in UAS, counter-UAS, UTM systems, drone regulations, stakeholder engagement, and advanced air mobility initiatives. With experience across geographies, he supports public and private clients in strategic development related to drone technology. Konrad is also experienced in collaborating with development organizations such as the World Bank to support drone ecosystem development in emerging regions. So we're going to welcome Konrad virtually. Thank you.
Even remotely, I'm happy to be together with you today. So let me start with the presentation. Let me share the screen so you can see my presentation. I believe that would work. All right. Shall I share it on my site? Is that visible? Okay, so let me start with the presentation. As Kat mentioned, I'd like to focus a bit on the UTM systems and the idea behind it, and maybe just to start and let you know why I am here and actually what we do as a team and what perspective I bring today is at PwC we have our Global Center of Excellence, the Drone Powered Solutions, and we fully focused on the different kind of technologies around drone industry with various perspectives, but including unmanned traffic management systems, as well as the urban air mobility and advanced air mobility. We mainly focus on regulations and strategies and working with different stakeholders on drone delivery, drones for good, air taxis, or advanced air mobility, as well as UTM and EU space in Europe, as we call it. And we mainly provide strategic advisory. So today I would love to share with you a few insights and our view and perspective on that market. So looking at the key trends that shape the UAS industry today, as we see it and as we observe at majority of countries and geographies across the globe, is that the professional drone solutions and the pace of adoption has accelerated significantly in recent years. So there are a few clear and important trends and challenges that needs to be observed. So first is a UTM, the Unmanned Traffic Management System. So we have a growing number of drones, but as Kat already mentioned, it's not imperative to have a fully implemented UTM system to push the industry forward. What we actually need is a well-organized baseline of basic services. Another one is the long-haul and autonomous flights, and it's both on the technology side and regulations that often lag behind the technology developments. However, the possibilities that the drone platforms bring are significant today. On the other front, it's drone deliveries that will most likely drive the volume of operations in the future and urban or advanced air mobility for passenger transport, be it short haul or regional. On the side, we also have the maturity of production and implementation of technologies. We see more and more machine learning and AI technologies in data analysis automation, but also unmanned technology operations. And of course, the liberalization of regulations. The industry would like to innovate, and there needs to be the space for them to actually innovate and move things forward. On the number of drones, we also publish a lot of industry reports, and based on our market view, the airspace in the next years will undergo a really critical and substantial change, and the number of drones will increase significantly. This trend is clearly visible, and everyone across the globe expects it. So in our view, by 2029, there will be more or less 28 million drones in operations. It's really a significant number that will make the low altitude airspace congested. The market growth in terms of all drone services will grow by that time 2 times, with quite an impressive growth of 14% averaged a year. So we expect this market to grow really quickly, and it's a really significant challenge, especially for the regulators and public stakeholders such as civil aviation authorities and air navigation service providers, to make this growth sustainable and to make airspace safe and well integrated. On the UTM definitions and understanding side, I think that UTM is a very multifaceted term, and it can be associated and it can be understood in multiple ways. It can be associated with various meanings and perspectives. So, for instance, you can think first about the ecosystem, where we have the drone operators, of course, who needs to fly the drones and use and have access to UTM services. But then we have ministries and all the government agencies like infrastructure, transport, digital affairs, telecommunications, aviation, of course, and so on. Then the 2 key stakeholders that are quite universal across various countries and geographies, which typically are civil aviation authorities and air navigation service providers, sometimes working together, sometimes working a bit separately, hand in hand. Then we have the military stakeholders. We observe it here in Europe because of the war situation in Ukraine. The cooperation with military air services is also critical. Then, depending on the country, it can be local and federal administration. And last but not least, we have different service providers that will actually build the services, the UTM systems, the supplementary data providers, telecoms, providing their infrastructure and connectivity to the system. We all, or they all together, build this ecosystem for the future, and it should be also understood as part of the UTM effort. On the functions, it's mainly safety for the manned aviation to make things work together, and commercial aspect for unmanned aviation to actually be able to provide the service with drones in a safe and sustainable manner. On the roles and services, there should be, and typically there will be, a centralized CISP or FIMS, depending on the region, so the central mind behind all this UTM system, versus the market-oriented service providers that will deliver different kind and tiers of the services. Of course, in Europe, we have use-based services. There's a specific structure behind that, but each region and each country, be it FAA in the States or use-based in Europe, Australia, Canada, also we see a lot of initiatives in Asia and the Middle East. The structures can be different, but the frameworks and the benchmarks are becoming more clear. And on the system side, the technical side, of course, is the core UTM that needs to be delivered at some point. It's mainly for the ANSPs to care about it. We also have quite a robust view on the circular nature of this UTM, and we like to think about it as a demand-driven thing. So it's an interconnected nature of multiple factors, and we believe that advanced air mobility, mainly with drone deliveries and passenger flights, will drive the demand for the UTM in the future. So starting from the gray element, we start here with the AAM as a scale provider. I mean, in the future, the long term. Then, in order for all this to happen, there's a necessity of BVLOS-driven regulations. So we need to have long-haul and potentially autonomous and automated flights in the future. But in order to have that, we need to have BVLOS dependency on UTM. So to enable BVLOS at scale, there must be at least the foundational UTM services baseline, not everything at once, but just a baseline that will allow operators to fly BVLOS. Then we switch to systems and infrastructure, and this establishment of UTM requires integrated systems and a lot of communication and organization between different stakeholders. Then we go to demand for drone services. So there needs to be a business viable and financially sufficient scheme about clients wanting to utilize and buy the services. And finally, we have the UTM financial sustainability. So of course, UTM would be most likely partly public effort, but it needs to be financially sustainable in order to drive the whole circle. So on the advanced air mobility side right now, we believe there are a few key elements or solutions that need to be deployed, starting from transparent legislative solutions, then the R&D projects, implementations, testing, for instance, the CSAR joint undertaking here in Europe, just as an example, then the efficient airspace management systems that in an ideal scenario in the long term should be somehow integrated on the UTM and ATM side. It's not that easy technically, but they should at least speak to each other at some point. Also a safe and certified VTOL platforms. This is a long-term play, but we already see it happening, both for the cargo drones, heavy cargo drones, and also the passenger eVTOLs. And the last one, ground infrastructure, and it's both for vertiports, the passenger flights, but also delivery stations, logistics hubs that can be heavily automated in the future. So the question again here is, can we test and deploy these solutions without the full readiness of these elements? Yes, we can, and it's happening across the globe. We observe it. We can leverage the current regulatory frameworks and do a lot of things within these regulations already. But the ultimate goal would be to develop and have all these elements ready in the future. There's also a few public concerns and risk associated with AAM that we observe across the globe, like noise and visual pollution. People sometimes don't want to fly, don't want to have this drone delivery drones flying over their homes and so on. Is the safety thing, the privacy. On the risk side, people see the potential reduction of jobs, environmental protection, and even the affordability of the service. So it should also business-wise should be affordable to as much people as it can. There are a few benchmarks and leading organizations across the globe. The list grows bigger, but let's see, we have the two main frameworks that are being developed right now. The first one is led by EASA here in Europe. Then individual member states are implementing it. For instance, Poland with PANSA and their UTM systems, basic line, but it's already happening. Then we have the FAA in the US, and we have ICAO also bringing potentially in the future some standard ways of implementing the systems in terms of UTM and AAM. There's also Canada, Australia. We see a lot of things happening in the Middle East, and of course here in Asia. That is also the topic of that forum. This is a very dynamic scene. If you would like to see more insights and our perspectives on the market, and we have a perspective on the global market, feel free to go to pwc.com/drones. You will get a full report on the UTM. I'm very happy to share it with you. Please go through it. We also will deliver you with more reports in the future. And conscious of time, I would just like to thank you so much. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to speak to you today. I wish you a great forum and a great conference and a pleasant rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Conrad. And with that, we're going to welcome the rest of the panelists to the stage. So we're going to start with Mr. Ankit Kumar, who is the founder and CEO of Sky Air Mobility. Mr. Harishi Balal, co-founder and lead developer at Open Skies Aerial Technology, OpenUTM. Mr. Ajun Pradhan, CEO of Aerotech Bhutan. Mr. Muhammad Alaf, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation. Mr. Mukesh Raj Dahal, Air Traffic Controller, Civil Aviation Authority, Nepal. And joining us virtually, Mr. Rakesh Shratha, the researcher at the Resilient Research Institutes of Sweden. Thank you. And would it be possible to also get Rakesh up on the screen, or is it only when he speaks? Only when he speaks? Okay. Great. Well, to get us started, we're going to go through and get a quick 2-minute intro from each of our panelists. So, Ankit, if you would like to begin.
Thank you, Kat. Good morning to all of you. My name is Ankit Kumar. I'm the founder and CEO at Sky Air. Sky Air is from India, and we were sort of writing a book into the future of mobility on how things are being done and how things should be moving from A to B, starting from logistics and eventually aerial taxis and every other thing that today India is poised to grow over and sort of try to bring in forward. We are also, there's no data around it, but we are also the largest drone delivery company in Asia outside of China. We have been doing deliveries in multiple cities, in multiple rural areas, semi-urban areas, carrying medical samples, medicines, e-commerce items, and quick commerce items in cities like Gurugram, which happens to be the first one in the world to adopt drones to that extent. We did about 1.2 million deliveries in the past 1 year. And by the need of it, we went and we developed our own UTM, which was launched by our Minister of Road and Highways and Transportation in India in 2023, enabling everybody in the country, every drone operator, every pilot in the country to start utilizing and getting those data fronts, which we'll deep dive in more detail towards the session. But the need of it to conduct more and more flights and to do deliveries in a semi-urban to urban environment created the UTM, which could cover up or which could mitigate the risk which are associated with the ground and air both. And today, our UTM is fueling and having access with over 4 to 5 air traffic controllers with whom we are coordinating on a regular basis. And we're trying to upscale that as well in the country. And looking forward to this entire session.
Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rishi, and I run a company called Open Skies, and I'm also the founder and the technical lead for what is known as the Open UTM project. Open UTM, as you may know, is a project on GitHub. We now have UTM standards, and Open UTM implements it. So my work is in the intersection of aviation regulations, and drone technology. Because it's open source, Open UTM is used really in 3 or 4 ways at this moment. BVLOS is coming. We don't exactly know when, but it's coming soon. So Open UTM is used by operators who want to operate BVLOS or have an interest in BVLOS operations. It is used by companies there. It is also used by a lot of research institutes who want to do research on UTM, who have to understand how UTMs work. In addition, nowadays you have courses on things like AAM and advanced mobility, and so they need to understand what UTM is, so Open UTM is used there. And finally, Open UTM is of interest to regulators as well, because at the end of the day, aviation is a safety-focused system, and when somebody says, I can deconflict, I can do UTM services, regulators need some assurances that this indeed does what it says it does. And therefore, we are really talking about digital services and digital aviation. Tools like OpenUTM can help in verification, monitoring, audits of the airspace. And so, as Conrad mentioned, it's a growing field. BVLOS is coming. And as far as this conference is concerned, I'm also on the board of directors for an organization called the Global UTM Association. And so it's an association of all the companies doing UTM activities. GUTMA is the name. So if you have an interest in that, please come talk to me about that as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Anuj Pradhan from Bhutan. By education, I'm an aerospace engineer specialized in UAV technology and rocket propulsion. I'm currently serving as the CEO and also the co-founder for Aerotech Bhutan and managing director for Bhutan Flying Labs. At Aerotech Bhutan, we leverage drone technology in various industrial application sector. And also we provide, human capacity development trainings to various government agencies. We have research and development sector, and also handle the supply chain management for DJI in and around the country. As managing director for Bhutan Flying Labs, we are basically focusing on the, having drones for good, for the community, encouraging the local talents, and also giving back to the community. And additionally, I'm also the entrepreneur in residence in Bhutan for Lemon Ideas India, and also the secretary to Yangboom community-based organization in Bhutan. So there are so many things that we have been doing in Bhutan, and then it's always about giving back to the community. And Aerotech indeed was born out of the vision of His Majesty, the King, to digitalize the country. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mohammad Afla. I'm from Maldives, and I'm the Deputy Minister for Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation in the Maldives. The ministry is looking after the civil aviation authority in the Maldives, as well as Maldives Airports Company, and we look after the regulations and the laws of the traffic in the Maldives. So UTM is collaborated with the civil aviation and the Maldives Airport Company, as well as the Maldivian Defense Forces. So we look after all these things through the ministry.
Good morning, namaste. My name is Mukesh Rajdal. I'm working in Civil Aviation Authority of Nepal since 21 years. And I work as an air traffic controller around 12 years, in 10 years in Kathmandu Tower and 2 years in the remote area, Jumla. And after that, I am currently working in the airspace management and ATS affairs in headquarters, Civil Aviation Authority of Nepal. So, and regarding the drone technology and the UAM, I was the member of this current, SOP or the manual of this made by Ministry of Home Affairs in Nepal. So we made this in 5 years back, and currently this is the only one, regulations in Nepal, and that is one document. And we started the unique identification number also to verify the drone and to maybe to identify if somewhere it will found. So that is my background. So we'll see again. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Rakesh, can you unmute yourself and give your intro?
Yes. Thank you, Kat and organizers. Namaste and good morning. My name is Rakesh Shrestha. I'm Senior Research Engineer at RISE, which is in Sweden. It is a government-owned institute. Before joining RISE, I did my PhD and postdoctoral in South Korea, where South Korea has a drone test bed. So I was working in UAV as well, this unmanned aerial vehicle, and designing the airspace management. I have industrial and academic experience of more than 1.5 decades. I had also worked as a mobile switching center engineer at Huawei. I am currently a senior IEEE member and have expertise in autonomous vehicle as well as aerial vehicle, including cybersecurity and machine learning. My work on UTM and UAV are mostly focused on airspace management, traffic management, communications such as beyond 5G and 6G, and UTM architecture design based on non-terrestrial communication. I also have ISO 26262 road vehicle functional safety qualification and wanted to utilize a similar kind of functional safety in unmanned aerial vehicles because I haven't seen a similar kind of safety, functional safety in UAVs until now. And because my background is in research, so I have designed automotive safety integrity label type of safety integrity label for these unmanned aerial vehicles. I'm mostly interested in unmanned aerial vehicles, personalized aerial vehicles, and cargo aerial vehicles for last mile delivery. So Sweden is also the first country to implement this heart-related rescue system to save a 70-year-old person in 2020. So I think this drone forum will be very helpful for me as well as for all of us. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Now we're going to shift into the discussion portion. And so we are lucky to have a diversity of backgrounds and experiences here. So in this section, it's going to be conversational. And we want to kind of dive in to go a little deeper of what we're talking about here. So in Conrad's presentation, he talks about the basic foundational levels of the UTM system that is needed to enable BVLOS. Can we get a little bit more specific for the audience of what are those core key components and elements that you see valuable for BVLOS, and maybe what elements are not essential at this time? So Ankit, I'll let you take the floor with that.
Sure, thanks. I'll talk, so there are two elements to this, right? There's a regulatory side and there is a consumer side, which is the drone operators who are going to use this on a regular basis to ensure that the flights are done in a more safer manner. And the regulators have to ensure that there's full compliance to the regulations and the airspace is very safe and segregated with respect to the other manned aviations which are taking off shape. So let me talk more from the consumer front or the drone operator front, because that's been the genesis of what we built as Sky UTM. So when you see there are three key elements to that: planning, accessibility, and monitoring. When we come to planning, as an operator, I need to have a very high level of understanding about each and every data point, which can be terrain, which can be the population, which can be the telecom, where are the blind spots which might come in, and which might disrupt the flight which is taking off, going 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, etc. We have done 104 kilometers BVLOS flight as well, which is a world record in itself, carrying medicines in one of the corners of the country. And, the key challenge which starts coming in is about the disconnect which you have during that particular flight. We had about 94% time the telecom connectivity. So you need to change your route over there. And it becomes very crucial from a planning stage, how you're planning your entire mission. If you want that same airspace to be utilized for two-way traffic, you need to ensure there is good amount of vertical and horizontal separation, which is within that particular airspace. Moving on to that, there's a terrain which plays a very vital role when we think about flying in urban environment or semi-urban environment, because it keeps on changing. You have buildings, you have telecom towers, you have power lines, etc. going through. There's a tremendous amount of challenges which comes in that direction. And you have a better amount of terrain data, which typically, we have searched for it and we didn't find anybody else. And that's where we went and we created our own 3D map of the entire city, having precise level of elevation of each and every building in a place like Gurgaon, which we carry, and that's the amount of data which basically goes in, helping you to design a path, helping you to design an air corridor, which is safer, which is more viable, and which is free from any form of static obstacles. There can always be a dynamic obstacles, a bird flying in the corridor, a kite flying in the corridor, etc. Leave it on the equipment, because the detect and avoid systems on the drones have to then act in those circumstances. So that's the planning phase of it, which is super critical. And when you go with that amount of data and build a pathway on how you're going to fly from A to B, I think that instills a lot of confidence in the regulators because you're backing your story with a lot of data, which is coming into the UTM platform, and you're able to utilize those data from the UTM platform and build your flight plan. The second piece of it is accessibility, which is permissions to the airspace, etc. Now, in India, it's all divided into 3 zones, red, green, and yellow. Green is where you are permitted to fly. Yellow is where you need to do coordination with the air traffic controllers, additional layers of approvals. And red is a prohibited zone, but still, if you want to fly, you're working for a government, you want to take additional approvals, you can go and take additional approvals. Now, as you go more towards the red, the complexity of the airspace becomes much higher. And then it requires a lot of data points to validate what you want to do exactly, what the mission is all about. If you're flying in a green zone as well, there's a lot of coordination which goes on with the ground authorities. So even when they are aware about it, so we built the entire infrastructure in such a manner that you have a good planning which is done. The information is passed on to the regulatory authorities, may it be the civil aviation, may it be the defense, may it be the ground authorities, which in this case becomes the police and the district administration. And when all of these authorities have got enough amount of data points and they validate and they approve any single flight which is to take off, then you go to the third part, which is the monitoring, that a drone is taking off, going from A to B, it's following the path which is given. There's a strategic and there is a dynamic deconfliction that you can try to do, although it's not required at this point of time, but more drones take out to the sky. You need to go into the deconfliction module. And deconfliction, a lot of people, as Conrad was saying, a lot of people say about that we have a deconfliction module, but in reality, there are very few companies which have got the deconfliction module. How do you test a deconfliction module? Unless you want to send 2 drones towards each other and ensure that both of them are going to deconflict. How the entire logic works. And I think for us, it was more of need-based because we had to fly numerous drones. We have a fleet of 33 drones. We have to fly numerous drones in a particular airspace. And when we do that, there are chances that we are utilizing the same airspace with a certain separation which needs to be on vertical and horizontal board. We have done that, flying a drone at 60-meter altitude and a drone at 120-meter altitude in the same direction, in the opposite direction, testing out the deconfliction module as well. And a lot of times it worked, a few times it didn't. And those are the things which basically goes in. So I think these are 3 critical elements. And bestowed on that, I think it develops and builds more confidence even with the regulators to understand and build more use cases based on that. Now, today, Sky UTM, with our own captive requirements, we're conducting about 30,000 flights in a year in different geographies for government, for semi-government, for private sector. And these 30,000 flights, data, pulling it all together, we built Black Box, which is capturing 255 parameters of the drone. At any given point of time, and it's relaying and building up the trail on how the drone has gone. So in case an incident happens, people talk about the good missions, but there are bad missions as well. And in case an incident happens, you can always refer back to the trail and to the log, which is there in the UTM system, and see what went wrong, what was the reason behind this cause, whether it was a weather challenge, et cetera, et cetera. And I think there's a lot of comprehensions which can be built. We all can agree that we don't have a perfect system which exists today. It's a very evolving ecosystem which is right now. And with more data, more time, and more exchange of data between the OEMs, between the operators, things are going to become much, much better. So it's an inclusive, diverse ecosystem which is evolving and which is taking shape in that particular manner. That's my take.
No, thank you. I think one point that I'd like to drill down on, I feel like we often think about UTM systems and we think about the technical aspects of it, but I like that you also highlighted the separation of airspace, the other things that we can incorporate. So I'm just curious to know that when you were determining the separation of airspace and some of those types of tactics, was that something that your organization defined, or was that something you worked with the regulatory body to define?
I think the ceiling altitude is defined by the regulatory body, which is 120-meter AGL in India. And how we separate 2 missions is something that we define ourselves. If you ask me today, most of the drone flies that we do, every 3 months, there is a different SOP which we are following. Because it changes. There's adverse weather conditions. There are national security circulars around the 15th August and 26th January, which comes out. You can't fly during those times. There are VIP moments of ministers which happens where you have jammers on their vehicles, which can, in fact, which can interrupt the connection that you have with the drone. So there's a lot of upliftment, there's a lot of upgradation which is required on the tech. We use radio frequency as the primary mode of communication. We changed it later to the 4G, 5G. We encrypted that to ensure that there's limited amount of infringement which possibly could happen. Yeah. Okay, we can't say that is a 100% foolproof system, etc., which exists today. So I think from those perspective and those learnings which came our way when we started flying in, that is where we started building up these modules into the UTM system. Most of the UTM systems do not carry that much amount of thing. For a simple reason is because the technicalities and the airspace part is more considered. The ground risk is limited to the extent of consideration which is taking place over there. I'll give you a short example, like how we innovated with the weather API. You find that most of the UTM companies take weather data from a simple weather API which comes in. Now, a lot of time those data is not effective because what you're flying is at 120 meters. The data that you're getting is probably at 400 meters, 500 meters altitude, how it's changing, how the wind pattern is changing. And weather has got, I would say, weather has got 70% inclination towards how it can impact your flight and how it can impact your mission. It can be a gust wind, the wind patterns, how it can sway the drone, reducing the, in times of fog, which happens during the winters in India to a large extent. The QNH, the atmospheric pressure, goes up drastically. Now, what is the impact of that on the motors, on the drone is that if a drone is able to carry, let's say, able to cover a distance of 20 kilometers on a single charge, it was barely able to pull through for 4 kilometers. So that much, how much amount of energy was being drawn by all the motors in that particular context. We set up a SOP that above this QNH, it's not safe for drones to fly. And there are a lot of things, and we built in those entire thing into the UTM system so as to ensure that we have much better data which can come in. We accessed 750 ground mini weather stations in India now, which we have access to, which are on rooftop of my house, different people's house, etc. And those weather data that we get in real time are further analyzed to predict whether in this window when we are planning to do a mission, is it safe or not? So if it's predicting, if the weather engine is predicting that 1 to 2 I can't fly a drone, I'll shut down the drone operation and it'll move to the road operations.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm curious, so back to the original question, what are the core components that are necessary to enable BVLOS operations? I'm curious if any of the other panelists have different opinions or things that you want to add. Feel free to grab the mic and contribute.
Let me start with, firstly, UTM is not one thing. It's not one product. It's a set of services that you enable in the airspace. What that really means is that you can pick and choose what you want to enable. You can start small and then grow. So in this case, let's talk about the hardest thing as far as UTM is concerned in the near term. And the hardest thing as far as UTM is concerned is integration with ATC. That's the hardest thing. And the question of why is it so hard? And the reason is ATC, at the end of the day, is a man-in-the-middle system. The traffic controller is in charge. And UTM is a digital system. So you're trying to merge a man-in-the-middle system, which is, let's say, 100 years old. Some would argue 50 years old. It depends on your perspective, with a digital system. And so integration with ATC is the hardest thing that UTM has to tackle. Now, the question then becomes, what else can you do? And so then you start small and slow, and you manage the airspace in different ways. And so the point being, as far as the easier things are concerned, we have some answers. People have said that remote ID, for example, as a UTM service is an easy thing to do. We have some standards for it, so we can enable that. Flight planning is some other UTM system service that is easy to manage. We have standards for that. We have geozones, geofence, red zones, green zones. That is, let's say, relatively straightforward. We have standards for that. And so the point is, you start to think of UTM in a systematic way, with the hardest thing to be tackled perhaps down the line. You don't run immediately, you crawl, then you walk, and then you run. So you start with the crawling, and we have some services that are already, people have said that they would enable you to crawl, with the ATC integration being the running.
Yeah, my concept about the core components and then the functionalities that every UTM system should have is kind of coinciding about what he mentioned. What we feel is that while I was doing the UTM system project back in Bhutan, so I got this opportunity to read out and have the literature text review of so many publications. So even GUTMA was one of the publications that I went through, and also the ISO standards, which is 23629 chapter 5, which talks about all the international standards that any UTM system should have. So at the time, what I felt was like every country has their own set of regulation, and then also depending on the airspace design that they have, UTM system can be designed as per that. So for now, if I compare the drone operation in Bhutan's airspace and India's airspace, it's totally different. Because Bhutan, we only have around 272 registered drones, and then they don't even fly, there won't be any kind of multiple operations at the same time. So I don't really have to put that function to have a so accurate tactical conflict management for that case. So those type of functionalities can be omitted. But yeah, I can say that maybe 5 to 10 years down the line, we might have thousands of drones operating in this airspace, and then we might need to have that. And as you mentioned about the complexity in integrating the ATM air transport management data to the UTM system, it's what I believe to be the hardest part to be a functionality in every UTM system. In addition to that, what I feel is integration will be easier only if the portion data of the drones operating in the airspace can be given to the ATC. Because ATC is actually the central point in every aviation industry that will be getting all the aviation-related data. Then it will be circulated to the other agencies, other organizations who are regulating the airspace. So I feel that in the earlier stage, depending on the airspace design, maybe the import permit functionality, the flight operation permit functionality, and maybe the drone registration functionality will be the three most important thing to be included as a functionality for the UTM system. In the later part, in the more advanced category, I can say that unmanned aircraft identification, unmanned aircraft tracking system, maybe, and the RIT will be one of the key functionalities in the UTM system. Yeah.
I do think that you highlighted an interesting point, though, about how in some ways it needs to be context specific. Of the baseline requirements for Bhutan might be different from India because the number of drones flying in your airspace are so drastically different. So you might have more intense requirements than Bhutan does at this time, and so you don't necessarily want to prevent BVLOS operations and wait for all these requirements when it's not really necessary in your context. I would be curious from a Civil Aviation Authority perspective, when you're thinking about enabling BVLOS operations in the Maldives, are there any key requirements in terms of UTM that are important to you all?
Yeah, exactly. In the Maldives, it's totally different from the rest of the Asian countries because Maldives islands are scattered with 1,100 islands. So it is separated. Each island is separated from any other island. So it's one island, one council we have. So what I believe is that we have to transportation challenges, huge challenges, because 99% of the Maldives is the water, sea. So we used to do the transportation by the speedboats, by the local ferries or things. Now we have the seaplanes. That is the best mode of transportation in the Maldives. So as for the UTF, of course we have the challenges to get integrated with the air traffic control. And since we have like 90 plus seaplane floating platforms in the Maldives, and the seaplanes are operated with VFR. And of course, with this current situation, we need to be very careful to use the UTM system. And for that reason, we are using 3 ways to get the, of course, a lot of people are using, especially the Maldivians, which we are based on tourism, and all the tourist resorts, they use the drones for their advertisements and their shows. So for each and every drone that has to be used in the Maldives has to be get the permit from 3 different authorities. One is from the Maldives Defense Forces. The initial permit you have to get from the Defense Forces. And after attaining that permit, with that permit, you have to apply from the civil aviation. So, and then, only then, the civil aviation will give the permission to operate it. And apart from that, they have, with that permit, they have to apply a map, a chart, exactly the location they will be using the drones, and also they will not be able to fly above 50 feet. And these are the challenges we are facing right now in the Maldives. So we are trying our everybody from the local councils, local governments, and in the ministries, and also the other stakeholders to get the integrated the UTS in the Maldives system.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And Mukesh, we're going to slightly pivot in terms of, coming from the background of being an air traffic controller. I'm curious to know, what do you think is the reality of this integration, or do air traffic controllers have the capacity to be these middlemen in offering UTM services? And if so, like, what kind of tools and what kind of components do you think that air traffic controllers need to have in a UTM to be successful?
Thank you, Kat. Yes, as a air traffic controller, and if you ask, and I think I am also a traffic controller 10 years back, not in working position, but I am in the policy level. Anyway, if we visit in any control tower around the globe, and if you ask for the air traffic controller about the drone, I think they don't want to even hear about the drone. So this is the hazard for the air traffic controller. Yes, they think, yes and now. But the situation is changing. Technology is coming. So evolving this technology, we cannot avoid this. So as an air traffic controller, we have to cope with this new challenge. So for this, we have to manage the airspace, what we have, for the aviation purpose as an unmanned vehicle purpose. So in that case, I think we have to get this is all for the safety, right? Finally, what we are talking about is all for the safety, right? So for this, to get the safety, I think we have to go for the few strategies to to mitigate the problem. So I think the first is we have to make the boundary. The boundary is the operational volume for the drone. So if we make a boundary, then the air traffic control and we will be ensured about that particular place. That boundary is the operational volume for the UAV, right? So this is the one strategy. Next strategy will be maybe the operation with the chronology. Like suppose in Nepal case, most of the hilly region airports will be closed in afternoon. Only morning time we can fly there. Otherwise, if we increase our wind, then we cannot fly. So what time of a day, maybe after 12 o'clock or something like that, that chronology would be another strategy. And another strategy could be the time of exposure. Time of exposure, suppose our route is, suppose Kathmandu to Pokhara, there is a route, air route. So aircraft will follow this route. So UAV corridor or flying or UAV flight, what time we will be exposed in that route. So we can calculate this to separate the traffic and the UAV. That could be for the UTM, basic UTM system. If you go for the BVLOS, visual light up side, then you have to do more. You have to do more preparation, more technology. Suppose if you are going beyond visual, then you have to equip your drone with more equipment, like in aircraft, like you have to at least the cheaper one, ADSB, maybe ADSB, or sensor, or you have to, maybe if a big drone, then you can get a BHF, or something like that. Or you have to be a detect system to where is the drone and what is the maneuver, like using AI. Using AI, you can detect the maneuver so that what will be happen that if we can detect, then we can guide them again for the next programming. So for that, we have to install the new equipment from the industry side also. They have to prepare drone for the equipped with this equipment. And for the civil aviation or the government side, they have to install some equipment like radar or in the sky we can connect with the satellite by the sky or the ground in the some equipment in the radar or both. Both we can mix both also. So that kind of strategy will be, if we follow, then we can make the airspace easier for the airplane also and for the unmanned aircraft also.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Rakesh, virtually, I want to give you a chance to respond to that question as well. If you have anything to add about the core components of UTM to enable BVLOS.
Yes, actually, I agree with all of the panelists. And to add up more, like because this beyond visual line of sight flight has some challenges. So in coming future, 5G beyond 5G and 6G will fulfill this criteria by applying this non-terrestrial features. 6G has this non-terrestrial feature which help to communicate with UAVs to UAVs, UAVs to UTM, and then UAVs to the satellites. So the beyond visual line of sight can be done to a last mile delivery of the drone or to its destination. And if you allow me to share my screen, then I will. Can you see my screen to add up with the?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah. To add up with the management of airspace and safety level, because drone while flying over the population, there is always a risk of safety to the people on the ground, and if it is a personalized aerial vehicle like PAV, then there is a risk and safety to the, we should consider safety to the passenger in the PAV. So I designed the safety level for different kinds of UAV. I quickly discuss about this technical capabilities level. Actually, the technical capabilities level from 1 to 4 is from NASA itself. So I did my research and tried to separate these technical capabilities based on the drone types, weights, their flight distance. And then here you can see like if there is small drones, then they can fly low level like below 400 feet, and then they can fly in like rural areas. If they have to fly in specific areas such as suburban or urban, then they have to take permission from different organizations like our panelists already discussed. And if this drone fly higher altitude from small UAV to higher UAVs or PAVs, then they have to have more rigorous safety integrity level. And as they fly from remote to the dense population, they have capability to fly with high speed, and they have also capability to fly BVLOS with they can fly autonomously. So with this graph, we can see like as the capability increases, the safety level also increases. So I think we should consider this kind of safety level in the future. So this is the thing I want to add up.
Thank you so much. So we just heard the bell, but to summarize, what we've covered here is that UTMs are complex systems that have a bunch of different elements and components, and some elements of the UTM systems are easier to implement than others, and that part of what we need to do is take a context-specific approach and identify, based on what's happening in your country, what are the elements that you want to prioritize as you start building out your UTM system to enable BVLOS operations. So I know we're almost at time, but I do want to give the audience a chance to ask any questions in the last remaining minutes. So if there are any questions for the panelists, please ask them now. Thank you. Any questions, UTM? Like, David, I'm sure you have a question. Okay, well, in that case, we will wrap it up. But if anybody is, oh, yeah. Yes, go.
Sorry for that. I'm going to take this opportunity for what I am hearing from yesterday, that the regulations and it's a tedious to get the permission is the longer, more than 1 month, like that. So in that case, from my country is the innovator young guys. I want to say you guys that the process is longer, yes, and you have to wait for to get the permission. You do it immediate, right? So for this, my message is that for this you have to build a trust for that. First, we have to build a trust, because I don't see any policeman in Japan and UK, but in Nepal or India or somewhere there you can see many policemen. Why? If in Nepal and India, if you like South Asian country, if you are in red light and no policeman, you will cross. Means our development stage. So why people are not? When I was in member of the policy making, the army is not trusting. Police means not. Army has security issue. Police also security, safety, security issue. The communication people have the frequency issue. We have the airspace issue. So why they are delaying? Why they are not forwarding fast? That they want to more trust. They want to more assure in that case. So first you have to build a trust. Maybe one window policy. Maybe from the federation. First you filter that application. Then filter, then make a trust. And I want to give one example also, the paragliding in Pokhara. There is the international airport in Pokhara in opening, and we are about to close the paragliding. And they come to me, my office, and I am as an aerospace specialist. Then what is the solution? Then I told them same, make a trust first. Then they invest around 10 million rupees, Nepali rupiah, to make one office with equipped with the paragliding with the sensors. They have we make one operational volume, then they fly the same volume, and I visited there, they do the fantastic work. So we again revive this paragliding in the Pokhara. So this is the case. So first, my message is first, build your trust. First, come one window policy, make your all UAV and pilots and other processes are trustable, then we'll get the permission within 3 days, I think. That is the case. Thank you very much.
Okay, very quick, 30 seconds. Like, it'll start dinging on us. Yeah.
See, the point that he's mentioning is actually probably even more important than the UTM system itself, which is the way the UTM system is governed. And UTM, aviation is a safety-focused system. They want to make sure that people are safe, that the aircraft is safe. And the private industry, from a UTM point of view, wants to fly and conduct missions and so on. So what he is suggesting is actually a brilliant idea, which is the Drone Federation of Nepal get together and have some kind of a engagement, an ongoing engagement with the Civil Aviation Authority and build that trust. And for anybody who's interested in running a UTM system, more than the technology, the social structure governing this interaction, you're really talking about two different worlds. As I said, one is a man-in-the-middle, safety-focused system, immovable object, and drone technology, which is an unstoppable force. And so these are meeting together, and the way you manage that interaction is more critical than the UTM itself.
And 1 minute again, this morning you see from the Nepali guys that we are giving 400 feet and sometimes we go to 700 feet. So do not violate like this. You come to me, you come to our office, we will give you 800, 1,000, why not, for time being. But do not violate. Make a trust first. Then only you will get the right way. Thank you.
That feels like a great place to wrap up. So we're going to now break for lunch, but first we're going to do the gifts. But so everybody knows, the workshops are going to start at 2 p.m. And in this room is going to be the youth empowerment workshop. In the back room, we're going to continue the UTM discussion. So if you want to continue talking about UTM systems. And then in the front room, we're going to have the drone and data and AI workshop. So I'd now like to welcome Ms. Tanju, I'm going to butcher this name, Patrol, the Joint Secretary from the Ministry of Culture, Tourism, and Cultural Affairs, to come give our guests their gift. So thank you. Oh, sorry, I didn't read it correctly. No, there we go. And I don't think. Yeah. Mohammed? I think, did you already receive a gift? And thank you for those who joined virtually. And yeah, let's break for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the workshop B, where we are about to conduct a youth empowerment workshop on drone technology. And I can see wonderful people already sitting in this hall. And let's start our session. Before we get into the formalities and all those programs, I think it's very important for us to break the ice. And you have been here in this workshop since very long time. But a humble request, since we have a very limited number of special people sitting in this room, can we have everyone please coming in the front row so that it's easier for us to communicate? Yeah, let's fill this front row. And we also have other people joining us virtually. So we have a big number of people here. I mean, physically, we have these amazing people. Virtually, there are other people as well. So, and this event has been live broadcasted in different platforms. So feel free to join us and revisit the workshop if you wish to. Yes, so now we have, so these are the group of people who will be attending today's workshop. And as I said, this is a segment where we are about to break the ice. And this is a workshop where we are going to talk about youth, drone, technology, mentoring, and lots of opportunity that fall in this domain. But before that, I know we just had a wonderful, delicious lunch. Can I ask all of us to please stand up from a seat? Yeah? Yeah. And now what I want is that just take a quick walk in the room, see a person next to you, and maybe in another table, just give a high five and tell something that you are really excited about drone technology. Okay? I repeat, you just have to walk in the room, give a high five to someone, tell who you are, and tell what you are really excited about. For example, I'll go to Sadia. I know Sadia. I'll just give a high five to Sadia. Hi, Sadia. This is Ajay. And I'm really excited about the possibilities that lies in this technology. What are you excited about?
I'm really excited to know what this workshop ends up with. Yeah?
So this was a demo. We'll be doing this for 2 minutes, so we have very limited time. Your time starts now. Please keep on moving from here and there. Just give a high five, break the ice, and let this momentum going on. For those people who joined us very recently, we are doing a quick breakout, breaking the ice segment, where we are meeting the people, giving a high five and telling what we are really excited about today's session. We have final 30 seconds remaining. Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone. We'll keep this momentum going on throughout the workshop. Now is the time. Yeah, I can see our fellow participants getting involved in the conversation. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please be seated, everyone. We are about to start the session. Okay. So before we enter into the actual dynamics of the program, let me tell you the overview what we are going to do. In the very beginning, our expert will be later on working as a moderator and mentor of you individual group will be coming here and giving a short presentation regarding the topic. After that, we'll be involved in approximately an hour workshop design thinking challenge, and I'll be particularly guiding you in the process. And at last, we'll be having a quick session where we'll be asking our queries as a question-answer segment. So for this workshop, I also have to divide all the participants in different groups. And I can see a couple of people here. Maybe we could make 2 group or 3 group, probably 3 groups. So this will be 1 group, group 1. This is group 2 and group 3. But I feel like we have to make sure it's a good dynamics of, experienced people, young people, energetic people. So I'll be randomly assigning all of us some numbers, and on the basis of number, we will be sitting in the table, okay? So this is group 1, this is group 2, and that is group 3. I repeat, group 1, group 2, and group 3. Now I'll randomly assign you a number. Your number will be 1, 2, or 3. If it's 1, stay here. If it's 2, stay here. If it's 3, stay there. Clear? Am I clear, everyone? Yeah? Perfect. I'll be starting from here. You are number 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You have 1, 2, 3. 1, you're 2, you're 3, you're 1, you're 2. You're also participating with us? No? Okay. They're here as an audience. So every 1, please stay here. Every 2, please stay here. Every 3, please stay here. Cool. So this will be a new team now for this workshop. So now let's get into the topic. Let's understand what the workshop is all about, and let's try to see some aspect from the expert lens. And our first moderator and our first facilitator of today's event is Sadia. Sadia is going to talk more regarding what she is doing in this field and all those things, but particularly trying to emphasize on diversity and inclusion in drone technology. And trust me, guys, this is a session of youth, so I'll be expecting some youthful energy from all of us. And I've heard that it's very good to clap after having a lunch because it is good for your health, and it's also good for all of us to pass that energy. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our moderator and facilitator, Sadia, who will be sharing some insights.
Thank you, Ajay. I was supposed to go at the end, but it's okay. I don't mind standing here. So I'm Sadia Habib. We met earlier in the morning. I'm the Director of Robotics and STEM at Head Start School. Head Start is an IB World School, which is international baccalaureate, and we encourage inquiry-based learning. I've been part of the RoboForce Center for Engineering and Robotics since 2003. Do I get to see my slide, please? Thank you. So the idea was to introduce project-based learning to the students, to encourage them to deal with the real-world problems. And in 2014, I initiated the aero modeling module in form of a competition. So we introduced the UAVs and the drones in form of a competition, and we trained the students. They were trained on the simulator, and later on they were given physical drone to fly. And till now, we are hosting one of the biggest Pakistan's aero modeling competitions, where we invite students from universities and schools. And so we encourage diversity and we encourage inclusion. So that's why I'm focusing on all these points. So Head Start School is the only school in Pakistan that has introduced the curriculum, drone curriculum, aero modeling curriculum as part of their syllabus. And we are running the robotics and aero modeling clubs also. So that's how we are encouraging and we are expanding diversity and inclusion. So today I will be talking about diversity and inclusion.
I'm sure most of you are aware what these terms are, but just to elaborate them further, because these are the terms that you will be using at the end of the workshop. Once you are done creating a solution, you will be asked to relate your solution with one of these points. So I'll be going first with the diversity and inclusion. This means inclusivity means that your drone should be accessible to all. It should not be limited to a certain group of people or community. It should be accessible to all. So when you are coming up with a drone solution, you should make sure that it should be accessible, it's scalable. And diversity means that it's for everybody. It's for people who are in rural areas, it's for people who are in urban areas, it's for, there shouldn't be any gender discrimination. Everybody should be there to make the best use out of it. So why it matters, you can see all the points. Because it's diverse teams make the best ideas. The reason we made you sit this way, you might not be comfortable sitting to the next person, but that's how you learn. You get to meet new people, you get to know them, you get to exchange new ideas, and that's how solutions they come up. Then inclusive designs, drones that work for everybody, ethical innovation, avoiding bias, ensuring fairness and broader reach. So if we look at the real-world examples of inclusion in action, we all know that the drones designed for users with disabilities. So these are the real-world examples that we get to see around us. Programs that train underrepresented, as I also mentioned, that we have different programs that deal with different sorts of schools, and we have been training teachers, we have been training students. So that's how it works. Advocacy for fair, equitable drone regulations and drones used in disaster relief. So all these are the examples that are there globally. Global initiatives making a difference. So I have added all women here because I'm representing women, and I believe that there is still a need to encourage more and more girls in this technology, into this field. But apart from that, how can we break barriers? Scholarship for women should be there. Then there is a foundation called Amelia Drone Heart Foundation that is there, expanding UAV education in Pakistan, Sri Lanka, India. And then community-driven education, where local drone workshops should be conducted. They are being conducted, but not at a very large scale. So we should encourage, we should at our own end, can take the initiative to start such workshops. Then youth drone academies promoting hands-on learning. So there are several academies that are providing the facility in Pakistan, because I know a few centers that have opened that are encouraging more and more students in this field. Similarly, representation in competitions. So all-female drone racing teams emerging, Head Start School Pakistan fostering female FPV racers and aero modelers. So I represent Head Start School, so I would like to talk about it. We are encouraging more and more female students to become part of the entire program and to go global. So how can we make the drone industry more inclusive for everybody? What can we do? What role can we play to introduce or to incorporate inclusion in the drone industry? Can anybody answer? What role can you play? What initiative can you take at your end? I know somebody sitting here who took an initiative. She's 19-year-old. Would you like to share your experience, or would you like to add something to this?
To make drones industry more inclusive, I think we can just start, like no more waiting for anyone to do that. Just start the process. Just provide them with opportunities, with whatever resources we have, just provide them, just do.
So don't wait for anybody to, push you for this. You really need to believe in your own self and take the initiative right away. So yeah, the conclusion is right there. So for you to understand why we had this session of inclusion and diversity, to make it easy for you to understand and for you to relate your solution with this point. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, no, this will come in the end. Or should I do it now? I do it now? Okay, are you familiar with the design thinking process? Anybody? No one? Yeah. Can we hand over the mic to her? Okay, so design thinking process is something that is used globally. And yeah, it's surprising for me to know that only one person in the room knows about it. Would you like to share how much you know about it and how much have you incorporated? It's okay.
I can speak a little louder. So I am part of the university, so we apply the design process very often. Hello, now it's clear? Yeah. So I'm part of the university, so it's part of our curriculum and having different methods of doing design thinking. So earlier it was just design, ideate, design, prototype, execute. That was the earlier method. Now it is a problem-based methodology, that is first understand the problem, then talk about solutions or ideate about it. Then there is another methodology where you involve people into it. So rather than saying ABC is the problem, you say that people collectively have identified 3 or 4 problems, and then you filter out and work on these ideas. So this methodology we've adopted in different scenarios, and usually design thinking professionals use this in their, practice curriculum everywhere. So briefly I've covered.
So I think everybody uses it. It's not just people who are designing products, but I think it is incorporated in daily life. So you are always presented with a problem. You need to look for opportunities. You need to look for problems around you. And and that's what we teach our students. That's what needs to be taught. So you come across different opportunities, but you are unable to identify. So for me, it might be a problem. For you, it's not a problem. So you really need to identify and justify a need for a solution to that problem. So that comes under empathy. So what does empathize mean? I really need to understand the problem that my customer or my client or my end user is facing. If I understand the problem, only then I'll be able to present with a better solution, right? So for me to come up with a solution, it's very important to understand the problem. And then we move on to defining a problem. So that's exactly what you guys will be doing today. So you are going to empathize, and then you are going to define. Define means coming up with a problem statement. Through your problem statement, everybody would understand what the problem actually is, right? And then you justify the need for a solution to the problem. So once you understand the problem, you come up with a problem statement, and then you justify that, yes, there is a need for a solution to this specific problem for certain reason. So you have to justify by giving a reason that why is it a problem? Who is being impacted because of this problem? Okay, then you move on to ideate. Once you define the problem, then you come up with different ideas to choose from. But obviously, the idea that you really want to execute would be the one that is being approved by your client, right? Or that falls under the design specs by your client. Because you really need to sit with your client, you need to do the research, and you pick the best idea that fits under those specs, right? And then you move on to prototyping, you come up with, so why is prototyping important? What is prototype? It's a small scale project. It's not the actual work. It's not something that you are going to go in the market and sell. It is something that you make for improvement. So you make a prototype for testing purpose, and once it's made, you show it to your client, the client will test it, and then he gives you the feedback. On the basis of the feedback, you can make improvements in the design, you can modify it, you can alter it, so you have the advantage, and you have the flexibility to make changes in the prototype. And once everything is done, the testing is done, now your product is ready to be presented in the market. So that's exactly what we'll be doing today. Yeah? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sadia, for that quick presentation. And this is a very beginning phase of our workshops. I'm pretty much sure all of us got some general overview what we are about to do. Now to give further more details on aspects such as training, workshop, and further career opportunities in this domain, we have a very special person who has been working with a very reputed organization here in context of Nepal. I'd like to invite our facilitator for our today's workshop, Mr. Omkar Jaiswal, to share his knowledge and experiences with us. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Omkar?
Namaste and good afternoon, everyone. So this is Omkar Jaiswal, the General Secretary of Robotics Association of Nepal. So first of all, let me share my story along with you and the people's students who have been watching us through the social media. So when I started my journey as a student, I used to build different kinds of projects and participate in different events. That's how my journey started. Can you please play the video? So this was my educational days when I used to build the different types of robots, drones, and participate in the school exhibition. And during that time, we don't used to have lots of resources like nowadays. And you can see, because of the certificate which I got, that helped me in my career. In 2013, I enrolled into Robotics Association of Nepal, and during that time, we went to the schools, college, and asked them, you need to have the robotics competition, you need to have the robotics training, and from that time to now, you can see we have held more than 200 plus robotics competitions over here in Nepal, and every year we are having around 30 events. So, as you can see, just like me, there are other people also who got inspired and they start joining the events, they start taking the trainings, and because of the skills which they had, now that is helping them to get the scholarships in the high schools, bachelor level. They are not only recognized nationally, but also they are being recognized globally. And right now, from grade 1 to master's level, we are having lots of training. So this picture is of Mistake, the program in which lots of women get participate, and they train each other, and that helps to empower the women in Nepal. So right now, talking about the certification, because of the certification, it helps the student to build their portfolio, and because of that portfolio, it helps them in the future to apply for the grant, to apply for the project, and to apply for the incubation. And because of that, they can start their own journey in their careers. And right now, we have a mission to create the intelligent robotic industry in Nepal by 2045. And we are on that track, and till now around 200 plus startup has been started over here in Nepal in the different parts of our country. And right now we have 7 provinces, and in each and every provinces we have our own chapters. And you can see in the rural areas also, right now grade 7, 8 students are flying the drones. Grade 2 and 3 students are using the multimeters. And yeah, in this room also right now, we have around 7 to 8 persons who are Robotics Association of Nepal member. And I'm proud to say that the vision which we took in 2010 to provide the platform in the global sector to represent the Nepal for the tech, not for the nature beauty or maybe just for the cultural, but also Nepal should be known as the tech hub and where we exist. And right now, we are not only over here in Nepal, but also we are helping Bangladesh and other countries to develop different kind of curriculum, and they are applying it, and the output is like really good. And there is another competition in upcoming days, AI for Good, which is organized by ITU, and we are the national partner of that event. So this is also a platform where a student is going to get the opportunity to showcase their talent in the global platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Omkar. So Omkar and his team has been contributing to inspire the young people of Nepal to explore different sorts of trainings and certification programs. And he'll be assigned as one of the mentor in particular group where particularly you'll get an opportunity to know further regarding what could be the steps to move ahead. Now it's time to hear from someone who has been exploring funding and mentorship opportunity in drone technology since long time, and he is in this industry since 10 years. And now a very respected and someone with lots of experience and expertise in this field, Mr. Ino will be sharing how we can actually access funding and mentorship opportunity in drone technology. Over to you. Can we have a clap for Ino, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? So very excited to speak with you here today. Some of you may have heard my story at the opening session, but I always talk about the various hats that I wear in the industry, and then also, you know, just my experience with, I always talk about evolving with the industry. And after 10 years, I can say for sure that where I was in the beginning, of course, is a much different picture now, and it's all through growth, it's through mentorship, it's through learning along the way. So today I'll be talking about access to funding and mentorship in drone technology and the real challenge. And part of what we also discussed earlier today is that the drone isn't the business, right? It's just a tool that you're using to solve that specific problem. A lot of times, as new drone business owners, we get so excited about the technology, right? And the fact that we can see this, you know, amazing piece of technology flying around. But if you are not honing in on what that core issue is, using the design thinking method that we just heard about, that is what's going to separate you. So, founders and mentors back clarity, not just capability. So to stand out, you need a strong personal brand that builds trust. And I put personal in brackets because you need a strong brand for your actual company. But then a lot of times investors, they are looking to work with the person behind the brand as well, right? So if you are, let's say, naturally quiet, or maybe an introvert, or maybe you don't like, quote unquote, putting yourself out there, this is something that you really have to think about. If you really want to be a successful business-minded person, you have to be able to be comfortable putting yourself out there. Clear positioning that shows why you. One thing I always say is if we're going to line up 10 drone companies, what would make someone pick your company out of that 10 lineup, right? You have to have something unique that they're going to appeal to. And then, of course, a compelling why now that helps create urgency, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. So if they can't clearly understand the value that you bring, they won't fund it, even if it works. So what do investors actually look for? And so I wanted to give you some key points to include if you are putting together, let's say, a pitch deck for a potential investor or just a strategic partner. So again, a problem that's worth solving, right? You won't really understand these problems until you talk to that ideal client, that customer avatar that will explain exactly what the issue is. A unique solution. So an example of this is our drone-based mapping delivers site data within 72 hours at 60% less cost than traditional survey crews, right? That's much different than saying, oh, we can go out and map your area, okay? You're very specific on that solution that you're able to provide. What is the market opportunity, right? Does it fit with this localized context? What is your business model, right? So an example of this is we offer a B2B subscription for monthly monitoring and on-demand inspections with add-on analytics, right? So you're really getting in specific on how you are making profit, how you're making money with your business. You always want to provide traction and data. This is very, very important for investors to see that you actually have traction. It's very, very difficult to get support and funding if you are at literally ground zero, right? You have to put in some work. You have to get some traction to show folks. Who is the team in the story? We just talked about the personal brand. What are the risks and the challenges, right? It's not just a super kind of enthusiastic look, right? You have to be realistic that, hey, maybe the regulations are a challenge, will be a challenge for us going forward. But as upfront as you are with those challenges, the more it makes your ideas relatable. Have a clear ask, and then, of course, a call to action as well. One thing I talk about a lot is brand assets and having proper branding for your company. And this is actually where a lot of drone companies miss the mark, because we're so technical, we have the engineering expertise, but when it comes to actually branding and marketing, you have to have some of these assets in place. So a pitch deck, right? A one-pager that's about your business and what you do. Business cards, LinkedIn banners, a value proposition statement, right? So an example of this is we help NGOs in Nepal map post-disaster areas 10 times faster using drones, no need for manual ground surveys, right? That's a unique value proposition that will help you stick out. One of the things that are often overlooked is a mini ebook or lead magnet, right? When it comes to how you are communicating with prospects, with potential clients, it's not just, hey, go to my website and check out what we do. You have to give them educational pieces of content that they can look on and make decisions from there, right? Case studies, anything that you can bound and put into an educational piece of content. This could even be blog posts, right, that you write. Your website is very, very important, and then also having a uniform look. This is just a quick example of a member that we've worked with. You can actually see their logo before, and just that kind of lack of a professional feel, right? If you are presenting yourself and wanting to get significant amount of funding, you have to be branded correctly, right? And I know in the beginning we're bootstrapping, we're probably going to Canva, we're just creating any assets we can, but you have to have a professional look. We have an example of an ebook right here in the middle. That's an ebook that's titled Precision at Your Fingertips, the essential ebook for drone mapping for quarries and construction. So what this company does is anytime they reach out to a new client or a potential partner, they send this ebook to them before the meeting. And they say, hey, before we meet, it would be beneficial for you to read this ebook so you can understand more about what we do. So now you're not walking into the meeting totally cold and for them not knowing exactly what it is that you do. So mentorship equals access plus acceleration. How to find and keep mentors. Reach out on LinkedIn. I would say this is probably single-handedly the strategy that's helped me grow and helped me get opportunities like this to speak, in this beautiful country, somewhere I've never visited before. But it's only because for years I've been talking about this very issue, putting it on LinkedIn and showing up, consistently. Join industry panels, events, and groups. Add value before asking for value. Right? Don't just reach out to a mentor expecting just to take all, the information you can get and go about your business, right? Have a mutually beneficial relationship where you can also offer value to them. How do you do that? Share a case study, right? Share an ebook, or simply just offer to help with a problem or challenge that they may be going through. And then staying consistent with updates. I mentioned LinkedIn. LinkedIn essentially is the new resume, okay? Whenever you meet someone, they're gonna go to your LinkedIn profile, they're gonna check you out, they're gonna see the different posts that you've been doing. So you wanna make sure that you are optimizing your page. You can see at the top my LinkedIn banner at the top, it says, helping entrepreneurs find clarity, build systems, and open new markets. There's no confusion about what I do, right? When someone comes to my page and they're like, hey, what does this guy do? It tells you clearly right there what it is that you do. So the more that you are very specific with your message and deliberate with putting it out there, you will get results. Another thing to consider is your about section. Tell a story about how you got into the industry. I see so many LinkedIn pages where they may have 2 or 3 lines about, you know, what they do, but there's no depth, you know, with that story of why you got into the industry. Another suggestion would be in your featured section, this should be the steps to make that next action, right? So instead of just pinning your top performing post, have something of value that you can give out to your potential audience. Lastly, I will just mention this is a framework that that I discussed, you know, earlier in the session, but this is a framework that I came up with because a lot of times drone business owners, they really just don't have a system for marketing, getting leads, and knowing what to do on a day-to-day basis. So this is the lead system. The L stands for locate your audience, niche down, clarify, clearly identify your ideal avatar, find them on Google, LinkedIn. I always say to start with a list of 100 prospects, right? If you cannot get a list of 100 prospects in the initial stages, then you may need to pick a different business model, right? You want to have something where you can constantly be reaching out to people, offering your services, and if you just only have 5 potential clients, that's not a really sustainable business model. E, establish your brand. We looked at some of the branding assets that you have there. Automate awareness for A, develop relationships, reaching out on LinkedIn constantly, and then S is for scaling with systems. Don't feel that you have to do everything yourself as a drone entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs delegate tasks. They build systems, and that's the thing that's really going to carry you forward. So excited to do some more mentoring here today. Thank you for the opportunity, and look forward to speaking to you.
Thank you so much, Now, we are going to listen from our very special Dapili, who will be talking about training, certification, and career prospect in this sector. So can we have Dapili in the floor, please?
Is the presentation up? Okay. Can everybody hear me okay? All right, awesome. So my name is Ndabili Nku. I'm a senior instructor at the African Drone and Data Academy. But today I am bringing to you information regarding training and certification opportunities globally, and also the status quo that we have here in South Asia, specifically here in Nepal. Okay, so when we're talking about training opportunities or training certification opportunities, we can basically divide that into 2 sections. The first section being the basic drone operations training, and mostly this type of training is the type of training that you would undertake if you're trying to get a remote pilot license. So the majority of the time, if you're thinking about getting into a career that uses drone technology or drone or data technology, then one of the requirements that's required from you by the Civil Aviation Authority from your respective countries is that you have a license to actually operate the drones. Because if you've been attending the sessions, you're aware that drones are not the only ones using the airspace, right? There's other users as well. So when you undergo the training or the certification, you're basically getting theoretical knowledge, and you're also getting the skills to understand how to safely operate your drones. So basically with the basic drone operations, you're looking at flight safety and manual handling. For the manual handling, this is the skills part of the training where you're building some muscle memory in how you can operate a drone. I always say that you can easily Google or YouTube how to fly a drone, but what's important is for you to be able to understand that when an issue of safety comes up, what are you going to do When the drone is not in its normal orientation, what are you going to do at that point? Other components that you're also going to look at when you're going through the basic drone operations training will be the different components of drones and its handling, because again, we're not only trying to build users, we're trying to build people that understand the machines that they're working with. So understanding the flight controllers, understanding how the motors and the propellers are working together, and also the local airspace and regulations. You should be aware, or you should be situationally aware in what kind of airspace you're operating in. You should understand the airspace classes that your country has. You should understand which areas are restricted, which areas are prohibited, so that when you're doing your flight operations, you know where to operate and where not to do. So once you undergo this kind of training, what kind of career can you actually undertake? So you can become a drone operator or a drone pilot. At that point, you're using drones to you're using drones in aerial mapping, where you can complement that with the land surveying. You're using drones for photography or videography. In addition to being a drone operator, you could also become a drone instructor. Of course, that's an additional layer to just being a drone pilot, because you need to be able to understand how you can teach people how to fly drones. It's not just a matter of you know how to throttle up, but how can you relay this information to somebody that's trying to train. Another career that you can get with just the basic drone operations would be being a drone technician. So how are you able to maintain your drones? If they crash, are you sending them off to the manufacturer so that they can fix them? In addition to that, we know that drones have different payloads on them, and one of the payloads is a camera. So there's the data analysis on there as well. You can become a GIS or remote sensing analyst, but before you can do that, you need to be able to understand photogrammetry. Once you collect your images, are you able to stitch the images together? But you shouldn't also be in a position where you're just clicking next on your photogrammetry software. You should be able to understand why you're clicking next, so that if you need to fix any issues that came about when you're doing your data collection, you can do that in the post-processing. So there are specific sectors that you can get into, but that's something that we can see along the way when we're doing the workshop. So the status quo right now in Nepal, the regulations are not necessarily gazetted. We're working with a guiding document. So with the guiding document, we have different organizations that are working together to basically provide platforms for people that are interested in drones and interested in robotics. And I just have a list here, but for more information, you could always approach Omka. He's more familiar with the organizations that are here in country. So we have NAST, we have RAN, we have MISTEC that's focusing on women in tech, we have NASO, and we also have Yantra. But from a global or international perspective, we have different international certification bodies. We have the ESA, which is a body that basically provides licenses from compliance with the EU, but again, it depends on what category or what kind of drone you're actually wanting to operate. And we also have the FAA Part 107. That one is if you're operating in the United States. And then we have the Trusted Operator Program. For this one, this is accredited by the Association of Uncrewed Vehicle Systems International. But again, as I mentioned, these certifications are based on the type of drone that you're operating, because somebody that's operating for hobby purposes wouldn't have to undergo the same training with somebody that's using drones in precision agriculture. Lastly, this is the general certification structure that we have in countries that actually have regulations that are gazetted. So you have the Civil Aviation Authority. So under the Civil Aviation Authority, they mandate authorized training organizations that can then provide the trainings. And the trainings are mostly in line with what the regulations are actually stating. So depending on what the different authorities want for the people to know when it comes to the flight operations, that's included in the training modules. But other than that, we do have universities, we do have vocational training institutions that are just providing data or drone module training material as well. And last but not least, this is also the general requirements that you look at when you're trying to apply for a remote pilot license. There's the age limitation that you are going to come across. There's a medical certification, so you need to certify that you're medically fit to actually fly your aircrafts. There's the theoretical knowledge. In aviation, 70% is a fail. You need to understand, you need to know everything. So you have the skills training as well. How much flight time do you have under your belt? And lastly, if you're operating near an aerodrome, there's a specification that you need to understand radio telephony. With that being said, let me stop on there and then we can discuss more. But with a closing remark, in aviation, safety never takes a day off. So always make sure that safety is your #1 priority when you're actually operating drones once you venture into anything that has to do with drone technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dapili, for that wonderful presentation. And personally, for me, it was a lot of new information. And I'm sure for many of us, it was something to think about. Now we have 45 minutes altogether. And in this 45 minutes, you are going to do all those things. We are just going to guide you. I can see some new participants joining in. If you are willing to participate in this workshop, feel free to join in. We have altogether 3 groups, but you can make a 4th group if you wish to. This could be the 4th group if you want to join in. I can see the last people, and then there are also some empty spaces so you can join in. You have 30 seconds to choose your group the way you wish to. And trust me, you might regret if you do not participate in this session right now, because we have a lot of engaging activities, and it's more on hands-on activities and experiences that will make you think deeper using the design thinking approach. We still have some people here if you want to join in this group, also in that group. We good? Yeah. In this group also, if anybody is interested to join in, you could be the member of this, our 4th group. Cool. Do you mind sitting in this group, please? Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. We have 4 groups now. And click. Yes. So now what we have to do is that you have to sit in a pair, sit in a pair, and you'll be getting 1 minute time. And without seeing in the paper, you have to sketch your partner. I repeat, you have to sit in a pair, and then without looking in a paper, you have to sketch your partner. We'll be getting 1 minute for this. Your time starts now. You cannot see in the paper, okay? You just have to see in the eyes of your partner and sketch your partner without seeing in the paper. Your time starts. Yeah. Yes, sir. Please get this paper and then, yeah. You cannot see in the paper. Ma'am, you cannot see in the paper, okay? That's a rule. Yeah. Yes. Sketching each other without looking in the paper. So you are sketching him and vice versa with in the paper. You cannot see in the paper. I can see some people trying to see in the paper. Okay, last 10 seconds, okay? Showcase your creativity. You cannot see in the paper. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please exchange your drawing now. Yeah. And thanks to your partner, because you know that's your sketch actually. Cool. Yeah, I can see some laughter, some excitement in the room, some air coming in the room, some energy coming in the room. That means this is the workshop of youth then. Let me ask you something. If I had said you in the very beginning that you have to sketch your partner without seeing in the paper, many of us would have said this is impossible, and you might have said no. But right now, I know that is not the perfect sketch, but at least there is something to get started on, right? And this, in design thinking, is called beginner's mindset. Meaning to say that many of us have our own assumptions towards a particular thing, and this comes on the basis of our experiences in life, maybe by some stories, some observations, and due to which we have our own mindset. But when you are going to do design thinking, you have to make sure that you are seeing everything with the lens of a beginner mindset. A child, a newly born child, a child who is just learning, have a beginner's mindset. Just like that, now in this design thinking workshop, we have to make sure that all of us are having the lens of a beginner's mindset. And how can we do that? In order to have a beginner mindset, you have to suspend all your judgment which you have. Everything that you have experienced before something, you have to make sure all those biases are removed. You also have to make sure that you are very curious and you're questioning everything. You'll not say, this is what it is. You'll question why this is the way it is, why this is not the way it is, and all those things. You have to be curious in every aspect possible. And yes, most important skill that all of us have to learn is that we have to listen. We have to listen for the sake of listening. We have to listen truly because we want to listen, not because we are just acting as if we are listening. So these are the few things. If we are following this beginner mindset, we are already in one step ahead to be a design thinker. Everyone, are you following me? Now is the time for something interesting. Well, this is a workshop and this forum is all about drone. And we know that this drone has a possibility to create some meaningful impact and change from household to the country to the economy. So it has a wide range of possibilities. Likewise, today, in today's challenge, we are going to explore the possibilities of drone and technology in the sector of sustainable development goals. Now we have a 4 group here, right? Each group, you will be going through your quick discussion in the group, and you have to choose one sustainable development goal that your team is going to work into in this workshop. You'll be getting 2 minutes for this, and this 2 minutes you have to finalize one sustainable development goal that your team is willing to work on. Your time starts now. 2-minute timer, Dai. Per group, one sustainable goal that you are trying to address in this workshop. If you are done, you can raise your hand so that we will move ahead. You have to discuss in the team and then decide which sustainable development goal you are trying to address. So what's your sustainable goal?
Health and well-being. Good health and well-being.
So this team is going to look after good health and well-being in this challenge. What about you guys? What are you going to look after? And this group is going to look after quality education. What about you guys? Number 17, and we are going to be partnership for the goals. Perfect. And what about you? Good health and well-being. We are 2 people, 2 groups will be working on good health and well-being. That's amazing. Now is the time, because you are not going to walk in this journey alone. You are going to be facilitated and supported by our mentors. Oh, you also have something to offer? Since we just have 4 mentors, I will request that maybe we could join some of them, and then it will be easier for our mentors to coordinate. We'll do that. So now we have 4 mentors, and these 4 mentors will be sitting with you and then guiding you in the process of design thinking to further navigate this process. So Sadia, would you mind joining this wonderful group as a moderator and facilitator? Can you have a clap for your mentor and moderator? Likewise, Omkarji, would you mind staying in this beautiful group and then guide them during this process? Yeah. And Dapili, over to you, this wonderful group. And the wonderful, last but not the least group whom we'll be moderating. So we are going to follow the process of design thinking, and I'll be very strict with time. So it might feel as if you are in a rush, but this is how usually the training might feel like. So please bear with me, and we'll try our best to make sure that everybody is following us. If you get any confusion, your mentor will be with you. But if you need further assistance, I'll be walking around. Are we all set? Can we have some youthful energy in this room, please? Are we all set for the session? One more time. Are we all ready for this session? Yes. Lovely, lovely. Let's get this going. Now is the time where Sadia talked about empathy. Well, all of you know that you are particularly focusing on one sustainable goal. Now, along with your mentor, you have to discuss what are the potential problems that actually you can solve using the approach of design thinking, particularly empathy. So you're not thinking about solution right now. All you are trying to do is just understand what the issue is. Empathy is a very first part. And basically to say that you are stepping in the shoes of your user or the people who are facing the problem and trying to understand what actually is the problem. You can see how can we do empathy, maybe by absorbing, by engaging, by immersing. You have access to phone and internet. Maybe you could do some internet research and all those things. For empathy, we are getting 10 minutes. Your time starts now. We have last 2 minutes remaining, so please quickly list down all the possible problems that you see in particular sustainable development goal that you are trying to address. We are not going for a solution, we are just trying to list the problems. I can see some group using sticky note to paste down like this group, and also I can see other groups using it. Make sure that everyone is involved in the process. This is the last minute, so please try to wrap up your discussion. Yeah. Yeah. Last 30 seconds, please wrap up your discussion. Feel free to use the sticky note if you are comfortable. If you just want to put it in your head, that's fine. Last 20 seconds. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, so now our goal of this workshop is to make you walk in the process of design thinking. So it might feel sometimes a bit more rushed due to time limitation, but that's completely fine. Now with all those discussions which you have in a group, now is the time to walk in the phase of define phase. So particularly during this empathy phase, you might have gone through lots of problems and lots of issues. But all of us know that the fact is that we may not be able to address all those issues at a time, and it might be a complex issue. So what we have to do as a team is that find that one particular problem that we are willing to address or solve. And there are different ways we can do that. One thing is once the whole team decide, okay, this is one problem that we are really, really excited and curious to solve about, then you could go after 5 whys of root cause analysis. This was particularly a technique developed by Toyota car company, and later on it's being very popular. So basically you just have to ask, why is the reason this problem exists? And then again you ask, why? Why? You keep on asking for a couple of times so that you reach to the very core level. I have a quick example. So for example, in a classroom, students are not participating actively. And that is the problem that the teacher or the school has identified. In the beginning, I will ask, okay, why are not students actively participating in the classroom? Because they feel shy or hesitant to speak up. And then again I ask, why do students feel shy or hesitant? Because they're afraid of making mistakes in front of others. And then maybe I'll ask again, so why are they really afraid of making mistakes in front of others? Because they think they'll be judged or laughed by their classmates. And then again I'll ask, why do you think that they will be feeling as if they will be judged? Because there is no culture of positive reinforcement in the class. And then I will ask, so why there is no positive reinforcement culture in the class? Because teachers and peers rarely encourage or appreciate contributions. See, in this example, initially the problem appeared as if the students are not participating. At first, we usually come up and we try to see whatever is visible. But sometimes problems are not visible. It might appear as if this is a problem, but underlying problem could be something else. And that is why we are doing 5 whys of root analysis. Now, each of your team, please identify one problem, and maybe you have to follow the similar approach, ask multiple times and find the root cause why this problem exists. For this, you'll be getting 5 minutes, your time starts now. So I'm sure we might have gone through lots of problems. And during when we are doing 5-wise analysis, many problems, I could hear this group, they were talking about fear and then all those trying something new. This group was talking something else like that. Now, okay, attention everyone, okay. I'm sure we have listed series of problems to our particular issues that we are trying to solve. Now what we have to do is that we have to choose one particular problem that came when we are doing 5-wise analysis, and we have to convert that into how might we. The reason why we are doing this how might we, because if you notice from the empathy phase to defining phase, oftentimes our mindset is just going towards just problem, problem, and problem. So we're just looking for a problem, problem, problem. Now is the time for us to shift our mindset from problem towards solution. And that we are going to do through how might we, because we are trying to explore the possibilities. And for example, here is a simple example that is being provided here. Somebody identified that teenagers are actually eating junk food. And for that, how might we could be, how might we provide healthier meals for teenagers so that they stay away from junk food? If you take this example and look into formula, what we are trying to do is that how might we plus intended action, what are we really trying to do? In this example, the intended action was provide a healthier meal. Likewise, in your case, what is your intended action? For example, the group was talking about fear. So is it something that you want to remove the fear? That is going to be your intended action. Likewise, that group might have something that they really wish to do. So your intended action, for whom? You know, like in this case, the potential user is teenager. Likewise, in your case, is potential user the government or the school institution or the academic institution, anything like that. You have to identify the particular users so that the desired outcome is what? In this example, the desired outcome is that we want young people to stay away from junk food. What is your desired outcome from your particular problem that you are trying to do? So for this, I know it's going a bit quicker and quicker and quicker, but respecting the time limitation, we have to do it. So please, let's work together in this. You have 2 minutes to actually draft how might we statement for your particular problem. What will be your how might we statement? Identify the problem and then convert it into how might we. It's all about exploring possibilities. So all the groups are almost there with how might we. If you have done, please raise your hand. We'll quickly listen what you have come up to. How might we मात्र भन्ने क्या अहिले? Okay. एउटा मात्र time कम छ नि त त्यसैले. So we are going to hear what our group has proposed regarding how might we. We'll be starting from this group.
Our problem is not being able to deliver medicine on time. So we have, for our how might we formula, we have said how might we be able to deliver medicine on time for patient so that they get cured in time.
Thank you. Thank you. Is this group ready? Ready? You want to talk about your problem?
Yes, please talk about it. Okay, so we have a problem statement where we are looking at getting the right quality education for rural youth. So our statement is, how might we bring the right skill-based education to the rural youth through local government so that they have access to the right opportunities?
Good going, team. Thank you. This will be celebration. Yes, yes, yes. What about you guys? What is your how might we?
So it's timely delivery of medical equipments and the medicine to the health worker at the remote areas.
Thank you. Thank you. Who's here?
So we have like how might we provide a drone license for drone enthusiasts so that to get healthy drone ecosystem.
Thank you. Can we have a round of applause for everyone here? Now let's just walk into journey. In the very beginning, when we said that you are going to address the issue of sustainable development goal, it was a very vague thing for you. We're not clear what exactly we are trying to do. But if we look back to the journey, initially during empathy phase, there were lots of things coming up. Slowly, gradually, we're just limiting our things, our point of view. And now we are very sure what is that one problem that we are trying to solve. So define phase is over. Now once define phase is over, this is the best part that all of us are going to participate. And this process phase is called ideate. So remember in the very beginning I said I want you to just think about the problem, not the solution, because the time for solution is right now. And during the solution phase, we are just trying to find the potential ideas, and that's what we call ideate. And in ideate phase, we are trying to go as wide as possible. We are not telling that we want to bring the best idea. We just want to bring the idea. And later on, we'll be deciding which is the best idea and which is not the best idea. So right now, all of us, we have a sticky note, right? So all of the team members, you should get at least 20 sticky notes with you, or maybe 10 sticky notes. Make sure it's circulated inside to all of the participants. And what you have to do is that you have to think possible solutions to the problem that you are trying to solve. And you'll be getting 2 minutes, and 2 minutes you have to think about 20 possible ideas. Meaning to say that you just have to draw, sketch, anything. It could be the way you want. You can sketch, you can just write something, but it should be very much big in quantity. Because we are not going for quality this time, we're just going for quantity, and later on we'll find which is the quality that we're looking for. So everyone, please get some sticky note. You'll be getting 2 minute time, and you have to think about possible ways how you can address this solution, this problem. Are we all clear? Bujhnu bhayo sabjanale? Okay. Sticky note with everyone. Your time starts now. Think about the possible ways how you can solve this problem. Sketch it, draw it, write it, anything that you feel like. The problem that you mentioned in how might we. Like, yeah, stick in as many as you can. It's an individual task, not a group task, so everybody should participate. It's individual tasks, I repeat. And we are going for quantity, not quality. Just to promote more creativity, you can think, how will a 10-year-old child solve this problem? How will this problem will be solved by the Prime Minister of the country? How will this problem be solved by the millionaire of this country? How this problem could have been solved by a teacher or a doctor or an engineer? Just try to wear the hats of different people and then think about the possible solutions. I repeat, we are going for quantity, not quality. I repeat, we don't need the best solution, we just need the solution. We'll decide it later. Due to time limitation, we have to be moving ahead. Okay, team. I'm sure we might have come up with potential ideas. Now, quickly, we have to prioritize our ideas. I want all of us in a group to just talk about your favorite ideas that you think is something that you want to try. Just quickly just tell what your ideas are, and then you have to list your top 5 ideas. Yeah, with the help of your mentor, you have to choose your top 5 ideas. Yeah. Solution. Cool. Good? We good? Yeah. Ideas. I'm sure we have found our top 5 ideas. Now think about ways how you can combine all those ideas together, and that will be your best idea or possible solution to the problem that you are trying to solve. One particular solution, from that 5, choose one. You can combine the existing solutions. Due to time limitation, I am requesting all of us, please select your one idea, one special idea now that you really wish to work on.
They're refining it.
So, I'm so sorry we have now, I'm so happy to see the discussion in the every table and it feels amazing. Next time we have to inform the organizer that we need some extra time for this. With due respect, we have to head towards our next workshop, next activity. And here is where your mentor's key role will come into now. What we have to do is that for all those tables, you have a particular solutions, ideas, and I want Sadia to just quickly talk what we are going to do in this, so that we can connect all those ideas with these potential topics that we discussed about.
Okay, thank you. So as we already talked about the 4 different points that we are looking into, and we wanted you to relate your solution to these 4 points, it would be great if you relate with all at least 2 to 3 points should be added. Technology. So if your solution, you have to relate what career pathways, whatever solution you're proposing for your client. Do you see any career in that solution? So if you're providing any opportunity to your client.
It's on.
So if you're providing any kind of opportunity to your client in whatever possible way, do you see any kind of career in that? Then training and certification opportunities. What kind of trainings are there? If you are looking into a local problem, is there any local training that is being provided, any local certification that is available? If you are looking into a global problem with a global solution, are there any entities that are providing certification? So you have to pinpoint that also. The third point is access to funding and mentorship. Do you find any funding, any organization that can provide fund for that particular solution? Please list that down also. And the last thing, inclusivity and diversity. How do you think is this solution inclusive or diverse, right? How do you see that? You have to write the reason for your solution. So all these 4 needs to be linked with your proposed solution. Thank you.
As Sad.
You have the solution? This mic doesn't like it. So you all know your solution? Yes? Can you list down all 4 of these points first? Yeah? So how do you see, what career do you see? Is there any career linked to your solution? Yes? How many of you think there is a career in this, whatever solution you have proposed? So I know this group is working on providing skill-based learning to their youth. But what it leads to is obviously career pathways. Once the youth is skilled enough, or they are enabled to figure out what skills are there, what advancements are there in technology related to drone, they can easily find their path towards a certain career in drone. It could be photography, it could be surveillance, anybody can start a startup. So that could be something that can be done relevant to the opportunities, skill-based learning solution. What's your solution? What is the solution that we are looking for? What's the proposed solution?
Himalayan drone.
So that's the name of your product. What does it do?
It
provides delivery to the patient.
So delivery drone. You want to design a delivery drone for health and? What was your SDG? So, health and well-being. Respect to training and certification, can you get any certification from where are you going to get the certification? What kind of funds are available that you want to use for your solution? And then, yes, how do you think this is inclusive or diverse idea? Okay, we move on. Okay. So we are going to move on to the next team. May I know your solution?
So for our problem arise on pilot licensing, one of the solutions can be we should aware the government that they are not. Okay, I am giving only one solution. We have to aware the government that they are not encouraging the drone enthusiast and losing a lot of revenue on pilot licensing, because on drone register they have charged $15. But if on pilot license sector, they are losing a lot of money, because more than like 10,000 drones per year are being flying in the sky, and on registers they are losing a lot of revenue on that sector. No, we have to provide the awareness. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, time is up. Okay, it's time to pitch.
So due to time limitation, we have to make it very quick, and I can understand that, thoughts are coming up in your head, you have to say something, express something, but we have to respect time. We are challenging the narrative that Nepali time is being challenged in this workshop. So we'll make sure that we are right on time. Now for all of us, you have particularly like 2 minutes for whole the group to discuss who is going to be the pitching your idea and solution for all in front of all of us. One person, you'll be speaking for 1 minute, not more than that. Just tell what SDG you're working on, what problem you identify, and what is your solution. If you can try to integrate this, at least one of the solution if you can. If not, completely fine, we understand the time was limited. So for 2 minutes, just discuss who is going to be that person. You can either use the stage so that everybody could join in and just be the part of the group. One person, just 1 minute. Cool? Cool. Who is going to speak from this group? One person, 1 minute. Thank you. So now we are about to start the pitching session. We have last 10 seconds to decide who is going to speak and all those things. 10, 9, So all right, people, now we are starting our pitching session. And for pitching session, let's get direct into pitching because we don't have time remaining. And we'll be starting from this group, and Mr. Kshitiz is going to represent that group. He'll be having 1 minute time, and he'll be talking about what SDG he's working on, what is the problem that they identified, and what is the solution they have proposed, along with some possible ways of how they're making their solution inclusive, job opportunities, and anything that they wish to.
Hello. Okay. Namaste. My name is Kshitiz, and I am representing Drone Seva. So our question is, how might we provide pilot license for drone enthusiasts so that to get healthy drone ecosystem? So for these problems, our solution can be, we need to aware the government. We need to aware the government that they are not encouraging drone enthusiasts and also losing a lot of revenue on pilot license. Because the pilot license itself will require to renew yearly as drone registrations. So that's the main issue. We need to aware them, and that's our solution. Thank you.
Now we are going to hear from team. Oh, you want to go? Okay, so we'll be having Sanisha and her team to present on their particular solution and the problem that they have identified. Sanisha, your time starts now. Please be here quickly. Quick, quick, quick.
Thank you. So our major concern topic is timely delivery of medical equipment and medicine to the remote area. So our pitch is, first we have to consult with government representatives and the health worker. So they have to be first aware of this cut-cutting technology such as drone. These things exist. First they have to be aware of this technology. And then after consulting with the health worker, the next major thing is identifying the most affected areas and mapping the areas. Like we cannot execute the every possible areas, but we can break down it to the certain particular remote areas which is majorly affected. So the third solution is capacity building, training, and the youth empowerment of that area. So giving the training to the local people of the remote area, so it's include the inclusivity, and also training them would also build or motivate them to build a career in the drone
Last
technology.
5 seconds remaining.
So next one is for the sustainability of this project. We might get the funding from the government, WHO, and the INGO because it's for the humanity purposes. And so next one is climate resilience designing drone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry for
thank
the
you so
time.
much.
Thank you. Now we'll be hearing from Nidhi, who will be representing her team and talking about the potential problem, SDGs, and the solution they have identified. Can we have a round of applause for Miss Nidhi?
Hello, everyone. So we were working on SDG 4, and SDG 4 talks about quality education, and our theme was, talking about rural youth. So we were trying to get the right skill-based education that could help the rural youth have pride in the skill-based education, so that they can have career in the drone technology like photography, farming, and other applications. Have local government support and skill-based certification training programs, which right now is not in place. Have funding opportunities from organizations like UNICEF and World Bank and other opportunities, where specific fund is allocated for rural training programs, with a special program called Shramdan, where social credit or voluntary activities taken up by the rural youth is given a social credit. So social credit, by that mean their education is supported by this volunteerism. So it gives a giver's kind of mindset in the children also.
Last 10
and
seconds.
their efforts are not wasted. And last, it's an inclusive and diversified curriculum for communities to be participating along with the local government. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now we are going to hear from Meera and her team. We can see a teamwork here, okay? Your time starts now.
Hello and good afternoon. We are here, group 2082. We have named our group 2082. And we have chosen the Sustainable Development Goal 3, which is good health and well-being. On this topic, we have chosen 16th empathy. And I want to name some. It's wildlife, fire, delivery of medicine, sanitation, and we have included many of those. So on the root cause, we have chosen not being able to deliver the medicine on time. And why are we not being able to deliver medicine? It's because of poor infrastructure. And why the infrastructures are poor? Because of lack of investment. Why is there lack of investment? Because of lack of industry-friendly environment. And why is it not industry-friendly environment? Because of political instability. So for that, how might we have generated a formula, and which is how might we be able to deliver medicine on time for patients, so that the patient get cured on time. And we have addressed many of the solutions.
Last 10 seconds remaining.
And the solution is Himalayan. We have a solution which is Himalayan drone, which will be delivering the medicine and swabs
5,
as well.
4.
And for certification, there will be CAN. For funding, there will be Ministry of Health. And there will be a disaster response team as well.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful team presentation. We are now in a very last part of our today's program. Just to tell you a little bit quickly, in the very beginning, we were not sure what we are about to do. We were able to walk in the path of empathy and understood what the problem is. We defined our problem and then came up with multiple solutions in the ideate phase. And then we chose one idea that we were interested to work on. And then we as a team came together and pitched this idea. This simple process of design thinking helped us to see things in a very different way. And most importantly, when our mentor Sadia mentioned that, in all those solutions, we could see that there is an aspect of creating new career. There's an aspect of going for a certification. There's an aspect of inclusion and diversity. It was just a quick 45-minute workshop, but trust me, from the very beginning to now, you have something to deliver. This is what we wanted to all of you to remember and understand, that simple process such as design thinking and a mentorship and guidance from the right people can actually help you to navigate this process. With that note, thank you so much, everyone. This is the most important part. We need a valuable feedback, so please scan this QR code and just let us know how you felt, how the workshop was. And with that note, we'll be ending our today's workshop. Thank you, everyone.
I really want to go ahead with the flying labs. Let me have a word with my CEO and then I'll get back to you. And how long have you been? Weekend. Oh, okay. And the which was on in no referendum. And the she was starting with your flying labs. So now at the she started with your flying labs 2018, huh? 2018, very beginning. So I really want to know ahead with it. What happened to Pakistan? Pakistan, they closed down. They were not sustainable. But why did they? Because I think what they wanted to focus on. I think easily online, you can find it's not the only one. There's like some well in Burkina Faso really number 2, and now that they're like you could just get right email them, or maybe if you sometimes you need the region. One starts, it closes down.
Like for last 1 year, we are struggling with the quality of
Yeah, a lot of things are involved. I know.
Happens, yeah. Happens. Hurdles happen.
Like I know. That's why I'm traveling a lot here. I can't do anything in my country.
Yeah. So constrictive and suffocative, right?
Yeah. Like project management.
Okay, good afternoon, distinguished guests, industry experts, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have a liberty to wait for extra 1 or 2 minutes because we're starting sharp at 4 and ending sharp at 4:45 because we have a schedule lined up after 4:45 and there are distinguished guests speaking right at 4:45 in this session. So we are now in the final session of this 2 days exciting forum. We're going to talk about the drones for development. In fact, the session is all about synthesizing what we have discussed so far in this entire 2 days event. Ranging from the drone application, from the UTM system, to all the regulatory frameworks and the capacity building and knowledge exchanges between the countries in South Asia region and beyond. So without delay, I would like to invite the keynote speaker for this session. Her name is Ms. Sonia Betchard. She's a co-founder and a co-pilot at the We Robotics. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give her a round of applause. Welcome you, Sonia. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Pazanta. And thank you to the organizers, to the World Bank, for this wonderful 2 days of sharing and learning. It has been a fantastic learning experience over the past 2 days. So this is the last session of the day. And it is kind of difficult to start out this session because so much has been said. So my goal is also not to repeat what has been said before and to kick out this session of drones for development on 2 keywords. I would like to challenge you with 2 keywords to start out this session. And my keywords are adoption and integration. Because I think we have come a long way in the drones for development space. So to give you a bit of background on my journey, We Robotics has co-created and is facilitating the Flying Labs network. The network is present in over 40 countries in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And Flying Labs are local knowledge hubs who help integrate drones, data, and AI into the development space, so into anything that ties to an SDG. And what we have seen, we have been doing this for 9 years, so we've been here for a long time. We have seen many kind of hype waves go and come and go also. And we have seen many actors come and go. And this is why, for me, integration and adoption are really important elements because they drive also sustainability. So when we think, where should our sector kind of put their focus in the future, for me it's really thinking about how can we move away from this kind of project-based thinking. That is important. I think we need the projects. We still need new pilot and learning projects as we've seen throughout the last 2 days, but we also need to move to integrating drones and data into existing workflows, into existing processes. And that kind of asks for a different thinking. So we're going to have a stellar panel that will talk more about the use cases. And I wanted to kind of open this session by thinking not around what I call the what being the use cases, the actual work, but more to start thinking about the questions behind. Why? Why would we use drones for development? And for me, the why essentially is two elements. It is either to be able to create geospatial data or aerial data, Earth observation data, to make better informed decisions. And the value there lies in the fact that we have more and more challenges in the development world, and resources are not growing. So resources are definitely, if not stagnant, they're getting lower. So we need to make smarter decisions. And this is where drones really can make a difference, because it allows us to create geospatial data by ourselves. It creates now to have these dependencies on international actors for data, but being able to independently create data in a country. So there's definitely a big case to be made for geospatial data on drones. And I think in the why part, another big case is to be made for leapfrog innovation, especially in the health sector and in the agriculture sector, where drones just bring in these new innovations that allow us to leapfrog, to actually jump over last cycles of innovation and start out something very different. So these are, I think, the questions around the why. I also like you to think about other questions, the questions like the who and the how. With flying labs, we see in our work that in terms of the who, what is really important for integration and adoption is stakeholders, to engage stakeholders from the very beginning on, to take stakeholders along on the drone and data journey, to integrate them from the very beginning so they can learn along the path, and that'll help with integration and adoption. For me, one of the best examples is what has been happening in Bhutan over the past, I would say, 2 years, where today there has been some first pilot projects. Also, my colleagues of Bhutan Flying Labs have been involved in many of them. There has been a lot of training of the local stakeholders. So today, in many ministries in Bhutan, drones are an integrated tool, integrated into the workflow, and we're going to hear from one of the panel members a bit later. So I think we need to start thinking about that. How can we move away from the project, and how can we integrate? And the how, I think, the question on the how, what we see, I think the strongest tool for the how are sharing and collaboration. So to share across countries, to share across regions, to even share across continents, to learn from each other, not to start over again and again, but just to be sharing information, sharing use cases, sharing learnings, and the same on the collaboration side. Collaborate across in the country, collaborate across the region, so that we can also learn together how a country, for example, like Bhutan, has been able to integrate drones into I would say, everyday work as a tool that is here today. The last thought I would like to leave here is we are, and this has been repeated, I think, in each session, we are very dependent on regulations. And if there's any regulators here in the room right now, I'd like to make one pledge to you, is that when you think about crafting or revising your regulations, think not just about safety and security. This is the basics, and I understand that this is the most important elements. But also think about the economic value of drones. Think about the development opportunities in your countries that can be supported by drones, and integrate these thoughts into the regulations revisions, into the regulations making, to really think a bit wider and see, and someone said a very nice word to me, think about the low altitude economy. How can you contribute as regulators, not only to safety and security of the airspace, but also to that low altitude economy that is important from an economic point of view, but is also important from a development point of view. And with that, I would like to hand it back to Basanta for the panel.
Thank you. You can have a seat over there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Sonia, for setting the stage of this wonderful discussion that we're going to have for next 35 minutes or so. We have a esteemed panelist here who have had extensive experience across the drone ecosystem in their own countries and beyond as well. So let me invite them on this stage. Dr. Ruchi Saxena, she's the founder of Kia Robotics and lead Global Alliance on Drones in Development. Welcome you here, Dr. Ruchi. We have Ms. Yoon Jo Alison E. from World Bank. She's a senior environmental specialist joining virtually, and she'll be sharing her insights and experience as well with us. Yoon, you are now welcomed in this session as well. So Mr. Kinga Norbu, Deputy Chief Forestry Officer from Bhutan, please, we welcome you here in the stage as well. Mr. Mohammad Jinan, he's a project director at the Ministry of Health, Maldives. So I would like to invite you at this stage as well, Mr. Mohammad. We have got Dr. Veerakan Vijayasiri. He's a senior agriculture specialist at the FAO Sri Lanka. So we would like to have you on this stage as well. And Mr. Nasir Khan Saikat as well. He's a joint secretary at the Bangladesh Open Source Network. And we have the final panelist here, Mr. Niroj Karmacharya, Survey and GIS Group Leader, NE Engineering Company Limited, Nepal Electricity Authority. Please have a seat. Excellent. How are you all doing? Good? Great, thank you. So just to begin with this session, the session is all about drones for development, right? In this entire 2 days event, we have discussed about the different aspects of drone application in different fields. So in fact, the session is all about like the synthesizing the discussions and deliberations that you had over the past 2 days. So just to begin with the session and set the tone and stage for the session, we have got some of the questions for the audience to get your attention to the discussion that we're going to have. We will be presenting some of the slides in the Mentimeter, and I would like to request you to quickly go through and share your thoughts and present the answers into the questions. Technical team, could I please request you to have? Can you scan this barcode? Okay, so we're starting with the questions. So this is a generic question to you all. So how familiar were you with the use of drones in the development? So please share your thoughts into this one. The exciting one. Great. Not very familiar, okay. So I hope this drone forum actually, give you some insights and informed you in this one. Then let's go to the next one. So which sector do you believe stands to benefit the most from the drone technology in your region? In your country? In the space that you are working with? Great, the agriculture stands out the first. Then the disaster management. Oh, okay, healthcare is leading now. Great. Great. So let's move on to another one while you are. So what do you see as the biggest obstacle to implementing drone solutions for development at scale that can be upscaled, outscaled in the region and beyond as well? Well, yeah. High cost and funding constraints. Of course, regulatory and legal barriers as well. We have had so much discussions around that one the entire day. So, okay, the public perception is also there. Social acceptance and issues and the cultural settings as well, definitely. So the final one, let's go to the final one. So what is the most exciting potential benefit of drones in the development? In one word, what do you think? Convenience, wow. Magic. Drones are magical. Easy of life, accurate. It's the future. Drone is the future. Wow, that's great. Fantastic. Quick, handy, fast data processing. Wow. I don't know. War. Yeah. Education stood out as well. Great. Flight. Efficiency, yes, of course. Innovation and efficiency stood out the most, I guess. I don't want to go with WA. Innovations. Yeah, great. Yeah, so these are the applications and these are the things that we want to see drones being used and drones being used in our daily life as well. Thank you so much, audience. So now, we're going to move on to the discussions. We have so much to discuss and to learn from, to hear from the esteemed guest as well. To begin with, I would like to request Dr. Ruchi Saxena. She has recently published one article about building cross-border cooperation strategies for drones in the development. So just building upon that article, I would like to have a few questions to you to begin up with the discussion. You have been a champion for integrating drones into the development ecosystem, and you have been based out in India, but also you have been going beyond India as well. What are the most promising cross-sectoral opportunities you have seen where drones have had measurable impact? What do you think?
So we're talking about the most impactful cross-sectoral applications that we would like to see, and I would like to see something called, that I like to call it as ruralification of drones. I really want to get technologies to the grassroots, and here grassroots are villages in our part of the world. So the day I see the boy from the village flying drone for his own village, solving the problems that he has, and basically doing everything, agriculture, data for conservation, for his protecting his own forests, or the nurse in the hospital, like sending the medicines across to the next hospital or to the next village, or saving lives. So when that really happens, I will be very happy. And for that to happen, probably what we need is a very grassroots level, micro level drone data center. So we are all talking about centers of excellence in higher universities, in the capitals of the countries. Yes, that's probably needed, but you have to come down to the bottom of the pyramid and start talking to students there. And I was talking to some group of people outside, and I said, come on, you belong to the Association of Students of Nepal. If every student from this association goes back to their village, talks to their own Gaon Palika, and says that, let's do this here. Tell us what you want. You want it for agriculture, you want it for public health, you want it for the floods, you want it for landslides. What is it? We know how to do the drones, we can come down to you. And you know what happens in this case is ownership. Because the boy or the girl, they belong to that village, they would feel that, or they feel the pain already. They know what happens in the village. So they don't mind going back to the village and working in the beautiful weather that they have there. Nobody would like to see in the cemented cities and polluted cities. But if you give them an opportunity to go back to the grassroots, start working bottom up, and then push back that into the policies in the country, then even the country is more receptive. The government says, oh, you've already done the homework. What do you want? You want this regulation? Fine, we will do it for you. But give that as an example to the government. Pull the policies towards your direction. Investors will also start jumping in. Impact investors will come in, and patient investors will also come in. So all of them want to work for you, provided you are ready to go back to your grassroots and say that, I want to take this technology, this amazing magic, the robot, the drone, the AI, the machine learning, all the stuff that we're talking about, but I want to bring it to my village. Then everything will start changing for us.
So bringing magic to the local grassroots
Absolutely.
level. Yeah, great. So, so let's move on to another speaker here. Ms. Yoon Jo, thank you so much, and waiting us patiently as well, and connecting virtually. So you are a senior environmental specialist at the World Bank, Ms. Yoon. So you must have been using drones in your operations, in your work, I guess. So one quick question to you. How are drones changing the game in the environmental and social impact assessments for development projects, especially in the ecologically sensitive regions that you are working with? Over to you, Yoon.
Thank you so much to be part of this esteemed panel, and I really appreciate that. I see that I'm the only one coming in virtual. Clearly, I really, really appreciate it, and it's really quite an honor for me. I'm really excited to be here because actually I was part of the first Drone Africa Forum many, many years ago, working with a number of bank team members, but also with some very strong leadership from the African nation states. In Bangladesh, I'm the senior environment specialist, and I've been applying drones both in demonstration effect as well as education. Development for me in drones has a connotation of jobs. And when we look at the industry, and I really like what Dr. Ruchi had said, we have to look at the application of drones not for the sake of gathering data per se only, but also to incorporate the question of how we can get the youth and livelihood and overall production of farmlands going. In my applications in Bangladesh, I've done a couple of these work. I know that I'm not supposed to show any PowerPoints. I'm not allowed. But since Dr. Ruchi had asked, I'm going to show her a photo of what we have done. Just a photo, not a presentation, that shows that we've taken the air drone. It's an air drone that went out to a shrimp farm, 2 farmers and their villagers. And we were able to teach some of these villagers to operate a shrimp feeding drone in a matter of a few hours. And that alone created a different insight about farmers that had no aspect of using feeding tools to enhance their overall shrimp production. Immediately for the youth and for the farmer themselves, they have different gains. One is production, but better feeding. And for children, it's an opportunity to look at how technology meets and goals. Lastly, and 2 other applications I want to share before I go. I know it's a big panel. The second application that I did was looking at, and I see the people who did it. I see Andrew's in the audience there. And it's too bad James is not there, but yeah, I didn't realize he'd be there. The other application that actually Andrew and his company worked on for us was in the area of water drones, the use of water drones. And I think that's critical. I mean, when we look at drones, people often have a thinking that it's only air, but actually a drone is a concept, autonomous, and information gathering. So there are many ways to look at the water drone. In the application of water and air quality drones, I want to express and really, I mean, I understand the moderator who introduced us from the very beginning was talking about the why and how impact on development. For many of our countries, especially here in Bangladesh, we don't have enough workforce to monitor pollution. Using technology and AI and drones helps us cover the monitoring and the regulations of clean air and clean water. So I'll pause there. Thank you. I hope I answered your questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Ewan. Thank you so much for sharing your insights and experience using the drones in the environmental and social impact assessment. So we would definitely have questions to you. We're going to come back to you as well, and we're going to also reach out to the audience later on as well. Now I'd like to move on to the Mr. Kinga Norvu from Bhutan. So yes, Shone also mentioned in our keynote speech that Bhutan is actually integrating drones for development in different sectoral application as well. Could you please share how Bhutan is leveraging drones for forest monitoring, biodiversity protection, or anti-poaching initiatives? Also, I know Bhutan is a carbon negative country, and in terms of like how drones is also helping to achieve that target as well. Just share your insights and lessons.
First of all, thank you so much for bringing me on this panel. In terms of Bhutan, especially in conservation and forestry sectors, I come from Ministry of Energy, and the department I work is for Department of Forest and Park Services. So as you rightly pointed out, we are carbon negative, and 70% of Bhutan is covered by trees. But that number, that 70%, is being managed by 1,300 forestry personnel. And the amount of work we do is very huge, because we have to look at forest and biodiversity, look the management perspective, monitoring perspective, regulatory perspective. So when these 3 things come together, the department 3 years back has introduced drone technology as we have a theme called leveraging drone technology into conservation and humanity. So that was the theme that Department of Forest adopted. So from there, what else we have used drone for? Human wildlife conflict monitoring, especially elephant monitoring, if elephant coming from here and then it reaches there, from point A to B, then we look at what distance it's traveling, the pace elephant traveling, and then on the other side we might have communities. So then looking at what speed the drone, I mean the elephants are traveling, we inform quick response team in the community, elephants are approaching your community, so be prepared. So one is that, other one is we also do forest fire management, especially locating the forest fires, and then how do we deploy, strategically deploy forestry teams. And later what we do, forest fire post assessment, the damage assessment, and we also inculcate drone into, unlike other offices, we deploy drone for 8 various purposes. Forest management, forest plantation assessment. We also look at if the plantation being invaded by wild animal or by domestic animal. So we then inform the nearby managers that to chase away wild animal or domestic animal. So there are varied uses that we deploy drone into our drone as a technology in leveraging forest and conservation works in Bhutan.
Great. So exciting to hear about the application of drones in Bhutan. So he spelled out, basically I noted 3 words, management, regulatory, and monitoring. So combining all of this together is through the drone applications, which is exciting to hear about. Thank you. So now I would like to move on to the coastal country, the island country, Maldives, just to hear about, like how drone is actually aiding the development in Maldives, particularly focusing on the health sector. So Maldives faces unique geographic challenges in terms of delivering healthcare services because there are so many islands in the country, right? So where are you in terms of, like providing healthcare services to the citizens of Maldives using drone applications? Is there any initiatives around that, or are you thinking of going to that direction?
All right, thank you. Good evening to everyone, and thanks to the Nepal and the World Bank for hosting this event. So, looking into the, I just want to give a perception about what the Maldives is. Maldives is a bunch of islands. We have 1,192 islands. The main thing is economy is on tourism, which is luxury tourism. We have around 200 plus resorts and so on. So bunch of islands are actually divided into atolls. So each atoll will have a hospital. So there's one more panel discussion from the Maldives, as rightfully said, that we have around 99% of water. So the transport medium is through by air or by sea. And the current medium is by a speedboat or by a boat or by an aircraft. So we need an alternative way to transport goods from one place to another. The population, we cannot put doctors, nurses, and build high-end laboratories in each island, and it won't be financially feasible as well. So we need alternative, cost-efficient way to transport medicines, consumables, and so on. So we are actually trying to implement medical drone delivery in the Maldives. So we have done consultations, stakeholder engagement workshops, and so on, including private and public sector. And currently, and also we have procured the drone, we have tested the drone, and we have procured sort of a kind of high-end drone, which is, we have a unique challenge. It's not about the geography only. We have the largest number of seaplanes, which is a VFR, which is a small plane which carries around 10 to 20 people, which is a low flying. So in long story short, the thing is that we are actually transforming the health sector. We are moving towards it. Regulations has been drafted, drone has been procured, and we see in the future there will be drones in making deliveries, not only from the health sector, but in the agriculture, logistic, and it will be included in the tourism sector as well. Yeah.
Great. So we look forward to seeing that drone in action in Maldives for the healthcare deliveries. Thank you. So let's move on to Vidakan from Sri Lanka, and so from FAO. Yeah. So could you please share your insights in terms of how drones is helping increasing agricultural productivity in Sri Lanka?
Yeah, now we all, when you think of agriculture systems, we all look for efficient, productive, and resilient agriculture systems, ecosystems in any country in this country. So in that sense, the drone will be a game changer in improving the efficiency and improving the resilience of this paddy ecosystem, the agriculture ecosystem, as well as the reducing the cost of production with real-time information gathering and all that. So when I just take an example on agriculture system in Sri Lanka, where paddy, rice cultivation, paddy is the South Asia, the biggest, what do you call, staple food, which is coming out. Now, in that situation where the agronomic practices from land preparation and the harvesting is mechanized, but in between, it is totally manual, of course, to a certain extent. There are transplanters, seeders, and all that. But what I see is, what we FAO sees is that the drone as a tool can use that to make that efficient. So, for example, after preparation of land, the drones can be used for seeding, which reduce the cost of production, improve the density management, and that in turn will help in increasing the productivity at the end. And the drones can be used for fertilizer application, demand-driven fertilizer application based on the term that is the fertilizer that is required by the crop. Drones can be used for spot application of agrochemicals rather than spraying haphazardly to control pests and diseases. And also on top of all that, the drone can be used for monitoring of the crop and yield predictions. So all that can be done using this with low-cost system. And right now, FAO in Sri Lanka with the regional partners, we are trying to develop this and disseminate that to the smallholder farmers in this country.
Great. So would like to see the application of drones in precision agriculture scaled up so that it can be replicated. The successes from this Sri Lanka go beyond the region to other parts of the world as well. I wish you all the best in terms of FAO piloting that initiatives in Sri Lanka. So now let's move on to Bangladesh. So we have Nasir Khan. So I would like to hear from you about, like, since you have been working at the grassroots level and the technology driven education and innovation. So how are drones been used to build STEM capacity and inspire young innovators in Bangladesh? So where do you stand, and what are the Bangladeshi young minds stands in this case?
Okay. Thank you, everyone. From the last 2 days, we are listening about many things about the regulations and the restrictions and the challenges. So we took a path that is more easier for us, and right at this moment, so we can bypass that as well. So we took the education part, the STEM education, we have a facility in the main city, Dhaka area, but we are running multiple courses in the drone for the school-going children, for 6 to class 12 students. And from this year, we thought that we should go to the remote locations in the coastal areas and the remote location wherein the students cannot come to our facilities to get the training. So on that case, we do not have to follow the rules of what the laws are, because we are training them how to build the drone and how to operate the thing. So we found this approach because from the very beginning, from the class 1 or class 2, so every student studies the language like English, math, and other subjects. So that doesn't mean that he have to be a mathematician. So we followed the path. We are training the students the programming and the robotics and the introduced drone as well. They might not be the champion, but they know how the tool works, and that can help us to build something new as well. And we also focus on the disaster recovery system and the disaster management. Like we have a big group of volunteers in the OpenStreetMap community. So we also work with them and use drone data in case-by-case situation when the disaster happens. So the rules is going on. The regulation will come up when it's published, but we are not waiting for that thing. So we follow the path to educate the students, and eventually the guardians and the parents and the other people will know this is a tool and this is not to fear about.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
In fact, you are just planting the champions in the future through the drone education to the young minds, right? Yeah. So it's good to hear about that one. So now let's move on to the final speaker here for the first round, and then we're going to turn to the audience for a quick question from your end. So Nidhi, so you are the lead at the Nepal Engineering Company, a sister company of the Nepal Electricity Authority. So drones are increasingly used in this space, in Nepal, right, in different sectors. But in the infrastructure sectors, can you share how they are transforming your work of the Nepal Engineering Authority and also the independent power producers in Nepal? Like how these drones is helping them to actually achieve their goal in time?
Firstly, I would like to share my bad experience regarding using of the traditional technology.
Okay.
There used to be one project in the eastern part of our country, and for reaching the site, I think we have to use jeep for 3 days and need to walk 2 days to reach the site.
Wow.
And at that site, our team were looking for the different dam options, and I mobilized the team for 4 times. Because they were looking for the different dam options, and they were trying to see which dam option will be the optimized one, and I mobilized for 4 times. Can you imagine that how much money and the time we might have spent for the mobilization, demobilization, and surveying works for that project? Now the scenario is different. We are using the UAV LiDAR technology. Now we are scanning and taking the images of the whole project area, and then we are just processing the images and developing the things what our designing teams needs, so that they could design each component efficiently within the limited time. So it's taking too less time for them to design the works. So I think that the time is also, we are taking the less time and also we are spending the less money. I think in the context of Nepal, within the few years, there will be a situation that we will be telling that our country is developing faster because we are using the UAV technology.
Great to hear that one. Wow, that's the prospect. That's the ambition that the Nepal is heading towards. So thank you so much for putting that on the spot. So through NEA, through the energy sector, they are just transforming the energy infrastructure development in the country, which is good to hear about that one. And I also know that they have been using the drones for, like transmission sector as well, and just, like bringing the cable for the transmission line construction in the country, which is a very fantastic news as well. So I turn to the audience. We have got like 6 minutes, 39 seconds left for this session. So if you have any quick questions, any pertinent questions to the audience, esteemed panelists, I give you the floor. Any questions from your end? Please, over to you. Please be very brief. Can someone please hand him the mic?
Hello. I would like to directly go to my question. My question is to Dr. Ruchi ma'am and Mr. Nasi sir. Since you guys told you are in the education field, you are teaching the kids from the rural areas, how you are carrying the education, you are teaching them throughout the year, and how are you managing the because it is a very expensive learning. Since we are also in the same field, we also teach kids, school kids, but from the private schools, it's not economically viable for the lower. I don't mean to say that lower, like low-income families and low-income schools. So how you are managing economically, and there is a technical challenges also, since as you know, single drone parts is also very expensive. How you guys are managing it? Thank you.
Great.
So I totally agree with you.
Dr. Ruchi, before you answer that one, I do have one question to all of the esteemed panelists here. And that's the final round of questions from my end as well. So we discussed about the, like different applications for drones in development, right? So beyond the, questions and the answers that we got in the Mentimeter, I would like to hear what are the biggest challenges you see. Don't reflect to the regulatory, like related challenges, those challenges that we listed out in the Mentimeter. Apart from that, what are the biggest challenges that you think in terms of, like using drones in the development? Very brief. We have got like 4 minutes, 5 seconds. Please, very brief to all of you.
So first I'll answer him?
Yes, sure.
Or first I'll answer you?
Yes, you can answer the both
So
at the
I
same
agree
time.
with you. It's a very expensive affair. That's the reason you have to divide your work. You cannot do it yourself. And thankfully, there are such kind of drone platforms available for education, which are very cheap. They're not very expensive. So for about 5,000, 6,000 rupees, you get it. And it's like you share your resources. If you say that you will own everything, like every school has one class full of drones, that's not going to be possible. It has to be, as I said, district level or at least village level. You have a shared resource and you share it with everyone, then it becomes easy. Again, for teaching for us, one person comes and says, I am the expert, it's not going to be possible. Join hands, the whole world is out there for you. Extend your invitation to everyone. I'm sure everybody will come and help you out. So lay out a curriculum, what you want, and then plug in the right people to teach the right part. That's how I have been doing, and I think you can do that too. And talking about challenges in this sector, for me, honestly, I started, I'm a medical doctor, by the way, I'm not a PhD doctor, and I came into drones for public health. And not seeing public health as an agenda in most of the initiatives across the world, it really, really hurts me. And talking to everyone, why did it fail? Even in Nepal, we had a beautiful project which lasted for 3 years, and it's not happening. So it's happening, not happening for various reasons. One, you don't have an ownership. Nobody wants to invest. Nobody wants to say that, yes, we want this too. So everyone knows that you want it. You know that there is a pain. There are people dying out there on the mountains or in the islands that are not getting the medicines at the right time. And so many lives that you can additionally save. But not seeing that as a part of even government agenda, even corporates agenda, even startups agenda, that is really hurting because I am in this sector only for saving lives. If that's not happening, I don't know what am I doing here.
Please. Shwanya, if you have anything to say?
So for me, I think the biggest challenge is what I said in the beginning, is the adoption. And it has a lot to do with what Ruchi's saying. I think it's also today, there's a lot of top-down push of technology. I think the bottom-up approach, the ownership is an essential part of adoption.
Great.
In case of Bhutan, like for my department in Bhutan, among the government agencies, we have the highest number of drones, but yet drones don't come that cheap. So given the choice, instead of buying one drone, you can go for 15 laptops. So such kind of arrangement has to be done. But nevertheless, technology can be leveraged. So how? In conservation and forestry, currently there are limited algorithms that forest measurement can be done. Today when we do forest inventory, we do manual measurement of individual trees. But if drone could be flown and then a drone giving an answer saying that this tree has this many meter cube of timber. So such kind of thing can leverage forestry and conservation. So that later when we plan, so like hundreds of countries, we do periodic forest monitoring. Every 5 to 10 years, once monitoring. So when we do that, we deploy 1,000 forest officers in the field measuring, taking 3 to 4 months. So if we have drones giving that kind of measurement, that will be very helpful in conservation sector.
Great.
Thank you. In the context of Maldives, I would like to highlight two main challenges. One is our case is very unique. One thing is that we operate in a busy airspace. Busy means we have the largest VFR fleet as well as we have IFR fleet as well. We have domestic flights also. So operating a drone, a big drone in a busy airspace is one of it. Second thing would be we are situated in equator. So we have these unpredictable coastal storms. There may be gust winds in between. So it is something that would be a challenge in the operation as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, what we see the biggest challenge in introducing drones to agriculture sector is, of course, the scale of operation. The South Asian countries, including Sri Lanka, the farm size is very small. So individual can't run the drone. It has to be a group activity. It has to be a clustered activity run by the private sector that at the end of the day, individual farmers will join together and make this operation a success. The second one I see is the protocols and standards. Even though we say we are doing drone seeding, spraying and all that, it is not just spraying by knapsack sprayers. We have to develop the scientific standards for that. That is still lacking. So FAO is trying to do that and disseminate among the stakeholders to share among them.
I want to add a different thing. again, from last 2 days, we are talking about the big projects, joint projects, and multiple group, huge team needed. But there are consumer drones available in the market. So I believe around 75% drones in every country are used by the photographers and videographers.
Mm-hmm.
They are flying from anywhere in any country, and we are not talking about them. So we are definitely we need to do big projects which are more impactful, but we also think about those who are largely the owner of the drones. So on that case, there should be a separate session for them as well. So what are their thoughts and what are their strugglings?
Okay, for the entertainment sector.
For the entertainment in general, yes.
Okay, okay. Neeraj, with you.
I think though we are generating the high quality data from using the UAV, the main problem in the infrastructure development is that though our data is of high quality, the software that the other designers are using might not be that capability. So we are downsizing our data so that it would be compatible to their software, and so that that is creating a problem that we are not getting that much efficient results from our data, because they are using the data as per their need, not as per what we have provided to them.
Okay.
That's the main problem, because in case of Nepal, we can't, the software might be 3 to 4 years old. Now the technology have evolved. Now it might be too cheap to upgrade that our software, too expensive to upgrade that software, and also we have to follow different governmental procedure for upgrading and buying the new software. Okay. So though we are giving the high quality data, the designers are forcing us to give the low quality data for their use.
Okay, that's the biggest challenge for you. So setting up the right infrastructure. Yunju, I turn to you for a brief 20 seconds reflection.
I'll be super fast. Thanks a lot. Okay, so 3 things that key challenges. Number 1, national vision. There needs national leadership. I can tell you that right now, Rwanda, just a few countries around the world actually have a drone ecosystem policy plan. So that's one. The second is a market approach. What is missing in the drone economy is a market-based approach. We cannot do drones as a subsidy, a grant, or something that might be good for development. It has to be mainstream into the public budget. It has to be part of the cost effectiveness. If we are going to spend 3,000 people and do 400 months of, 3 and 4 months of data collection, we could do the cost effectiveness. And third is the capacity. Right now in Bangladesh, if I want to fly a drone, I cannot really say that I have all the skill set. There are some, but it's not widespread. So at institutional level, educational institution, accreditation has to be prioritized. I'll stop here.
Okay, thank you so much. So while listening to all of you, like at some point I also think, so we will have questions later on, informal networking as well. We now need to end the session, but before ending the session, I just have this random thoughts came into my mind, like when he was, Verekon was talking about the drones for precision agriculture, perhaps we could look into the perspective of drones cooperative approach, like reaching out to different farmers, and then try to see whether drones can be used by the different smallholder farmers and also different youth groups as well. So with that note, I would like to thank the esteemed panelists here and the lovely audience. Thank you so much for your patience and listening to this esteemed discussion. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much, the esteemed panelists. Thank you so much. So now I would like to request Madam Indu Ghimire to hand over the token of love to the esteemed panelists. Madam, could you please come over to the stage? Please bring that one. Neeraj, could you please come over to the front? Center, be in the center. Mr. Nasir Khan, Dr. Verekon, Mr. Muhammad Jinan, Mr. Kinga Nurbu, Yunju, we owe you. We can deliver it to you in your country. Dr. Ruchi Saxena and Ms. Shonya Bechat. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
With that, I would also like to thank you, Mr. Basanta Podel, for wonderfully moderating this knowledge session. Thank you very much. And also our esteemed panelists, thank you very much for your views and for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, namaskar and good evening. I'm Mandira Maharshan, back up on the stage, and I'm here. This is all pleasure to be here to connect you all your day with the closing session of this two-day event, South Asia Forum, South Asia Drone Forum 2025. I'm sure it must have been a long day for all of you. It's been a very tight schedule, two-day event, but what we all know is that at the end of a long tunnel, there is a bright light. So a big round of applause for all of you. Thank you very much for participating. All our stakeholders, our key role players, and our drone enthusiasts, thank you very much for making your time and for being the part of this South Asia Drone Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, to start with our closing session, we have our special guest on the other side of the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Abbas Jah, Practice Manager, South Asia Region, Infrastructure, Resilience Policy and Finance, the World Bank. We've been coordinating precisely to also work with his schedule. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us at this forum. We would like to give the floor to you for your special remarks. Sir, we'd like to start with your remarks on the forum. Over to you, Mr. Abbas.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? Okay. So thank you very much. First of all, I want to begin with a very, very warm words of gratitude from my end, from the World Bank side, to the government of Nepal for hosting this first South Asia Drone Forum. I also want to express my gratitude to the government of Korea because this entire Drone Forum has been made possible because of the Korea World Bank partnership. I want to begin by, first of all, acknowledging, and I'm delighted to hear from my team that I believe the Africa Drone Forum and the India Drone Association has signed an MOU for expanding activities around drones and partnerships. And I believe after this session, we are going to sign a similar MOU with the government, with the Nepal Drone Association. I think this is fantastic. This is exactly the purpose with which we started off this work. The idea is to expand the ecosystem and expand the space available to people like yourselves, experts, but also entrepreneurs who want to use drones in their work. So let me start there. Maybe 2 or 3 thoughts from my end. So first of all, it's clear that in the days to come, the cost of drones are going to drop exponentially. And related to that, I think the applications of drones is also going to expand in areas that perhaps we cannot even imagine at this point. I know in Nepal, we started off using drones for anti-poaching activities, but now it's expanded to many, many areas, including delivery of critical medical supplies in remote areas. For a country like Nepal, which is so mountainous and where connectivity is still an issue, I think these are the kind of areas we need to explore more of. So that's number one. We need to think about how do we expand the sort of the area of activities using drones, including things like predictive maintenance. Which brings me to the next point, which is that I think artificial intelligence is going to bring a revolution in this area. I think more and more we'll see automated image processing using drones. And again, I think that the costs are going to drop in this area. So if we want South Asia to be a leader in this area, we need to think creatively and create the space for entrepreneurs in this space. And the third and final point I want to make is about regulation, which is that we've seen across the world that the drone system, the ecosystem explodes when you have smart but light touch regulation. I think that regulation is very important, but it needs to be done in a way that enables innovation rather than inhibits it. And we have examples from across the subcontinent of how this can be done. So let me stop here. I know that it's been a long 2 days, but I hope that it has been fruitful for all of you. I'm also, I note that from the numbers that we've had more than 200 participants on both days, and more than 60% of the participants are from the private sector, which is fantastic. At the end, before I close, I want to acknowledge my core team, Igunuwari, Yoko, Basanta, Sujata, and all others in the Nepal team for their hard work. This kind of a gathering cannot happen without many, many people coming together. So once again, warm thanks to all of you. And I hope that this is just the beginning and we can carry this journey together forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Abbas, for joining us. He's with us. He's joining us all the way from Singapore. And we're very grateful for his time. And ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a very big day where important collaborations are taking places. And yesterday we had a collaboration between India Drone Federation with African Drone Forum, and today we're going to have one more big collaboration, and this is between Nepal Drone Association and India Drone Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to kindly invite the representative from Nepal Drone Association to please come up on stage. Likewise, I would also like to kindly request the representative from India Drone Federation to please kindly come up on stage for the official MOU signing between the two corporations. Ladies and gentlemen, this official MOU signing is basically going to focus more on policy development, business expansion, events, and knowledge exchange. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This really is indeed a special mutual collaboration to foster new collaboration, to explore and to exchange more ideas and opportunities. A big round of applause. Nepal Drone Association and India Drone Federation. Congratulations to both the corporations. And we're very humbled that this has been the platform for this collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move ahead with special remarks from our delegates from South Asian countries. We would like to have our guest from Bangladesh. I'd like to kindly invite up on stage Mr. Ahmed Zamil, Ministry of Civil Aviation and Tourism from Bangladesh. So please put forward with his remarks. Thank you, sir.
Respected representatives from the World Bank and the Government of Nepal, and my dear fellow participants, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good day to you all. This is my utmost pleasure for what we have experienced in the last 2 days. We came here, with some optimism, and we should say that 100% of that has been fulfilled. As far as Bangladesh is concerned, we have a drone policy that was formulated 5 years back. And today we feel that lots of things have been missing there, so we need to update that policy. So we are still working on it. So when we got the invitation from the World Bank, we thought that this experience is going to be very, very helpful for us, because we know that we are going to participate with the 7 South Asian countries, and all these countries have almost, similar infrastructure, government infrastructure. We have similarity in language, similarity in culture, and everything. So what we find out is that we are not actually lagging behind the others. We are thinking in the same way. We know that the Sri Lanka has already formulated the policy. Pakistan is about to publish the policy, and the other countries are working on it. And we are actually, when we talked at the sidelines, we found out that we are in the same line. We are not actually different, and our policies will be certainly be a good one. There is one thing to notice that our policymakers need to change their mindset. In one way is that, we used to believe that drone is used for entertainment purposes only. It is recreational activities. Some people will just, make some videos and upload it into their Facebook or something like that. No, drone is used for some serious activities as well. Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Bhutan, they are using it for, disaster management purposes, for predicting landslides, predicting flooding, and for even firefighting activities. So these things are actually, experiences are new to us. So we believe that our policymakers will definitely have to change their mindset from these types of activities. And our policies have to cover all these things, because drone is also creating some opportunities for work. Lots of people are working, because Indian experience is very good. We learned that there are drone didis, and it actually reminds us of the time when the mobile phone was first introduced in Bangladesh. And it was introduced by some of the rural ladies. They used to rent out mobile phone to the other people so that they can talk to their near and dear ones who are living in the Middle East. So this is what happened through our Grameen initiative, in the Grameen phone initiative in the first place. And we have to say that there are other things that we learned from one of the participants, that what you need to do is that you do not wait for the regulators to act. You approach the regulators and convince them and get the regulation done. I think this is what you should do. We are actually, the government does not live in the ivory tower anymore. We are actually open to government. So we welcome any kind of suggestions. Our mobile phones are given in the internet. So you can approach us. Any time from any part of the world, you can approach us, and certainly your views will be taken care of, and the policy that will come up will take care of all your concerns. And lastly, once again, I thank World Bank and the government of Nepal for their warm hospitality that we have been here. And we are actually, we will stay here for 2 more days, because the flights are not available. And that's a good opportunity. This is my first time in Nepal, and for my colleague as well. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed Zamil. I hope the rest of the time you get to spend here in Kathmandu are very memorable for you, and thank you very much for being here to be a part of this South Asia Drone Forum, ladies and gentlemen. Now we move further with another remarks, and to put forward with his remarks, I'd like to kindly invite up on stage Mr. Palden Wongchuk from Bhutan Civil Aviation Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome him up on stage. Thank you.
Thank you, and very good evening to all. On behalf of the Royal Government of Bhutan, I would like to thank the Government of Nepal, the Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Civil Aviation, and the World Bank for giving us this opportunity and inviting me and my team from Bhutan. It was indeed a great opportunity for us to participate in this drone forum in Nepal, meeting with the industry experts and other regulatory friends from the South Asian nation. The key things which I feel, which I was interested to learn was the drone regulatory barriers which others face in your own country, the new technologies, UTM, AI, and the different potential for drones in different sectors. This event highlighted the growing importance of the drone, and last, I would like to inform that in the networking session allow me to meet many new people and learn many new things and take back new knowledges from this forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palden Wangchuk, for your remarks. And that was very warm, and we're very happy that you were part of this South Asia Drone Forum. And like our representative from Bangladesh earlier mentioned, that policymakers need to change the mindsets. And we know, because that's where our ideas and opportunities actually start. So I think we definitely need to focus over there to make sure that the regulations and the frameworks are done properly so that the operations on the ground can go smooth. Ladies and gentlemen, for now, I would like to invite up on stage from India, our representative from India, Mr. Manoj Kumar Yadav, from Ministry of Civil Aviation. Welcome, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, participant of World Bank and Government of Nepal and all participants here. I feel very good to participate in the South Asia Drone Forum organized by World Bank in collaboration, Government of Nepal in collaboration with the World Bank. As my colleague Kavita Singh yesterday says, India has the drones rules, and Drone Federation of India is also very active in India, and various rule has been framed. And India is now going to frame the UTM policy rules and BVLOS operations. For BVLOS operation, rule is under consideration. Recently, Indian Council of Medical Research, ICMR, 25th March, has one feasibility project for cornea transportation doing the BVLOS operation about 40 kilometers from one city to other city, and All India Medical Science has transplanted to the needy persons. So the various activities is going on BVLOS. And for the 2 days, we have the various South Asian countries know the frameworks of the various South Asian countries like the Nepal, Pakistan, and Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and all are doing their best in the drone sector. And we have to learn here like BVLOS, UTM, AI in the drones. And ICAO also have a great role to harmonize the regulation at par with all the country. And we have also have the collaborative ideas to South Asian country to learn and understanding the various activities under drone. Thank you.
Thank you, India, for being a part of the South Asia Drone Forum. And it really has been also a big day because we've had 2 big collaborations with other corporations. So this really marks a very big milestone in this technology of ecosystem of drone technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, for now, I would like to kindly invite up on stage from Maldives, Mohammed Afla from Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation, Maldives. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. On behalf of the Maldives government and my colleagues, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks for the generous hospitality shown to us. This has truly been a memorable experience that we will warmly carry back to our country. We have learned so many new things during our time here, And we look forward to taking these things to the Maldives. And as we plan the way forward to use and utilize the drones in the Maldives, before I conclude, I would like to extend my open invitation to all of you to visit the beautiful Maldives once in a time. Thank you so much for your time.
We definitely agree with you, sir. Maldives is definitely a place to be visited at least once in a lifetime. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Also from Maldives, our representatives, thank you very much for your precious presence. And now I would like to kindly invite up on stage from Pakistan, Muhammad Arsalan Khan, Pakistan Ministry of Defense. Could we please have you up on stage for your special remarks? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. On the behalf of Government of Pakistan and my colleagues who are participating in this event, I would like to thank the Government of Nepal and the World Bank for hosting such a brilliant event. From our pre-arrival to this event, everything was excellently planned, and it was quite insightful that it gave us opportunity to learn from other countries in this region that what they are doing, where we stand, and it also gave us the opportunity to learn from the private sector that how industries are performing, what other private sectors are doing it, and what they are expecting from the policy level and the public sector, that what are the shortcomings that the public sector should come up to address and work in collaboration with the private sector. Some of the main takeaways that I took from this event is that the public-private partnership is utmost to enable the use of drones for development, enabling inclusive growth, and allowing informed decision-making. The second thing, which is also the sense of this event, was that there should be a collaboration among all the countries in this region to promote usage of drone and try to develop harmonized regulatory frameworks so that they should be interoperable and should cooperate with one another for better development of this sector. Thank you once again to the Government of Nepal and the World Bank.
Thank you very much for your warm remarks, ladies and gentlemen. For now, I would like to kindly invite up on stage from Sri Lanka, Ms. Arifa Muhammad Ali Muhammad. She is from Ministry of Transport, Highways, Ports, and Civil Aviation. I'd like to welcome ma'am up on stage. Thank you.
The officers from World Bank, and my dear colleagues, and the ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum, Aibowan, Namaste, good afternoon. And of course, first of all, I want to thank to the committee who organized this one and the World Bank, because I gave a lot of knowledge on it, not only myself, but my colleagues also. So in case of Sri Lanka, earlier my officers from my country told about this. Sri Lanka is based on agriculture country. So not only the agriculture, we are on fisheries also. And for that, I learned a lot of. We can use for this drone operation to improve our agriculture sector and the fisheries. Agriculture means not only the paddy, tea, rubber, coconut, and spices. And those are our major contribution to the economy. So it will be help to us. And of course, in case of Sri Lanka, we initiated early about this in 1959. And after that, last month, of course, we have amended the act, and it was approved by the cabinet, and it gazetted. And of course, I got a lot of new knowledge or new information about it. because in case I am from the ministry, there's an institution called Civil Aviation Authority in Sri Lanka. That is the major role in Sri Lanka about this aircraft and the drone. And of course, one officer from that organization also, so it will help to us. And of course, I want to thank again. This is actually knowledge gaining workshops or forum. So I want to thank the World Bank and the coordinating officers to organize such a fruitful workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Arifa, ma'am, for your words. Ladies and gentlemen, technology alone can never be a solution to any problem. It takes a trained set of mind and skills to always go hand in hand to come up with feasible solutions to any problems that comes up. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to address and acknowledge the presence of our esteemed guests from South Asian countries. So we would like to appreciate their presence and offer a token of appreciation. We'd like to invite up on stage Ms. Indu Gimire to do the honors of handing over the token of appreciation to our delegates from South Asian countries. I'd like to invite Ms. Indu Gimire. She's also chairing this closing session of South Asia Drone Forum 2025. Ms. Indu Gimire, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Civil Aviation, representing Government of Nepal. So please put your hands together. Our first representatives from Bangladesh, I would like to invite on the stage Ahmed Zamil, Ministry of Civil Aviation and Tourism, Bangladesh. Likewise, to join him up on stage, I'd like to invite Ashraful Alam, Flight Operation Inspector, Civil Aviation Authority of Bangladesh. The center stage. Also, I'd like to invite all the other representatives who have arrived here from Bangladesh to please come up on stage and to take this memory together back home. Now I'd like to invite up on stage Mr. Palden Wangchuk from Bhutan Civil Aviation Authority, and Mr. Dorji Wangchuk, Air Traffic Controller, Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport from Bhutan. Likewise, we would also like to invite up on stage from India, Manoj Kumar Yadav, Ministry of Civil Aviation. And to join him up on stage, I'd like to invite Kavita Singh from Drone Directorate, Directorate General of Civil Aviation, India. We'll take a picture together. Ma'am, please come up on stage. Thank you very much. A big round of applause. Likewise, we'd like to invite on stage Mohammad Afla, Ministry of Tourism and Civil Aviation from Maldives. Also to join him on the stage, I'd like to invite Ibrahim Ilam from Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation, Maldives. And anyone else from Maldives who have arrived here to be a part of this forum, please come up on stage. One moment. It's lovely to have you also, sir. Please come up on stage. Thank you. A big round of applause for Maldives, ladies and gentlemen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Muhammad Arsalan Khan from Pakistan Ministry of Defense. And to join him on stage, I'd like to invite Arsalan Safiq from Pakistan Civil Aviation Authority. Also, any other guests, a representative from Pakistan, please come up on stage and join our delegates. Thank you. It's lovely to have all of you, Sri Lanka. Thank you very much. pardon me, Maldives. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to have our guest from Sri Lanka, kindly inviting Ms. Arifa to please come up on stage. Also to join her on stage, Praveen Kalana from Sri Lanka Civil Aviation Authority, Civil Aviation Inspection. Please come up on stage. And any other guests from Sri Lanka, I'd like to kindly invite you to please come up on stage. Careful. I hope you're all right. It really has been wonderful. Thank you very much, all our South Asian countries delegates. And now with that, I'd like to invite Ms. Indu ma'am to convey with the official closing remarks and to conclude the two-day South Asia Drone Forum 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause and welcome Ms. Indu ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. How are you? Just tired? I hope the discussions, brainstorming, and networking in this event were fruitful for all participants here. As usual, this wonderful event has come to an end. However, I believe that this is a start of what? To new beginning. It's like a journey. It's beginning. So, the inaugural South Asian Drone Forum marks a pivotal step toward regional collaboration, innovation, and advancement of drone technology. This gathering has not only sparked meaningful dialogue, but also laid the foundation for a more connected and forward-thinking South Asia. We look forward to the continued growth of this forum as a hub for ideas, partnerships, and progress. Thank you all participants. Thank you and namaste.
Thank you, Ms. Indu, ma'am, for your kind closing remarks. And now to put forward with the briefing for demonstration for what are the activities happening tomorrow at the end of this forum, I'd like to kindly invite Mr. Jonty from World Bank. Can we please have you up on stage?
Thank you very much. I'm hoping there's a slide coming up. Perfect. So tomorrow, hoping the weather stays good, so please cross your fingers, pray, whatever you feel comfortable doing, so that we have a dry period tomorrow. So for the plan currently is, we have a if you're one of the drone teams that have equipment here, you can leave on that bus with us at 8 a.m. We have 2 more buses leaving at 8:30 for everybody else who wants to leave. And then if you're part of the closed Civil Aviation Authority meeting, then there will be a meeting the bus that leaves at 10:30, arriving at the venue where we're going to do. So for everybody else who's not staying at the hotel, can we ask you to make your own way to St. Xavier's School? Hopefully you can all make it there. We're going to start about 9:30, so hopefully you get there. We're trying to make it before traffic gets bad, so hopefully everybody can get there on time. And we're hoping to have 8 demonstration flights. We're going to have firefighting, we're going to have seed bombing, we're going to have deliveries being made. We're going to have a number of different ways of looking at how you can deal with drones being damaged during flight and how you can fix them and put them back in the air within like 10 or 15 minutes. So we're going to have a number of different demonstrations. We'll have snacks available on site and water. and there will be tents and seating available for everybody, and we should be finished about 1:30. If there's any questions or any issues, come and find me, but we look forward to seeing you, as many of you that can attend the event tomorrow and see this interesting thing. The first drone demonstration, large-scale demonstration of drones, different types of drones in Nepal, and we really feel that this is a chance for you to all see that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Janji, for that quick but very important information regarding tomorrow's drone demonstration. We're in Nepal, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can pray because prayers work in Nepal. Hopefully you're going to get a good day and you can all enjoy the exciting drone practices and drone tests. So hopefully it's going to be wonderful for all the participants. Ladies and gentlemen, Nepal has a pivotal opportunity to address current challenges and create an environment that fosters innovation and growth in the drone sector. The country's drone ecosystem holds significant potential to drive innovation, economic growth, and societal benefits by strategically addressing regulatory, educational, and infrastructure challenges. Nepal can definitely position itself as a regional leader, leveraging drones as powerful tools for sustainable development and eventually a powerful economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is South Asia Drone Forum 2025, unleashing the potential of drone technology in Nepal, coming to an end. A big round of applause for every one of us once again. This is the end of the two-day event, and hopefully we all can gather up for more opportunities in the future. But for today, this is the end, and I'm the only one between you and high tea arranged outside, so please step outside and enjoy your high tea and networking. Thank you very much, World Bank, for having me over here, and I wish you all a great, great future. Have a good evening. Thank you.